Welcome one and all back to the LPL for 2026, another year around the sun, and here we go with the best league on the planet yet again. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Alk, and I couldn't be more excited to kick this one off with a banger, but also the first split of many this year, the first of many games.
Oh yeah, we've got a hell of a lot of games. We've got the start of a new season. I mean, this really feels like the start of a quote-unquote new era for League, right? We're going into what has been one of the biggest changes systematically that we've had in a couple of years now. So I think this is going to be really, really exciting, and hopefully the fast-paced gameplay that we were promised is able to be delivered here by the LPL.
And speaking of some hitting changes, you know, we're all dressed in different colors now. We got red and gold. It's looking really nice. New broadcast package coming out. We've got Kai as well behind the scenes doing the production tonight, so it should be a little bit of fun. The admin team takes over to kick off. And speaking of kicking off, my God, do we have to explain some things that are going to be going on here as we go ahead and take a look at the format explainer moving forward, Alk. I think it's really important to kind of hone down why this matters so much and how split this is across the board.
I just love that it's not as complicated as it used to be. Everyone who's watched LPL English last year, you know, this was probably the worst part of the show because it was really hard to watch, or really hard to read anyway. But like we mentioned, last year's performance ends up affecting these teams' placements. So Group Ascend, you see that top 6 team, top 4 immediately go into playoffs. Group Perseverance, I think the big thing that I'm watching for is going to be that play-ins going into playoffs. Talking about Group Perseverance versus the bottom of Ascend, and then playing against Nirvana. You can have a potential bout at even moving yourself into Group Ascend for Split 2. I know we're looking really far into the future, but I think any one of these teams from Group Perseverance or Nirvana potentially going into the top 8 of next split is, you know, really exciting. I know a lot of fans are looking at teams like LNG and potentially even this EDG roster to make some big moves.
I'm just really interested. The third group obviously throws people off, but I like the kind of tennis match that's going to be going on with the teams in that group and getting to really test their mettle really across the board with all the talent that we have in the LPL. But another big change I think that's going to be important is not only the meta, the stuff coming into the season, all the changes to champions, things like that, but also the change to just straight up pick and ban. We have a massive change coming in this year that maybe we've seen coming for a little while, but the importance of map select and first and second pick is very important in the history of League of Legends, and here we are, Al.
I gotta say, these last 3 years have been really confusing for some fans, I won't lie. When you think, you know, we come into last year, we're bringing Fearless for the first split, and then it ends up becoming a global phenomenon. Fans at home really find it a really cool format, and so we adopt it for the rest of the year. Now we're coming in with first selection changes, so you get your map pick, or you get to be first or counter pick. I think that in the long run is going to help this esport in general, especially when you're talking about really nitty-gritty analytics. But I think for the first couple of splits, this is going to be a big pain point for some of our teams.
And I'm curious, I remember a lot of the conversation in the offseason when this came around was the fact that, you know, how quickly are we going to see the effects of this in terms of strategy and how coaching staffs are approaching that, and maybe some of the nitty-gritty things that can come out uniquely in the future from this. But right now, teams are trying to tackle what's right in front of them, and they've got a massive system change coming their way and trying to figure out how to work around that here. But we get to kick off with a banger. I foreshadowed to it a little bit earlier. We've got Weibo Gaming versus Invictus Gaming, two tried and true matchups, or two tried and true orgs. But first and foremost, this Weibo Gaming team, we have seen some changes for good and bad, you know, some big names being taken away, but some big names joining as well. So we get to see JDG and Elk being the big centerpieces to kind of be that powerhouse around Xiaohu now on this Weibo team.
Dude, Xiaohu for 3 or 4 years now on this team, kind of the franchise man for them. I need to see him kicking into high gear. We've seen him go to a couple of internationals earlier on, but this last year was a really big disappointment. Not only have they brought in personnel changes on the player front, but also bringing in Coach Shine from HLE and Coach Kim as a supervisor for this team. There are big expectations for this lineup. If they don't go to at least one of the internationals, at the very least the World Championship, I think Xiaohu and the rest of Weibo are going to be looking at a pretty massive change in the next coming year.
And it's really interesting when we talk about this team, right? Like, Xiaohu needs to lead from the front, something we really haven't seen consistently over these last couple of years, but he's also got some big names around him. I don't know if Elk is necessarily known as the most vocal AD carry, but I know JDG does love to lead his teams, and I'm very curious at how those combinations are going to come around, but I really do think this tees up all around Xiaohu, like you said.
Weibo is super disappointing. These are clips from Demacia Cup. It is going to be a bit of a different change in terms of games. Obviously, the map's going to be a lot different. But just in general, Weibo looked very, very lost. Going back throughout the tape, it seemed like not only did Xiaohu and JJ really not get along, at least in-game. Erha, a player that we had really high hopes for, even though he had a very short tenure last year, seemed a bit AFK. I'm going to just note that in the early split, especially with how fast this game is appearing to be, I have worries that this team might not get it together in time. And I know it's early, but this team was this organization has been notorious for being very slow around the map. So that's my big worry. Like this play alone from Xiaohu was really kind of got me in a tizzy immediately.
Understandable as we see it play out, but I do really wonder, especially in a season, right, not Demacia Cup, where sometimes we have seen some lackluster performances from some well-known names. Does it make that difference? Is there a drive that's just about to get hit? Are we going to see this great combination coming through? Because I talked so much about the figureheads, right? The three big names, but you talked about Erha. We also need to talk about this top laner in Zika and what kind of influences they can have around this team in so many facets of the way that the meta is going to be panning out early.
Top lane has got a lot of big eyes on it. That top lane quest is very disgusting. Some people might say it's one of the more broken ones, but we'll have to see. I mean, Zika has been really impressive in years past. I want to see him reclaim some of that glory that he got in his rookie split on LNG a couple of years back. But now we're looking at their opponents, Invictus Gaming. I mean, this is a pretty far cry from this last year's iteration, but with the Demacia Cup Championship in their back pockets off of one of the best performances we've gotten in a single tournament from Wei in recent years, coaching staff changes again, I think that this Invictus Gaming roster, at least early on into this 2026 year, could be a powerhouse.
And for me, we can talk so much about the duality of this jungle, and we'll get into that a little bit later, but it's much the same story, Alec, for me, for Rookie, as it was for Xiaohu. This guy is incredible in so many facets of the game, but he's got to be consistent. He's got to lead from the front. These are both mid laners that love to get out on the map, love to use side lane, love to get resources and pay that back to a team. And I think, yes, we saw incredible stuff from Wei and Demacia Cup, but if there's somebody I've got all my eyes peeled towards, it's got to be Rookie and what kind of influence he's going to have this year. Because the star-studded 5-star roster didn't work last time, and I think we got to find differences this year.
Yeah, you can see on your screen with these clips, Renard, the substitute mid laner, was playing for all of Demacia Cup, so this will be Rookie's first game with this iteration of the lineup. And last year felt like, for Rookie, much of his narrative has been he's been really, really good individually, but the team around him hasn't been great. Last year almost felt like the opposite. It felt like the team around him was starting to really kick it into high gear, but many parts of this last split and just the entirety of 2025, Rookie had some of his worst performances in recent memory. So it's all about whether or not we can actually reclaim some of that past glory, whether or not the prime of our two players here in the mid lane, whether that's kind of gone past them or if they can reclaim that going into this year.
And they did 3-0 Demacia Cup finals. They were able to take that one whole-handedly. Usually, the team that wins Demacia Cup does go on to have some sort of benefit in the year, at least winning a split usually. And I do really love how much of this weight fell on Wei's shoulders. And this is a guy that's been searching for his chance, searching for his shot. Found it, obviously, replacing JD last year on IG. But the fact that he's starting to come into his own, a guy that we know to be aggressive, that the reason why RNG picked him up is because he could rule the map and have Xiaohu right there with him, and the picks are lining up, the meta is lining up for maybe Wei's moment.
Well, I also want to talk about a really fun kind of piece, is that it is Wei's 6th year in the league or as a pro player, so happy to see him continuing on, and maybe this year can be, you know, let's get back into the winning ways. I went back into it, and Xiaohu and Ming are the two winningest players in MSI history. They have three trophies between the two of them, and Wei has 2, right? Like Wei came into that 2021 and 2022 MSI and was like, this guy is the jungler to beat. I mean, everyone might remember the Rumble Jungle fiasco, but there was also his Morgana that was incredible.
Yeah, and I think when you get to see this guy play, it's been up and down, but maybe this is the time. And I think it's more interesting as well when you take a look at who he's playing in the background, all the ifs, ands, and buts, where Wei came in, took JDG's job, and now we find JD on another potential bigger roster after being on that FPX team, but it is still something where maybe there's a little bit of animosity here.
Oh, I'm sure that they've probably squashed it. For JDG, it just felt like him and the team internally, the rumors were that they just weren't working behind the scenes. And Wei, kind of a mover. The guy just got things done. He was the guy that in the early game, I remember his split 3. Yeah, he just did what needed to be done for the game. It wasn't always pretty. I think a lot of fans are going to go back to that international and Worlds this past couple months, and they're like, okay, what is Wei doing? How did this team make it here? How is this the 4th seed coming out of the LPL? I promise you guys that team was incredible, and now obviously it's a bit different. We have Mako, who is on a break at least for the first split, so whether or not Wei is going to be sticking around, I need to see Wei have a good not only split, but a season. I need at least 6 months of incredible gameplay. Otherwise, I think Wei's on the chopping block.
I could see that, but hey, we do get a new year, new intro. I know you were posting a little bit about it earlier, that you're a little bit happier that it's more on the fun side, maybe taking itself a little bit less seriously. And I'm always down for cool poses and crazy esports shots, so seems like some decent stuff going on there.
We got scammed. Okay, they're doing ad
they played like
placements
the
right
first
now.
10 seconds.
Yeah, they played the first half of the clip. The other half is like it ends on Flandra and Viper doing this like dap mid-screen, and then it's all the other players doing like fun poses. They're all screaming Jayo at the same time. It's great. I feel like we got scammed. They need to play it again. We're hopefully getting confirmation from Prod that they're going to rerun it again. We do also have it saved locally, so maybe we can get that up for you guys later. How
cool is that though? Like, honestly, just some of the storylines that came through there, I feel like there's so many cool little crossovers and things like that this year. Obviously, you have the reunite of the EDG squad and everything.
Here we go.
And here we
All
go.
right, full screen this time. Okay.
But it's so cool to see some of those overlapping stories coming back. Shun back with BLG, all the stories from this last year, and get to see that unfold through some narrative storytelling.
Yeah, that's the most exciting part for us. This is, so obviously,
it's
we were
blue.
talking about EDG. It's blue. It changed from Noxus to Demacia. However, I'm going to use this short time while we're in this this intro to talk to Riot Games if they're listening. We still have the tier 3 boots for mid laners as their quest upgrade as Noxian blank. Why are we in the Demacian season and we have Noxus buffs?
Hey, you gotta. It's like something borrowed. I don't know, one of those 3 things where you just take it and it was part of your history.
Something new, something borrowed, something blue, and then 6 pence.
And now you got Demacia blue. You got whatever you just said. See, it all makes sense. It all makes
something
sense.
Borrowed is maybe OMG's franchise spot. We'll see if they continue on later in the season.
Oh no. It is cool. I think one of the things that LPL has done a lot better towards the end of the last year as well is kind of the personalization of some of the players and storylines, because I feel like that was something that was so hard for the Western audience to really grab onto, is the personalization of the players. They are human beings. They like to have fun, and I think they're doing a really awesome job of showing that out. Look at all that.
I'm sure Bin is really happy to have Shun back. He had a very there was a lot of documented relationship between the two, good friends outside and inside the league. So there we go, and we get
our first stage intro. Let's go. LPL is officially kicking off here. They even have new text for the walkouts. This is kind of sick. Okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear this, but this is the Jin theme from Set 10 TFT. I'm so sorry. I'm going to immediately hijack this because this is one of the best legendaries ever put in the game. It's a violin. It's beautiful. I'm so sorry for everyone at home you can't hear this right now. Just go look up Set 10 Jin. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, just do it. Just go look it up. Apparently, Alk wants you to stop watching LPL to go look it up.
Put it on the second monitor. Come on.
Everybody has a
let's
second
be reasonable.
monitor.
We could be reasonable here. We have the technology. This is like the Blizzard thing. It's like, you guys have phones.
Well, we get our first walkout of 2026, and here they go. Look at them. They're awkwardly smiling. It's all good. We'll settle it on the riff. We'll see what's up.
Oh, Photic, no!
Left him! Photic, I know it's been a little while, bro, but come on.
Oh, no, Photic knows. He's like,
He knows.
Well,
that's why we lost the game today.
Damn. Well,
Man,
I'm hoping Elk can show up with a little bit of revenge. He had a very disappointing Demacia Cup, as did the rest of this org.
A little bit of fun to start it off. But that's where I want to talk about some serious business here. And there are a lot of changes. Well, I'm sure we'll get to talk about most of them going into the games themselves. But you have to remember, coming into this, minions spawn faster. There's a lot more gold in the early game, especially with the turrets having the kind of demolished crystals underneath them as they grow and take a little bit of time. I think there's just so many changes that have the potential to speed up some of these games out.
Yeah, minions not only spawn faster, they kill each other a lot faster, so map movements are going to be a lot more restrictive. Also, we've kind of touched on it a little bit, but there are now role quests, and until 3 minutes, you gain less from moving in. This is to prevent early invades. I saw a post from Drew Levin talking about that players were less likely to finish out or even AFK games if they were invaded level 1, and you have the first blood go over in the first 2 minutes. So there's a lot of measures now systematically that prevent early action from laners moving. I'm just wondering if people are even going to care, because some of these matchups, like the mid lane getting tier 3 boots, I don't usually really care about that. The empowered recall is nice, but like not incredible. And if minions are going to spawn faster, do I really even care? Like, am I just going to still invade into your enemy jungle when I have the opportunity? Probably likely. So I'm interested to see. It's going to be really hard to tell off of 2 or 3 game sample size just in this first series. I imagine after the first week, we're going to get a lot more data, especially elephant in the room. LCK plays at the exact same time slot we do.
It's nice. Something else we can talk about as we get into draft here for game number 1 of LPL 2026 is, do we think the meta is going to be any different now? Do we feel like there's going to be massive change? I mean, I know Malphite was coming up in Demacia Cup. We've seen a couple things with jungle where you can play a little bit more aggressive, the Jaces and stuff like that. But is it really going to change that much at the competitive level?
So I did a deep dive, and I went over to the Chinese solo queue data, and I was trying to take a look at like champions that are really popular in their roles. So I picked basically based on pick rate. Some things that were not super different. Aatrox is still the most picked champion in top lane for China. That has been true for multiple years now. Same thing with Jax. But I'm seeing a lot of Nidalee. I'm seeing a lot of Lilia. Lilia is actually in the top 5 performing champions. She has a 53.5% win rate on this patch right now, at least over on the Chinese server. So I'm interested to see. JJ in particular has been cooking up. He had a spicy Lilia all of last year. And we have things like Echo. Graves has a hotfix buff on this patch. So there could be some more farming jungles.
I'm here for it. I am always just a fan of JD's Poppy. If we do get that in any iteration,
True.
I'm here for it. We see a lot of those newer age junglers being banned away immediately. IG are going to be on the blue side, which I do believe means Weibo will have that first pick. But
Correct.
It is going to be the Jace, Nico banned by IG, as well as the Mbessa and the Malphite. A lot of junglers in that trio, but as well as the Akali ban.
Yeah, just want to make sure. Weibo, they have first pick, but it is IG who select blue. So we're going to be seeing what Zika and the rest of this crew are going to be going for. We have Mbessa, Malphite, both 2 jungle bans, at least for right now. Top lane, especially, these 2 champions are very, very broken. We're having Nico, who's considered still very powerful. We're not getting any Kaisa. Crit AD carries are very strong. Is this going to be an Aphelios first pick? Because he has been dominating this patch, even with hotfix nerfs.
And I promise you, you're not seeing things. You're not having a stroke. That was first pick on the right side of your screen, and it's going to be weird. But we do get the Rumble, which is a tried and true classic from last year as well. We'll see if IG want to prioritize this. Varus, which isn't up that alley of the crit carries there, but they will lock in the Wukong as well.
New season, same champions, man. There's just
Nothing
we can't fix this league, bro. I'm sorry. It's
Nope.
I'm already giving up. We're not even an hour into the show, and I've given up. Well, same things that we've talked about for years now. Rumble, great in lane, great team fighter, priority out the wazoo there. And for IG, you have strong team fighting immediately. Varus can be a very potent laner, but Elk is a notable Sivir player. So, gonna be wondering if that champion is gonna be cropping up in the ban phase soon.
This was something I know we were talking a little bit behind in our prep for this, but we want to see those kind of roaming, pushing mids. We already get the Talia locked in for Xiaohu. This was a big pick for both of these mid laners last year as well. The Cassante is going to come in for IG through their first phase.
We've seen a lot of mages start to fall out. Like, Hui completely dropped out of the meta with these changes, with how fast the game is and with some of the item changes. So, wondering if we're going to get something like that, or if we're going to be leaning on some of the classics for Rookie. Orianna's already banned. Syndra's being taken out now. We still have Ryze. We still have Azir here in this game. I like the bans coming in from Invictus. Let's get rid of the Jhin and the Sivir, two ones that are going to at least match some of the priority from this Varus, and give Elk at least an early laning phase to play with Urha.
I'm a Jhin sympathizer. I feel like he feels really good right now. Even though I've seen him low in the tiers, he's going to be banned away here. We'll see what the final ban is going to be for Weibo at least. The Syndra, those mid lane bans have been rampant, at least as of yet. But we still have the counter pick available there for IG and trying to figure out what exactly they want to go for. It's going to be the LeBlanc, another mobile mid from mid lane being taken away.
We saw LeBlanc and Syndra really start to find presence at the end of 2025 when we were talking about Demacia Cup. No, we're playing Ari Talia! Just wind the clock back. I feel like I got Zillion immediately. God, whatever. All right, so what skirmishing AD carries? Elk was one of our better Yunara players. He kind of got a grip of this champion later in the year. Gallo's obviously the most forefront, immediate expert on the champion. It took Elk a couple of games on BLG. We haven't talked about it much, but Elk does have to really prove himself this year alongside the rest of this lineup. He had a really successful stint on BLG, but a lot of people are going to just say, like, you're on a really awesome team. You were kind of a nobody for the most part when you were on WE the years before. Can we repeat that? Are we going to see that flavor of Elk going forward?
I hope so. I really want to see some of that team fighting come out from him, and he will be on the Yunara, so enabling that. The Alistar is going to be picked, as well as the Nautilus, so we have those tanky bodies from the bot lane coming from both teams.
You know, Lennon, I see this, and I got to say, IG, they have great ways of being able to, create team fights. I think Jway on an engaged champion like Nautilus is great for making sure they can make these plays. They're going to be very explosive with these team fights, because if Weibo do get time to set up, you're moving into an Alistar, you're moving into a Talia. I think that's really, really dangerous, and Weibo are more of a burst pick style composition with this Pantheon.
Yeah, I want to see them kind of getting active early and often in those side lanes if they can. I'm still curious about the Varus pick here and leaning away from some of those crit styles, but going for something that Fodic is very comfortable with as well. Do you feel like it fits in this situation at least?
If we were just to take out the fact that everybody's crit damage got reverted to 200% for this season, I would say generally it's probably not great, but you are still playing what I assume is going to be Poke Varus into a Talia, into a Yunara, and a Rumble. I think all of these champions do suffer if they get outranged. So in theory, it should be the champion. My issue then now comes down to if we're actually going to continue to see that variation, or if we're going to get, things like the crit Varus, because on-hit has been really toned down, especially for this season. Just the items and, again, system changes across the league.
Well, I couldn't be more excited to get into this one with you. I know you talked a little bit about that burst-heavy team on the side of Weibo and trying to figure out how they're going to navigate the early game. But that brings us back to that jungle matchup that we were so excited for. It's obviously JDG versus Wei and the interesting story they've had from last year, trying to both be the IG jungler. And here they are once again to kick off our 2026 LPL season. It's Weibo Gaming versus the Demacia Cup champions, Invictus Gaming, for Game 1.
No? Okay.
We got a little one. They got an RNG jersey.
Wow.
Okay, I represent.
Jaios. We are using the MSI and the World's HUD, I noticed. Wonder if we'll have something a little bit more. I wonder if this is just them standardizing across the leagues, but we didn't get to see the runes. There they are. Nothing too out of the ordinary for fans at home. Not a lot changed in terms of the runes. But we did get, obviously, Demolish getting a bit of a systems change. It is now 3 auto attacks instead of waiting to build up for 5. And just in general, we'll have to see it. We're going to have those role quests. We kind of touched on them very lightly, but top lane getting flat experience and a lot of bonus experience as the game goes on. Both of them opting for teleport this time means that they'll get a shield when they finish their teleport.
Little combo there from the supports, trying to get active early. Unfortunately, Erha got hit by the piercing arrow, so it does take a little bit of the worst trade of that one. We will see the junglers going back down towards bot side, both having started on their top sides. See where they want to kind of influence first. But that mid lane mobility is really what I'm looking at, because we have Ghost there as well for Xiaohu. So really looking to get active going on with that phase rush as well. And we do see a little bit of proxying going in.
Can you actually do anything with this, though? Because one of the fun changes for this year is that for your lanes, you get less if you're outside of lane early. However, behind your enemy turret still counts as being in your lane. But if you're, let's say, Zika in this situation, if you walk behind your outermost alive turret, you don't get any quest experience towards progression. So you are really incentivized, or there are certain champions that are going to be incentivized to proxy between waves and punish your opponents, especially with Crystalline Overgrowth giving you more time to build extra damage versus turret plates. This entire season is going to be about how fast can you take down turrets, taking down structures incredibly quickly, and hopefully getting back to making side laning a little bit more important.
Xiaohu getting pressured early by Rookie. Rookie really wanted to go get that proc of the crystals there, but we will end up getting a bit of a pause coming through here. So getting right back to it. Hopefully this doesn't last an hour and a half. But
don't say that. Can we get this guy off the show, man? Please.
You can't do that, unfortunately.
Yes, we can.
No,
Look at that.
It's not allowed. Oh,
boom.
Man. I'm still
Mordekaiser ulted. Get out of my game.
We'll see. Hopefully we'll get back into it. But I'm very curious, because it does seem like there's a little bit of wiggle room for Rookie to have a bit of push priority right now mid lane. And do we expect that to lead out to an early combination of the Wukong Ahri? I definitely feel like the Pantheon Talia is waiting till that level 6.
I mean, they can act early, right? Like, Pantheon is an early game skewed champion with his kit, just in general, very, very strong there. So you're allowed to move early. It's just hard for Talia, especially pre-first back, if she doesn't have Merc Treads or even access to a Null Magic Mantle. It is very tough for her to move in comparison to the Ahri. I know Ahri has gotten nerfed over the year, but still one of the premier champions when it comes to just pushing a minion wave. You press Foxfire, you throw out the orb, done. That's the minion wave deleted immediately. And you got a lot of mana back during that, so should be easier for us to see Rookie moving around the map.
I like it. We'll be getting back in the game here hopefully soon. I am still really trying to wrestle with the blue, man. The closest we got away from red was like 2022 or 2023, where they had it split by the sides of the map. So like blue side had like blue fire, and then red side had red fire, and then whenever a team got like an ace or whatever on each side, like it took over the whole screen. That was the closest we got away from red, and now we're just fully gone from red. It is all blue. What do we do? It's weird.
They're just continuing the propaganda that blue side is OP. It's
oh my
been in
God,
the game
it all
for
makes
forever.
sense. It all makes sense. Oh, Alk, you're a genius. We actually found out the reasoning. And that being said, you solved the puzzle. Now we're in bot lane with a gank from JDG, and not going to be able to find much on the back end of it. Takes a chunk as he leaves.
I would love for the game to be full screen. Everybody at home is probably yelling at us. Why is there an ad? You can thank Kuya for that one. Wow, fans at home thinking Weibo 60% odds to win. Where did all the IG fans leave with the shy? Oh, I mean, that makes sense.
My bad. Yeah, I mean, he definitely was a big piece to the puzzle last year. But yeah, getting into it now, it is still favored from Weibo, and trying to see what they want to do for these early action. We do get that redeploy from the junglers, just pathing again from top to bot. Now we see the 2v2 on bot side kickoff. Erha's going to have to back away. Tway was looking for a little bit of something, but they're both chunked pretty heavily. Still push Prio come to IG side.
Playing Varus still. I see Arcane Comet. I cry. This champion must be taken out of the game at some point. Can we just gangplank, like, lure this guy, please? At least for a week.
But I will say, Elk picked it into it, so, you know, there's got to be some hope that the team fight potential will be better on his side.
Hopefully. You know our strength is that when you have our AD carry sitting in mid lane, he is or Yunara anyway, is a champion that allows for AD carries to really skirmish and kind of chunk out certain players before an objective. We'll see how map movements end up looking. You can see right there that little glowing bit around the ward is one of the new things in the game. It's called a Phalite. It basically gives access to a bunch of vision in a certain area around it. So it means that the game is, again, faster minions, more vision around the map, and what that means for our teams, we'll have to see, but that just means more information for the best.
And you can see there overviewing some of that crystal growth on the turrets. It's just like having Demolished, but even better.
Oh, yeah.
We see a little bit of that vision play being played here through those new vision cones as well. Really nice. And I think the other thing we're going to see is Xiaohu getting engaged on.
Whoa.
Waits for the charm, gets out the damage, gets one Spirit Rush to follow it up, and Flash will have to be used by the Spring Tiger.
Yeah, but there's nothing else to be gained from it. Yes, it is Xiaohu who ends up losing his Flash. Elk as well now. What are we doing? When are we going to start this dragon? Because Urha and JJ have been moving around the river for a little bit of time now, and we're just now getting halfway down on this dragon. Bit of a mistake coming in from two of the big carries here for Weibo, but still an early objective, and there's going to be a lot of experience. I think JJ actually just hits level 6 off of this, because they put a lot more local experience into this objective, into both Grubs and Dragon. Yeah, he does. Okay.
And dragons are a little bit tankier now, so a little bit harder to tank,
Yeah.
but you can see it was no issue there. Wei will end up starting up the respawn red of JJ's on his side of the map. It's going to be a little bit of tempo going his way, and we'll see how close we're going to be getting here to an actual skirmish, if that's going to come to a positive here in the next Grub spawn, at least, or the Grub spawn, as JJ will belatedly get the information after he clears his Krugs.
Just look at IG's lanes right now. You are playing Cassandre into Rumble. You're getting priority here. You're getting priority through mid lane right now. And if Photic wants, he can just drop a couple of blighted arrows, and suddenly that turns into the ability for them to push and move. Even with Weibo getting the first dragon, I have a lot of worries as this game continues. We're going to have Grub spawning in a minute here. I think it's very dangerous for Weibo. Like, how are we going to open up the map? We need to find ways of kind of decentralizing some of the power in IG's early game.
And we also got to start thinking about when those quest spikes will be coming through. If you look next to the wards on everybody's portraits, you'll see a little grayed out image that will be, I'm sure, illuminated once those quests do come online. And big power spikes across the board awaiting there. Except for mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane, they get their tier 3 boots, they get an empowered recall. It's like mid lane has been one of the more broken roles historically, but you know, we got to give them some bones in some of these games. So
I am curious about the TPs on top lane. I know a lot of the solo queuer has been saying, you know, don't take TP, you get one for free. You do get that big shield, like a Sterix gauge shield, when you do TP if you already had it and you complete your quest as a top laner. So hey, that seems to be the elected vote here, even for the Rumble.
yeah, so the change is that if you don't have teleport, once you finish your quest, you'll get access to Unleash teleport, but it has a 7-minute cooldown. So, honestly, the change is pretty negligible.
Oh my god, that's a CC chain from hell. The Cyclone on top of it. The Unbreakable will be strong enough to get Erha out. And that's a lot of resources used by IG on bot lane.
That was 3 ultimates. Can they hit for plates here? Because I don't think Weibo are going to be able to really punish on this side. Can they move for Grubs even without Erha having the Unbreakable Will? That's going to be my question. You can see that IG are starting to now leverage and move some of their members up into the top side of the map. Whether or not that actually turns into objective or not is going to be a big question for me.
Rookie's playing confident. That's what I like to see. You can just feel it out of his Ahri so far. Wei is going to play a little bit confidently into JJ, but both supports have made their way towards this mid lane as Grubs have spawned, kicking off a 3v3 as Wei just goes in for the engage. This is something we've known him to be good at, those aggressive engages and setting up IG. They get first blood for Rookie there as well, and Weibo's forced to walk away.
And now they're going to lose out big time, because does Xiaohu be able to move? No, he just used Ghost during that play. Yunara walked mid for what is essentially 3 minions, and IG still grabbed the Grubs, and they got time for the Crystalline Overgrowth on that turret, so that's a plate going over to Photic. Use that teleport, he goes bot lane during this entire play. IG come out like bandits in this one, and Weibo, some more of that big problem making that I saw from them in Demacia Cup. I don't know why we're looking for that fight without any buttons.
And on the other side, it just looks calm, cool, and collected so far. We are seeing a little bit of that iteration of control of the map by Way that we were seeing beforehand, and now we're seeing it all in on top side. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough to get Zika down. A little bit of damage back as well, but there won't be any help coming Zika's way, so he's going to go ahead and throw down the red carpet for the minions and go ahead and get back with his TP. But as the map resets here, we do have Dragon in about a minute. Would really behoove Weibo Gaming to keep their stacking up, but at this point they've lost a little bit of that momentum themselves.
They have access to it first. They're going to try and put down vision. I'm looking at the mini-map right now. There's a lot of blue wards, some of them taken out now here in the Tri-Brush. Can Weibo even really afford to play for this Dragon? I don't think so. One power spike that they might be looking at is their jungle right now. Both junglers very close to finishing their quest, but the jungle quest doesn't offer all that much. It's some movement speed in and out of river and in their jungle, and you get extra gold and experience for killing large monsters. Big thing for me is that they changed the max cap on Smite to be 1400 now, so having access to that is pretty good, but I don't know if it's a game changer and really the spike they're looking at. A Sundered Sky, however, that I'm willing to fight around.
And we already see some item completions coming across. We got the Canic Rooker on the top side, as well as the Trinity Force already completed by Wei on the other side of that Sundered Sky you're talking about. See how much that matters, because I think Wukong with the Trinity Force is in heaven. But it does look like some of that Dragon Prio will be seeded over to Weibo for IG to wait another day. But they're coming up through bot side here in the try. They will be spotted out.
Xiaohu, all you need to do is stop Rookie from walking in. I like this position from Urha, but it means that they're going to be split, and they gave over the bottom side flank of this fight. Photic is nowhere nearby.
50-50. It goes over to JDG. That will be the second Dragon for Weibo, but they're losing the fight here. All that damage is coming down. All the CC chain. Rookie's already got resets. Now IG are going to turn back around onto Urha, who is by himself left to the wolves, and they're in black and white here. Wei's going to clean that one up.
I still don't think this is worth it. Weibo, you have first two Dragons. IG now have a 2,000 gold lead, and they're going to crash another wave on this bottom side. So Photic, I mean, he's going to have potentially 2 items ready to go. This is really dangerous here now for Weibo. You've given up, you've traded the late game objectives. It is going to be an Ocean Soul this game, so quite meaningful, but like, I'm going back to this replay. What are we doing in terms of positioning? Where is the Weaver's Wall? Xiaohu's completely missed all of his spells here in this fight. And again, Urha, I think, a bit too far up in my mind. Yes, you ended up stopping Wei from getting into the pit, but you gave over 2 kills. And now both Pantheon doesn't have his flash, and you're going to be missing some spells coming up for what is going to be a topside objective soon. So I'm worried here, Lennon. Like, Demacia Cup made me feel very uneasy about Weibo. It's game 1 of the split, and I'm already, I want off the train.
And you can see some of the quests. Actually, they have a little marker in the top as well, showing some of the quests being completed. 4 already there for IG. Going to be close for Weibo, obviously, but man, the momentum is definitely in IG's favor here so far, and there's already a big shutdown on Rookie. But I think that's something that's so telling about these two teams is maybe that changes over time, but it really is led around what this mid-jungle can do with some of that support help from the bot lane and figuring out how quickly they can take control of the map, and so far IG have done so beautifully.
Look at them. IG have 4 of their role quests already completed, whereas Weibo only have top and jungle. You have tier 3 boots, that's an upgraded Merc Treads, and you get a bonus recall on top of that. IG get to have a few more timers than their opponents do, and Photic now gets access to having his boots now in the 7th slot. Doesn't immediately give him too much power up front, but more gold generation as the game goes on means that Photic is going to be hitting like a truck. You know, we talk about 2 and 3 item power spikes a lot of the time for some of our carries. It means that for especially the marksmen of our league, they're going to be hitting those breakpoints a lot sooner. Yeah. We're 45 seconds before Herald right now. You can see that IG are doing their due diligence and getting rid of all of this vision in the top side from Weibo.
Yeah, after playing a little bit, I mean, that 2-item spike for ADCs comes way quicker than you expect now. It can be such a big power point. I know that was a lot of what some of the ADC pool thrived off of last year was the 2nd item spike as well. And we'll see how they can utilize this. But that's where I want to talk about execution. I know you talked about decision-making for Weibo, but they still have a comp that loves to pick side lanes, loves to get stragglers, and now they might have found one with the little flash play coming out. Zway completely whiffing, but it might have been enough. They might get JJ anyways. Here comes Rookie for another reset. He gets 2 Spear Rush charges, goes right in for more, gets another one, and that is just a wiping of the mat by IG against Weibo.
And you get a free Herald for it. All right, so Zway's play that looked a little bit like visual pocket sand, maybe it just ended up blinding Weibo in general. Missing the hook doesn't matter. You can still win out on the fight. They just don't have the damage there. Xiaohu's late. You haven't even completed your Seraph's Embrace. Lennon,
it's tough.
It's cooked. This is the I'm 1.5
Chopped
seconds
or
in.
cooked?
I'm out.
Chopped and cooked? Maybe both.
Extremely so.
Can I just say, though, Rookie's showing up, bro. I know
Yes.
it's off the back of some great plays from Wei and Zway, but my God, this man has just been an aura this game, and he's about to show some of that off here as he gets fully engaged on. They know where to sink their teeth in, and unfortunately for IG, but fortunately for Wei, but that'll be a shutdown on Rookie.
This is your fault.
It is my fault. I literally did this.
You
I
quite
watched
literally
it unfold.
manifested this, and I'm happy.
It's
because
like
it
the
means
John
that-
Hamm meme. I'm just sitting here loving my caster curses.
Perfect. Hopefully we could get Weibo to do a little bit more though. They got a nice shutdown. It's about a 500 gold shutdown for them on top of the kill, but Zika losing Flash is not great. Nautilus is coming as well.
Hey, he dodged it. Still gets slogged down. And unfortunately, will just die. And that'll be a big kill to the newest member, at least one of the newest members of IG.
All in all, Lennon, equalizing of kills, not all that important in my mind. You're not really pushing the wave on the bottom side. That kill on the Rookie as a symbolic measure was just all right, we've slowed the game down a little bit, because if Rookie gets out of that play, I think you're mentally getting set up for game 2. You're already looking forward to the future, and you're moving forward. Now it's about dragon stacking. Dragon stacking, in my mind, is how Weibo are going to clinch this game from here on out. They are not at their 2-item power spikes on a lot of their carries. They're very close to doing so. We're going to have first turret apparently going over to IG and a teleport ready for Rookie. I don't think
Here
Invictus
he
are gonna
comes.
be going. Here we go.
They're going to TP Rookie in a little early. Half health on the Dragon means Weibo were not set up.
What
They have to
the?
back away. The wall is going to come through there. Walking one team off. Rip Herald got popped as well. There is a lot of shenanigans going on right now, but this also means that IG just take control of the entire river. They have to deal with this Rift Herald.
They had no damage on that objective. You can see how problematic it is for them. Joy's going to be searching.
Oh, Dway has been searching all game, and he has found home yet again, but he's going to die for it. They do get the 1-for-1 trade. Both supports down, both big bodies gone. Rookie goes for the play on a Xiao, who can't find it. They try to end up finding Zika on the side. They do end up getting Rookie over to the fight as well. He's got a lot of damage packed in, and he's still got another Spirit Rush charge. Goes for the point-blank charm kill, and now they get the knockback onto JDG, and that should just be it. And going to the Dragon is IG.
Xiaohu has been an absolute liability in this game, Lennon. I'm sorry. Game 1, we're missing so many abilities, and his lack of damage is becoming an issue now for Weibo. IG now get the 3rd Dragon of the game, and this basically is going to stop any chances of Weibo getting an early soul here in this one. I mean, we're 18 minutes in. We're already on 3rd Dragon, and that was, in my mind, the last ship sailing for this Weibo team. This hook, unfortunately, doesn't do too much for Jway, and the equalizer is awesome, but all of the damage and all of the spells that Weibo had, they went into this Nautilus. Now the Nautilus is gone. Elk is hitting the mid-wave right now. There is no reason we should be supporting this side of the play. I think Weibo need to be cutting their losses and moving away from this Dragon. Let's go to the top side. Let's push out this wave. Let's make sure that we're set up for not the next Dragon, but maybe getting some of these turret plates that are still on the map right now. Again, more of what we saw from Demacia Cup. The meta may have changed, but a lot of those struggles are still the same.
And Elk just gets completely baited by the turret going down. It does mean Elk stays in the fight, does flash away, but Rookie's got those Spirit Rushes going forward. He's got the Transcend oneself, but it's not enough. Rookie gets another reset, now will sacrifice his life. Gonna try to buy a little bit of time. They caught Zika! Zika is down again in the side. Rookie's going to try to get executed here. Will it be enough? He cannot. Elk will claim the kill in the end.
That's a good punish. Elk didn't have flash from that last play, loses his life, and IG still grabbed the turret. And guess what? Then they kill Zika on the side lane. We were coming into this series like, okay, Zika, you're finally out of the LNG jail. You know, Xiaohu, maybe you get a less bad blood from last year with what happened with Light and Crisp and having Tiana in this lineup. Nothing seems to be working early game. And IG, they look, you know, more of that Demacia Cup winning ways. Yeah, Elk is just too far up. Urha, I don't even know what Diz is doing during this time. He channels the ult when he's literally five clicks away from this team fight.
I'm actually surprised. Elk almost took that fight back. It's crazy how much damage Yunar can do, but this little pick out, it's just tough positioning from Zika and just kind of all of Weibo getting lost in the sauce a bit here. And they don't really have time to react to this. I mean, they've steadily lost control of this entire game, about almost 4,000 gold down now. We will still see IG return to home, return to what's comfortable, and push Rookie to the side lane to keep scooping up some resources.
Don't have a turret. They know Elk doesn't have flash. Just Dwayne's looking for it. I saw that flash button. He was looking for it. He wanted it. Wanted to try to force something onto Elk.
That's something I really love, and something we talked about going into the season about this guy. I mean, yes, he's kind of playing for a spot right now as he's subbing in for Mako, but this is a guy that's aggressive as hell. He will look for engages. You've seen it all game long, but he will consistently do that, and it's about trying to turn those consistent aggressive plays into team functioning plays.
He brings a much different style than Mako. Mako, historically, very cerebral, probably one of the smartest supports and the best support here in the league historically. And Jue, very new, obviously in his second or third year playing in the league. Tried to make a play on mid, but way too telegraphed and a lot of time and space for IG's bottom lane to escape. And for me, I think Jue's in a very similar spot to someone like Vampire, who we'll be seeing later on in the week. They're in their third year of the league. Can they really make a name for themselves here on potentially their best rosters they've seen?
Even more gold going to the IG bank here. Side lane turret down. About a minute and 25 seconds until that next dragon. Is an Ocean Soul, would be IG's second. We're going to keep playing these side lanes here, and I got to say, there's second item completions coming through. Almost a third now as well for Photic. And They are far and above Weibo's side.
Weibo do have a really strong spike, though. I mean, Fiend 100 bolts for this Yunara champion is great. You get an ultimate ability haste, and you get guaranteed true damage if you crit already. But he doesn't have any crit. I mean, he has the agility cloak, he has the Fiend Hunters, that's it.
Erha not wanting to pop the Unbreakable Will, knows that they need it for this fight coming up. Has a really good peel back from Weibo. They will have all guns ablazing going into that fight here if they want to try to go for Soul Point. It's not do or die, but it's at least some control on the map, because right now they've got to deal with top lane. They've got to deal with these side lanes consistently being pushed in by IG.
So here is the proposition I'll give you. If Weibo don't grab this next dragon and aren't able to confidently win what is going to be a fight on the bottom lane, they're going to lose the Baron, and then they're going to lose the game. So I need Weibo to kind of shape up. You know, we're only in the first game. You can get away with a lot here. You know, we're on the new frontier of the meta. We found Photic.
Oh, Photic just gets completely caught. Wei tries to come over and help him. Jue there as well, but that was unfortunate. We'll have to see a replay of that one here sooner rather than later. As Wei and Wei go for the engage on Elk again, they realize he doesn't have anything. His flash is not available, and Rookie claims the life. As now he's getting reset after reset, and Rookie, I said they needed to lead by example. Well, Xiaohu's back in the basement, and Rookie is right there out in front leading this team. Getting kills back and forth, 6-2 now with the help of Wei and Jue. You got to come up with a cool combo of names for them. But as you see, the lead continues to grow. About 5,000 gold now for Invictus Gaming.
Well, I got immediate returns on my proposition. I asked for Weibo to try to win this fight. They got the pick onto Photic, but then immediately lose the dragon afterwards. And now with waves pushing, Ari's going to push his bottom lane wave. Saboro's under zero threat as a 2-item Cassante at this moment with the lack of damage that we've noted from Weibo. Baron's next up on the cards for me. I mean, we can take a look as to how Photic got caught, but it's similar to many of these picks from Weibo. We put a lot of spells into one player, And then we don't have any follow-up answers. And I'll watch Urha during this. I think he makes a bunch of critical errors here. Like, this Pulverize, nothing on the Jway. We do a headbutt into the wall, but it gets shortchanged because it's terrain. A lot of troubling patterns here for Weibo early on in the season, and IG are just freely capitalizing. They'll take their free win if they can.
I'll just say, though, that's a massive error from Photic. Might be from his time being inactive at the end of last year, but just saying, can't really have those kinds of moments. It is the first game.
He had to get his buddy a rookie back for the NIP days.
No,
He's like, look,
you know
remember,
what it really
I'm
was?
still him. Still him.
Dude, that V5 undefeated roster, bro,
Yep.
led by Photic and Rookie, is crazy. Really what it was a quick back for his third item, because that has happened, and now both him and Rookie are on 3 items, which is terrifying for Weibo. And that does mean that we'll see a lot of aggression in the top side of the map, since there's no real objectives besides Baron to contest over for IG.
I know fans at home are going to say, when is Alk going to stop complaining about Weibo? And it's not yet. But
Not yet.
I'll give you one thing. You have 2 items on this Rumble. You have 2 items on this Pantheon. I'm hoping we can get something. Maybe this is it.
It's a big equalizer. Way is getting chunked, gets shut down. That's 800 gold.
Here's Talia.
Now, okay, they got the Grand Starfall. Jway is just running for the hills here. Elk goes over the wall and just melts through Jway. It will be a nice combo from Rookie, though, to try to belay this a little bit more. Save the charm, goes for the Spirit Rush. There goes the flash from Zika to try to get Jway down. Jway's burning, and he will tick, tick, boom, down. Zika and the rest of Weibo, 5 strong in the top side, aren't going to go for the Baron throw and are just going to back off.
Hey, look, you're already calling it a Baron throw. They haven't even attempted it yet. But they're losing out on waves. That's a good play there for Weibo. That cuts a lot of the gold and gives them some breathing room here in this game. For IG, it's mostly a stopgap measure. You're still going to have the Dragon to play for in the next 2 minutes, and now Weibo are going to be missing some summoner spells, Keely on Zika and JJ.
And you will have Elk now 3 items. I think as Yunara continues to stack up these items, the team fight presence gets scarier and scarier. And having that Lord Doms now to shred through any of those tanky members in the front 3 like we have seen is going to be extremely important moving forward. Now it's the question of when IG feels comfortable to do the Baron, because I don't think this team does Baron very fast out.
Not really. It's based on combination of spells, but yeah, I would generally agree. It's probably not the fastest team here from Invictus. Look, level 15, I'm seeing Elk on 3 items, LDR's completed. This is going to be the time. The next 2.5 minutes with Dragon spawning in a minute 40 and Baron being up, this is kind of the pinnacle that we'll see Weibo for a large portion of this one. And this kind of has to be their moment. They just found a pick on the multiple members. They were able to at least stop the bleeding, and if they can win this next team fight, I think they really can turn it around. This is around the time where their champions really start to... I mean, if we can get level 16 on Elk, that's amazing, but it's still a minute. That's a really tight timer with how much experience he has at the moment.
And I will say the IG machine has sputtered a little bit. They're not feeling as confident to push into the enemy jungle here, now realizing there are some big combos and some of that drafting prowess that we said for Weibo, where they can really get these big side lane picks or any stragglers they kind of left out wanting, they can immediately collapse on. I want to see if they can utilize that to chunk back some of this lead, maybe ahead of this dragon spawn.
Oh, nobody has the zombie ward or the ability to see it. That one ward coming in from IG is going to do a lot of heavy lifting for this play coming up around the dragon. You can see on the minimap right now, so much vision from Invictus Gaming invested on the top side of the map. They're going to need to shift all of this over if they want to have at least a decent amount of setup for this upcoming objective. Right now, it is Weibo taking control of the top half of the river and the entrance through mid, but they still don't have this mid-tier 1. They don't have any turrets taken here.
They don't, but you can see IG a little bit wary of stepping too far into the river section here, as Rookie and Jway, the big combo, are still looking. They need to clear out some of this vision if they want some control here, but the engage could come at any moment. Jway decides to let it loose, and immediately Erha is getting chunked by this combo. He does get the health percentage there, and Jway has found the back line. Not going to go fully commit. He does still have the GA, That's a lot of damage done. That's going to have to be a reset from Weibo. They might have just lost presence around the dragon.
You see pings towards Baron. Do Weibo want to just say, you know, like, let's just try to spike it on this objective right now? No spellbook available there. I thought maybe there could have been a teleport here for Erha. Not going to be the case. Wei is completing the dragon at this moment. Weibo don't lose all that much. I'm happy at least with the outcome.
They know. They want to try to get something here, knowing that the dragon was being taken, but they can't get it. Now dragon secure. That's 3 ocean dragons in a row for IG. And immediately throws up the white flag from Weibo to get a retreat, get a reset. They're going to lose even more. The mid lane tier 2 is going to go down quickly here with the Crystal Growth.
Still, it's 4,000 gold deficit. I'm okay with this for now. We talked about in draft that IG are a very pick-centric composition, similar to Weibo here. The consistent damage when it comes down to some of the objectives, as we've seen, is not all that impressive. So this kind of has to be their moment. Weibo, I've been waiting for you. Like, this is now like a TV dinner that's gone in the microwave for a little bit too long now. I need to see something. Elk is recalling at this point.
That's a little bit weird. It looked like they maybe wanted to force the hand. He stopped his recall. Now Dway gets locked in. Gonna flash away from the seismic shove coming through, and Erha will get chunked again, but he should be just fine as they move through. They were trying to find that pick play we've been asking them for.
They used a lot for that, though. That was heal from Erha. The Weaver's Wall is not as important of a spell here. How much? What is Elk's back? Is it a BF sword? I don't think it's going to be completed, i.e. if he gets that 4th item, he is basically the strongest member in the game. We were talking about it earlier, but crit is the stat right now to break. You have so much extra damage, and with Infinity Edge even adding on top of that 200%, you're a beast in team fights with this Fiend Hunter's bolts.
All right, we have a play being made by IG. What will Weibo do about it? They are still clearing, and the Baron play will be signaled off, actually. Very interesting, because they know that the Weaver's Wall is down. All that they could have used was the Grand Starfold come in, but they just want to see if they could pull some resources away from Weibo.
Yeah, see if someone's going to maybe flip, if there was even going to be maybe someone using a teleport, try to see the investment there. I think Weibo do have a lot of tools of, you know, answering Zika here on the top side. Could always use an equalizer if he really needs to get into the pit and provide some ranged damage. Lennon, it's coming back now. IG, did we push this game enough? We are at 3 dragons. They had an early game lead for most of it, but was Weibo picking up the first 2 dragons? Maybe all my complaining was for naught. I'm starting to get that feel in the back of your head where you're like,
that sinking feeling.
Win the game?
That sinking Weibo feeling?
Yeah.
We'll see. Now IG just playing with the fact that they can take control of this Baron and start it up. There is no vision on the pit itself, but I do believe they'll have a feeling that something's going on. Now they will be spotted out moving over. See if IG decide to pull off of it this time. Looks like they want to try to go for a fight. Wei's going to take a decent chunk of damage, and now Saboro coming over the wall. Potentially a little bit of damage on Erha. Will end up popping the Unbreakable Will there. So that will be a big cooldown down, but wanted to get away from the CC chain, and IG just, again, playing with their food. They don't exactly know what they want to do, but they do know that they can press the buttons of Baron.
I wonder if this is a symptom of the changes we were talking about. The fact that minions are just faster out on the map, the fact that minions die a lot quicker as well. They're not playing around their lanes. I mean, Saboro's just been feeding minions into Zika this entire time, and while Saboro is a level and a half over his opponent at this point, we're not progressing the game meaningfully. We've now stood around this Baron for the last 2 minutes and gotten very little done here from IG. Weibo bided their time. Yeah, we got that Infinity Edge that I was asking about. So essentially, this Fiend Hunter's Bolt is now going to allow for the first 3 auto attacks from Elk to just rip pure true damage. Earl's under a lot of threat, though. He has Unbreakable Will coming up in 5. That's his flash and his exhaust available.
My God, he's got the moves.
Jesus.
Moves. I just had to do it a second time, so you.
I really want it. You know what? I'll just, it's the first date. Move.
It's the first date.
He found his move. He found his little move. Come
on. We also see another change from the quest, obviously. Top laners can, for some reason, get to level 20 now. And Saboro will be at level 19, getting close to that. And going to be pretty strong. This is Cassandra. As you see, his health bar is insane. And we're getting set up for a fight around mid lane right now.
That's big. He doesn't have the HP shield. It's a 30% max HP shield for 30 seconds. Once that's down, that's a lot of that durability gone.
Oh, the charm and the Dreadblind getting flashed out of. Really nicely done by JDG, resetting the tools of the fight for IG as Dragon spawns, the wings beating to battle, and IG trying to get some space here.
JJ and Zika on the wrong side of this, though. They need to reconvene on the bottom side, and that's giving a lot of control to IG. We need to see vision, and where is Xiaohu? He is flanking from the other side. This Weaver's Wall has to be the best he has put out this game.
It's got one block, but it's not going to do much. And now they take the engage on the other side of it. It may be a little bit too early. The Dragon is the focus right now. It's going to go over to JJ. And now they're going to try to take the fight. Zika's found the backline. Zika's found a big kill. Now JJ is about to go down, but he's not yet. Saboro can't get him. Reset from the fight. Rookie still getting Spirit Rushes back and forth. The GA has come through from Wei. Rookie waiting in the side, playing sneaky. It will just end up being a big trade. A 1-for-2.
JJ, if he is nothing else, he is a clutch smite player, man. This guy, I go back all the way to split 1 of this last year. He had a amazing Elder Dragon smite on Lilia that completely saved the game for his team. I think it was versus TES, but he gets that Dragon. We now go to 7, and we have a Baron still on the cards here, and IG are floundering. This gold lead, I can't wait to see the gold graph in this game, because it's going to be sitting at 3,000 for IG for about 18 minutes here. We'll take a look back at this replay. I mean, the Weaver's Wall was exactly what I asked for. We get an equalizer on top, and none of them can move forward. I like this. Urha also pulverized. Wei's not able to get into the pit. This is the team fight that I needed to see from Weibo, but a lot of those concerns we had about a slower Weibo gaming are coming to light.
They really are, and you can see the kind of methodical approach some of these fights. My God, Zika, that's a lot of damage. That equalizer did work, and the backline flank at least, but you can see that Photic also doing a decent amount. He's going to be on almost 5 items now. We've got some big questions to be answered here. IG have been fluttering with the Baron so many times, but have not committed to it. Right now, it seems like that's their only option. Still don't feel like they can take it super quickly.
No unbreakable will, but we've seen this time and time again. It is IG trying to make a pick happen. Xiaohu, please. Don't do this to me, brother. Alright, we're going to move back in, take out all this vision. We're going to continue to do the Baron dance. Weibo, still no turrets. You can see how hard it is for them to advance the game when they have no structures taken, and they're not even willing to go to the side lane right now.
And that's something I think they'll look back on this game, number 1, and really harp on for themselves at least. This Rookie misses another combo. Dreadline goes wide again. And not picking up that side lane gold, not having that kind of control like they had early is huge. Now Saboro going in.
Oh my God.
He's the first one in. They do get the death charge onto Elk, but nobody's there to do damage to him. Xiaohu gonna miss a rock throw. Zika's getting low. JJ is the next one. That's the target. They still got GA, and now Zika is gone. They're resetting the fight here. Look at this taking it. Saboro, my God, put that hat on him, because he is carrying this game as Cassante, and welcome to Invictus Gaming, and welcome to the LPL.
That's it. That's just going to be the game. They are able to immediately smash through this mid turret, and that could potentially just be it. Our game number 1. It took a hell of a lot of time here for IG to close this one out, and a very close last team fight here. But Weibo unable to get over that hurdle, and we'll start off 1-0 for IG.
IG looking lethal there with some of the decisions, but Saboro, one of the new players, a guy that, you know, spent years grinding in the LCK Challenger squad, went a year to EMEA, by the way, and then ends up coming over to the LPL after his time on BNK FearX. Just incredible to have him cap off this game number 1 with such a massive engage and fight. The healing he got in the midst there when he had like 100 health left, disgusting. And that's what a level 20 top laner do. Thank you, Riot.
A level 20 Cassante as well. Yeah, I think the point that you hit there for Saboro, it's talking with some of the FearX fans, some of the things that they noted about Saboro is that it's quite impressive to see a player go over to the Turkish League, went over to TCL, and then come back and even have a spot in the LCK playing last year. So he showed up with some really good games at Demacia Cup. We were kind of wondering whether or not he was going to be a worthwhile successor. It's always a lot of big shoes to fill, especially for a lot of the members here on IG. But at least in this game number 1, they showed some really good early games. They played exactly the way we wanted to see them. It's just that mid-game that got a little murky.
Yeah, it was a little tough. And while I'll just give the caveat, there were some really bad missed charms and dredge lines in the last 5 fights. Rookie showed the hell up. Put Xiaohu down early. Didn't let Weibo get that roaming style that they really love, and took control of the game early. And without that, I think the game's a much different place there, with those smites coming through for JDG, with some of that momentum coming back their way. And I got to give huge props to Rookie. We didn't get to see him at Demacia Cup. Proved that he does deserve the spot in mid.
Compared to Renard, definitely deserved.
I wasn't going to say it, but all right.
It's just how it goes.
The match.
Maybe Renard takes a place on Weibo, because Xiaohu was just missing spell after spell. Like, I asked for a good Weaver's Wall. I got one at the very end of the game, but even in that last fight, I'm seeing, the stones go in opposite directions of the opponents. I know Mimi's right here. You guys can't see her, but she had to play a little bit of dodgeball. So I'm worried. I know it's very early on. We've seen teams make complete bounce backs as we go out through the rest of the year. This is a double round robin in our format here for the split one, so a lot of time, but it's more the same. It's more of a slow Weibo. Even with a faster map, we're not playing the side lanes. We don't team fight very competently. At a certain point, you gotta call into question. You gotta get Xiaohu, you gotta do something, brother.
Take the weights off, maybe. That might be good. Yeah, it was tough to watch in a lot of cases in those fights, especially Xiaohu's angle, but it's something that you can still see some of that direction kind of bubbling up from JDG, and trying to find that consistency from himself, at least. Was pretty consistent stealing away those smites, but it was a very substantial lead gained early by IG, and it just continued to be that way.
I wonder how much of Elk's damage was dealt after a certain period of time. Because you see Photic, 40,000 damage is a lot. I don't want to take any away for the guy, but I felt like Elk, as he got items and as he was playing Yunara, I felt like his damage was just insane in some of these fights. But target selection was a big problem for this team. And dude, these graphics are nice. We're not going to a separate graphic. I'm looking at Photic being 0-1 in 14.
That's
I
tough.
think quite telling for how this game kind of went. It really was this mid-jungle duo for IG.
It was huge, though. I mean, we had high KPs for a majority of the team, kind of all being involved in that monumental style that they love to roam around the map together. And it was really nice to see, at least from the side of IG. You do wonder if that can continue as well. Some of these engages were insanely nuts. And while a lot of the smites went JJ's way, the fights did not. And I loved some of the reservation we got from IG in these fights, knowing when to pull away, and knowing that, a 1-for-1 trade maybe does go better for them, and trying to take away as much as they can in these moments.
One thing we can take away from Demacia Cup, even with all the changes, is that IG just got to play a lot more games than Weibo did, right? IG got to come out of their group. They went through all of the playoff bracket. They end up winning the tournament, even if it is a 3-0. Weibo, they got 3 series or 4 series, and that was kind of it. And they won that one versus BLG, but that BLG looked like they were floundering without Knight. So I'm looking forward to what else we can get from IG, just how much more can we push this iteration of the lineup. And for every single team, not just this team, for players that are, prospectively going to be replaced as the year goes on, what does that actually do? How much does it actually change the temperament of the team?
I loved what Joey was doing here, man. He sometimes didn't look all pretty, but he put himself in there time and time again, and that's what I love to see from him. We know him as an aggressive playmaker, and he showed that in game number 1 here. Something else we got to talk about, though, as we move forward into the player of the game in just a little bit. They're also doing player of the series now, so we got to start thinking holistically who wins the player of the series moving forward. But if you had to kind of highlight one player, if you think it was a standout performance from somebody, who would it be?
I think it was rookie from laning phase to late game. I feel like he was fairly bulletproof. Obviously, some mischarms here and there, as we just saw.
A lot of them.
Look, 99% accuracy is still 1%
This
missing.
play, though, this was insane.
Yeah.
I want to see the healing here. Oh, no, this isn't the last fight. This is still, it just looks exactly like
Well,
that
maybe
fight.
the turrets are bugged. This is the last fight. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So his healing here is disgusting. He gets so low.
Wow.
And he just stays. Look at that. He has like 500 health right there. Like, oh, God.
It's that Omnivamp. Thank you to Cassante All Out.
Ooh.
Giving a hell of a lot of Omnivamp there for him. A lot of flat AD, especially. You're going level 20. You're going to have a lot of items. You trade all of that MR and magic resist. Oh, hey, look. That's where all the Spirit Forge boxes went. I was wondering.
You just had to say it, didn't you? You just had. So sorry for anybody that didn't get lucky, like any real human beings. Nobody got boxes. It's okay.
Nope.
They did, though.
No.
We'll see, though, as Teddy and 957 break it down. I'm sure we'll be getting the MVP. I do wonder how they're going to do this now in terms of the broadcast, how they're going to do the kind of player of the series, player of the games, and like the differentiation between them. It's probably going to be a lot of highlight packages, probably.
I am at. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
It's going to be end of game highlight package, Pog highlight package, POS
player this year. Maybe they don't do a second player of the game if it's a 2-0 and say like this is probably player of the series is also probably going to be more contentious for best of fives. Like
they better show us votes. I'm watching you.
I'm waiting for it. Please, it's Saburo.
Wow. With a couple big engages.
Yeah, he played a lot of these team fights really well. Already we're starting off on a bad note here between me and the official broadcast. We'd really love to have seen a rookie pick it up, especially as his first game here on this new IG roster, but
it is what it is. We don't always get what we want, but LPL is back, and that is something we've been wanting for a long while. What a game, number one. It was a little bit back and forth, but IG held it down completely in the end. It was nice to see IG functioning that way, and it's a new year, same LPL, same LPL English unofficial, as we still have a coffee. So if you'd like to support LPL English, as Alec would say, because we're broke, consider becoming
it's not Christmas anymore. We're not broke anymore,
member,
guys.
True. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat. Unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions in the future. And that's the best way to support us directly as a volunteer product. So thank you all so much for tuning in for game number 1. We will be back after a short little break for game 2 of IG versus Weibo. Welcome back to LPL 2026. I'm Mazel, joined by Alk. We've got Kai on production behind us, and we got Invictus Gaming whole-handedly winning a game number 1 of this first best of 3 of the year. And it was off the back of multiple members having great performances, but we go ahead and nominate Rookie for our version of the player of the game. What a game it was.
Yeah, and really, really strong. Now, what does Weibo choose? Because Weibo did have side select at this point, or they chose to opt for first pick. So, as the loser now, they get the first selection thing again. Are they going to be looking for first pick? Are they going to be going for blue side? You know, a couple of, I imagine, is still going to be first pick for them. I am just very worried for their odds here in this game too.
Yeah, I think we didn't get to see much different from, like you said, from Demacia Cup that looked pretty tough. They didn't get to play a lot of games, and we see a lot of the same issues cropping up in this first game. But that's why there's multiple games in a series. That's why we're not best of ones like LEC, because we actually want to see what these teams have to offer. So I'm really excited to see what their kind of bounce back will be. I do expect them to still go with a similar style of drafting that they had for that game number 1, though, and especially leaning into that mid-jungle duo.
My name's Lennon, and I want to mess up my LEC bag. Look at me. I'm not going to Europe ever. I'm joking.
Don't think that was ever happening anyways.
Let's pivot into the actual game here. Saburo did get MVP, but his lane opponent, a person that we have done a lot of glazing here on the show. Zika has been a darling here on the LPL English broadcast, and looking at his time on LNG last year, that team was a struggle bus and a half, but he was always a player that we looked towards because he was the guy that brought this team to Worlds in 2023. Even going back to that finals performance versus JDG, him and Scout were doing a lot of heavy lifting. In 2024, a lot of eyes were on him. He still performed as this incredible now sophomore. And, you know, third year was a bit tougher, and now it's like we needed to see more. That Rumble matchup, you guys had first pick. We first picked the Rumble. Unfortunately, kind of got counterpicked into a tank. But I want to see more from him because we know he has that in him.
Yeah, and I just really wonder, like, the consistency level. Is it going to be there yet again? And especially, can he rise above those moments and become even better? Because he's a journeyman at this point. We've seen him around the block. I still remember yelling my head off at how good he was in that run in 2023 summer in Xi'an, in the arena itself.
Yes.
And I still really want to see that kind of next level up for him, and especially on a team like this where they need somebody to step up, because it obviously ain't Xiaohu after the game number 1. But I'm really curious now to see what Weibo want to go ahead and go with, which version of the draft they want to go with, and just continuing to try to blend into that kind of roaming style that we've known them for over the past couple of years.
And remember, still fearless, so you're not gonna have access to those champions.
Should have picked Cassante.
There you go. There you go. So are we gonna see the same bans? It's gonna be Poppy this time, and it is also going to be still the Silas. So Orianna, in my mind, those were champions that were banned last time. We also didn't see Rise at all, either in the picks or the bans, not even hovered. Wonder if that is going to kind of make his way back in.
We are seeing some massive changes, though, at least in bans on Weibo's side of things. That Silas also coming through. It can't go jungle, just saying. But they're really trying to whittle down some of these interesting champ pools. The Nico's still going to be there from IG's side. They are not going to change their bans just yet.
Does Malphite make it through? Malphite was a big champion in Demacia Cup and is still a menace. Got played in that first game for LCK, and kind of wondering if this champion's going to continue running the meta, because he's kind of been the boogeyman alongside Jace a lot of times.
Yeah.
That Silas ban immediately tells me, like, we might be looking at a Malphite.
Might as well, as the Akali ban comes through again. So really not wanting to deal with rookies Akali and some of the skill expression that can be had on that one. We'll see what IG want to go ahead and ban for their last ban, though.
Could go Orianna. That was the pick we saw last, or the ban we saw last time. It is going to be the case. First pick Malphite is also a flex. Has a lot of good matchups in top lane. Is kind of that deny champion. Also gives you very clear engage. I personally am a bigger fan of Malphite top lane. I think a lot of our Malphite jungles have been a little suspect. There's a lot of Malphite ults that are used as escape tools and not engagements, so that's what I'm hoping for anyway.
All right, so what is Wei cooking here? I expect to see a jungle pick early, now that we already know the Malphite's going to be there. Obviously, could be some flexibility there, but I highly doubt it. And we'll see what they want to go with, as Saburo does lock in the Renekton here. So throwing down the top lane gauntlet, the Mundo comes through. You aren't going to be able to ult that. He goes where he pleases.
Yeah, Mundo, very interesting. We saw him pop up at Worlds after a little bit of time. They did have to nerf him. It was mostly a fix. If you didn't know, he was basically getting maximum efficiency from one of his spells that is based on missing HP, but it was working while he's still at full, which was very fun. So I think this is quite fun now. They're going to go for the counter pick immediately in the Gnar. I think that IG are already setting up for a very beefy front line, so they're going to need big damage dealers coming out from the mid and bottom lane. I'm looking at things maybe even like this Ryze, the Azir especially, but Azir's a little bit tricky when you have a Malphite on the other end.
Yeah, I would love to see the Ryze, actually. I feel like Ryze is so insane with the new item sets and the way that things move around so quickly on the map, but we'll see what this kind of final pick for the first phase is going to be looking like for Weibo. If it's going to be a tried and true control mage for Xiaohu, it will be, as he locks in the Syndra.
This is the champion that I almost instantly associate with this guy. I remember watching Xiaohu play top lane Syndra, and this guy was a beast. So seeing this champion come back into the meta during Demacia Cup, that's what I wanted to see, and hopefully we can kind of get him back into form. They have an extremely explosive 2v2 for Xiaohu and JDG. Can they execute on that, however? That's what we're going to have to see.
Did you did you get your tickets to the Unction? Because two of the oldest champions in League of Legends are also playing there. With the Rookie and Xiaohu rocking in the Ryze and the Syndra. It's just going to be an interesting matchup. Still a lot of that mobility out of mid lane, though, for Rookie. In the second phase, we do get some ADC focuses, at least from IG's side. They're going to take away the Aphelios.
Now, when I look at IG's comp, we talked about the fact you have a Mundo, you have a Renekton. This team is going to be very scary later in the game. Like, we get to level 16s, and we're starting to look at a team that's going to be not only difficult to deal with in terms of damage, but is also going to be very tanky. So this Syndra and specifically this Weibo composition are on a bit of a timer in my mind. I need to see them really execute early, and that was a big problem for them all this last year.
Big thing that they have going for them right now is just an insta-delete button of a Malphite R with the Power Unleash from Syndra. If they can combo that onto a squishy member, that's awesome, but as you say, time goes on, it's going to be even harder and harder to do that, as we see 3 ADCs banned away in the second phase of bans, as the Sivir will be the similar ban from IG's game number 1, and we got the Misfortune ban by Weibo this time around. We'll see what their final ban is going to be as well.
I think this needs to be a Xayah Rakan ban right now, or at the very least Xayah. Going for Leona. I like the Leona just because it's kind of the last force your flash kind of champion, but I think Xayah Rakan here for IG is incredible. The fact that you now have a champion that completely nullifies that engage and that burst that we were talking about from this mid jungle makes it, the game plan anyway from Weibo, much more difficult to execute on. Photic will have a dash. I worry about his ability to actually properly auto-attack, but we talked about crit being very, very powerful. It seems like they're going to at least give themselves a little bit more time here with a Rel instead. Yeah,
I mean, Lucian in solo queue and tier list has been the cream of the crop, it feels like, with these new patches, with some of the efficiency he has with the Essence Reaver and things like that. But I do worry for that range and being able to navigate some of these fights. You really want something that can kind of just sit behind this line and continue to fire away. And something that's going to upend that on the Weibo side of things would be things that can dive into the backline, find those angles. Will it be the Kai'Sa? It will end up getting locked in for Elk. So it's a tried and true for him, something he has popped off on international stages on, and will be trying to do so here as the Weibo up-and-comer.
I think you really just want to play Rakan here. Braum does nothing versus this team. Who's killing Mundo later in the game? That's going to be Kai'Sa's job, but Kai'Sa needs to hit like 3 and 4 items. She also needs time to hit, and I don't think you get that luxury here in this game. IG, what is our last pick? I want to see a Xayah. It's not amazing in the 2v2, but you have Rel to kind of get you around that. Your 2v2 is much stronger than Weibo's early on. Photic is one of our Senna players, I won't lie.
The Xayah was so good, though. Like,
the Xayah is good.
All the damage.
But now this means the top side is so much more important here for IG. You're going to have a Mundo, you're going to have a Ryze and a Renekton being bolstered by a Senna. These are immovable objects, and I have yet to be impressed by Weibo's early game. Photic, take that jacket off. Yes! Let's get locked in. Let's get our free 2-0 here.
Baby. He doesn't want to go 14 assists this time around, all right? Yeah, this is a little bit weird.
Zoom back out. Zoom back out. We're just trying to fix behind the scenes. Yeah, we don't want the huge ads. We're not in control, unfortunately.
It is out of our control. But you know what's in our control? Let's talk about the objectives for both these teams in this game. Weibo, it's to come back from whatever the hell that game number 1 was. For IG, it's to continue kind of putting that pressure out early and taking control of the map. I think both these teams succeed so extremely well when their junglers can feel confident to make continuous plays. And I'll be looking for that here. And I really want to pick your brain on how this matchup between the jungle works and this Malphite jungle that we're going to see for the first time in the LPL regular season.
Yeah, Malphite is really surprisingly like a pretty good duelist. Like, you have an auto attack reset on your W, you have a free shield to start off, so that alongside the cripple on his Q and the attack speed slow, like, he has a lot of interesting mechanics that make him pretty strong in 1v1s and 2v2s. Against the Mundo, however, he has no way of getting around this champion, and Mundo is disgusting early on.
He's also a businessman. He'll be taking business calls while he puts you in the trash can. We're going to see a 2v2 kicking off, and this is definitely in favor of Weibo. They're going to flash straight onto Wei. Wei took too much damage, and he will just go down early. That is not how the 2v2 wants to start out in the bot lane, but exactly what Weibo needed.
Oh, I couldn't say it better than that. You are strong in a 2v2 because you have Rel. But if you missed the crash down, if you missed some of your abilities, that was really well played in that 2v2 from Elk and Arha. So good punish. It gets both summoners out from Jue, which I think is a big win. But 4 summoners in trade, and you have a Mundo who is pathing bot. We'll see if Weibo can do much more with the fact that we have First Blood back in the game. It actually means something now. You get that bonus 100 gold again.
Finally, let's go. First Blood is important. This is going to be the second game in a row. We do see the immediate paths downwards for both junglers as level 2 does come up for Weibo early here.
Wow.
We'll just push them out of the wave. Some Void Seekers to pepper in some damage on top of it all. And what are you wowing about?
We are a minute 50 into this game, and we already have 3 waves down on bottom lane.
Yeah, we do.
Again, the game is so much faster in terms of pacing here. Also, junglers take 0 damage with the new jungle quest. So, yeah, you can probably take Yuumi in the jungle, and you probably are fine. You're going to be doing okay for yourself. So,
nope.
Do we see some Mundo coming down into this lane? Because I know Elk wants to find a recall. It's a little bit troublesome, but there's home guards, man. Home guards just need to get back so fast, and Senna does not have a good time clearing the waves early.
Rookie on the worst end of a trade in mid lane. Xiaohu getting the better of him this time around. Not going to be much like that game number 1. So it's going to be looking clear, but not much mana there. Really needs to be careful with his health bar as Wei has found his way towards bot side, and JJ will end up seeing his old frenemy.
Has priority from mid.
Oh, misses that book.
This is troublesome here for IG.
This is tough. These are decisions that are going to come back to haunt them. Does end up forcing the flash out of Wei. Getting away from what could have been worse, but that'd still be a 5-minute flash cooldown on the Mundo jungle as Arha. Maybe getting a little bit spicy there. Not going to find anything.
Why did Wei flash? Can anybody tell me why Wei flashed? Because he has the CC immunity from his passive.
He does.
There's no damage from the Malphite. Like, we're gonna investigate that one later. That's double scuttle for JJ. That's good. We'll take that as Weibo.
We will indeed. And I think this Malphite jungle is going to be off to a pretty decent start here. Nothing to write home about just yet, but that Elk lead might be. the guy we were saying needs to really step up for this team. Big transfer in the offseason, coming away from BLG for the first time in seemingly forever with his duo with On, now with Arha, and trying to figure out what this younger player has in store for him. They already do have a lot of control in that bot lane 2v2. This wave, though, going to look to be crashed.
I really want to try to get in bottom lane wave to move on forward. Mostly, I assume, so they can try to get themselves moving across the map. Dragon to spawn in 45, but early invade onto Raptors is taken. Great job. Unfortunately, Sahu will be taking the big Raptor on that one, so ends up being a big winner for that. It's golden experience taken away from Malphite. Not all that bad of a trade, but for the early being, I don't think it's going to have too much of an impact. It does mean that they have continuous timers on JJ's jungle.
So Saburo just got a dopamine hit right there. that was beautiful. One spin and clear the whole wave. It feels real good. I'm just going to say my biggest complaint about these later game waves, obviously not these right now, is that Jhin can't bounce as coolly against the lesser minions now. Makes me sad.
I didn't know you were enthusiast on Jhin bouncing, but I respect
on it. Yes, on it.
Yeah.
There is the level 6 mark that's now being hit, especially by Xiaohu and Rookie. Those are the two big ones we're looking at, because now you have that Power Unleash combo. You can really get some good damage down, but more importantly, the Realm Warp for Rookie. How quickly can they get Rookie out of this lane and getting resources in the side lane?
You in for a tier, which means that his back was fairly low in terms of econ. Usually, especially into things like Syndra and Ahri, you're looking at a first item back of a tier, maybe even a Null Magic Mantle, and then you're kind of set for the laning phase. Also, Ryze just having access to 1300 HP at level 4 is pretty ridiculous, or level 6 I should say. Means that he's under no threat of getting solo killed unless he makes pretty massive mistakes. So Weibo making some moves onto the bottom side here. They have moves from bottom lane if they need it, but a level 5 Mundo is infinitely more powerful in my mind than this Malphite.
Yeah, for sure. As JJ going to try to go right back to what was comfortable for him in game number 1, and that's stealing away objective from Wei with Smite wins. As he did have a good go of it in game number 1. It is IG a little bit reluctant to move over to this dragon. Gotta remember, dragons are a little bit tougher this year than they were in the previous. Make up for some of the other objectives that were gone, like the throwing at a con. But it was actually just a startup that doesn't get pushed to fruition. And we have the grubs coming up in less than a minute and a half now.
I'm okay with this, because what ends up happening is you move the timer for Weibo to really get around the map and finish these objectives. It means that Elk will have to push his wave and then move, and now Wei gets to take red buff. He potentially even gets to take the Raptors, and they're going to try to look for Zika here, but immediately Arha is on this side of the map. He could be here soon.
Oh, they just chunk him. Beautifully executed from IG's solo laners, and they're going to get plates for it.
Good payment. I thought Arha could maybe move a little bit quicker. Mundo's going to be the one that's the big winner from all of this as well, so IG are getting paid at this moment. 2 plates as well for Saburo. If this Renekton is fed, I don't know who on Weibo actually deals with it properly, because this Scout of the Week has to have, like, it has to have everybody's name on it, and some of these champions just straight up ignore that CC.
Yeah, just a really good capitalization of when they knew that Zika didn't have his TP up there to capitalize on the kill and then get resources afterwards. It is still going to be a little bit dicey on the bot side, though, as you are seeing some deep vision being played towards, but there's not much else but the grubs coming up in about 10 seconds. It looks like IG are favored for this fight as well, and they will immediately move over.
They have all their flashes up. There's a level 6 here for JJ, but with those summoner spells, it means that you're less likely to actually land any of those abilities. Now, I will note, Arha does have level 6 coming up after this minion wave, so maybe there's an attempt on bottom. You can see that Malphite is on his wave, and the wave's already crashed, but it's a little too early here for Weibo, so
you always have to watch it on Photic's point. Does have the flash, can get away from that one, does have the ghost as well. IG going to reposition back down towards bot side. They were also threatening a move from Rookie. It looks like things will calm down for now.
So Fotic got a stack off of JJ there. He got 2 stacks from the Krugs going down, and still was able to pick up a large majority of the waves there. It was a plate going over to Elk, but I think you're okay with that if you are this Senna right now. 29 stacks at 9 minutes is not all that bad of a trade, and you're already stacking up this coal pretty well. So IG are getting paid in all the right spots, and Weibo are not really pressing them in some of the weaker points of their game. It was outside of that very early big mistake coming in from the first few minutes of the game. I've seen nothing but good things coming in from Invictus game, considering their winning ways from Demacia Cup.
Yeah, the collected kind of self-motivation, I guess, in a lot of these situations for IG. Like, they are all motivated to have moves as a team, and now we're going to see a move on the team on bot side by Weibo. Going to get the Taunting Shadow out and away. No way he just survived that. Fotic with the absolute steal of a life there, it feels like, away from Weibo.
They have no damage. You're playing Hearthbound Axe Kaisa, and you've got nothing. You've got heal available to you as this Rakan. That's questionable, and that might be something that we kind of come back to that ends up harming Weibo's game a lot, because you spent a lot of resources for that. You will not have some of these kind of same spikes for the dragon that spawns in a minute and a half, and Fotic is going to recall and potentially finish half an item here. So I don't know, man. Like, I'm looking at this from Weibo's perspective. There's a lot of mistakes that I'm seeing from them, and we'll see if they can kind of tighten up. They still have a lot of game time here in this one.
They do. They did lose that big lead that was kind of counteracting that topside lead for IG, but they can still gain it back, and I still do believe in Elk's Kaisa, as we have seen time and time again. He is very good at the champion. We are getting some quests completed. Sabora will be the first on the board completing his. So we'll have that buffed up TP. Let's see how he wants to utilize that, as we will have Dragon coming up in about 45 seconds. It will be the second Dragon of the game, and would be Weibo's second if they're able to get it.
Can Elk finish an item here? Is this Kraken Slayer complete? Yes.
There you go.
So a decent spike coming in. I think Weibo should feel confident to fight this. It will be the first big fight of the game for our two teams. And JJ has been sitting on a Zeke's Convergence this entire time. So I think this should be one where they feel very comfortable. They're going to have a lot of abilities back up. There will not be the Dawning Shadow and no Realm Warp available for Rookie. So if there's any timer, if there's any window that we see Weibo go for a second Dragon, it has to be here.
See some of the positioning of the warding to get the extra vision there, especially with the control ward. You always know there's going to be a ward there if there's a light up in the area, as Fotic dodges away expertly yet again from Arha. And now they're going to collapse on Elk, but Dede is here, does have the unstoppable force, can look to unleash that one whenever he wants to. Still a 3v3 of Bruin. You can see the mid laners, they are positioned. You've got Rookie in front of Xiaohu. He will make the move first, but they're going to trade positions. The push is going to come through from IG, and they need to communicate that to their bot lane.
Syndra's losing mid waves right now, so like you mentioned, Rookie gets first say. Arha could look for something. Wei is so tanky, and he's stacking those Heartsteel procs.
JJ is just waiting to unleash the force here. The engage comes from Dway, and JJ just has to pull it immediately, but we've seen this Malphite again not pay off with the ultis, and it was the same symptoms from Demacia Cup, and now Weibo are falling to all of them. 4 members strong on bot side is IG, and they take the lead.
Oh, he used the unstoppable force onto Dway, does no damage during it, and that spells doom here. IG will grab the first dragon. They'll cancel these recalls. Can they kill Rookie, though?
Oh, they might. Okay, not going to be able to. A little bit close on both ends, and some plates going over to IG, so they still win out on that. An extra 600 gold going their way after the play.
And guess what? Rookie still gets to hit this mid-wave, man. Like, this is the most devious part of this. Like, he gets paid so much here, and the rest of IG really come out big winners for this. I mean, having another quest completed in your bottom lane with Fotic, and you're still winning. You got Heartsteel procs from that. Like, where is the damage from? Like, Elk needs to be able to hit, and there's just no crowd control to lock down these enemies. Like, that's the big problem for me.
And Arha goes in with that quickness, and that's that CC that you're begging for, but they just have such a good angle on Elk, he can't stay there. If he stays there and tries to do damage, he will just die. And so you have to be able to have that kind of bend and break moment, and unfortunately it's broken for Weibo. And that'll be all the quests completed, though, for Weibo's side. Still a couple lacking for IG, but still some decent control of the map now, and a lot of vision up towards this top side by Invictus.
They get so many free timers to move because they have this rum work, because they have the ability to kind of just push their weight around. When you have a Mundo in this kind of state, he's not super far ahead, but he is tanky enough. Where is the damage coming through for Weibo? We were looking to maybe for it to be Elk, but didn't see too much great setup for this champion, Nikaisa. And you just now completed tier 3 boots and a Blackfire Torch for the Syndra. So hopefully we can see a little bit more in the moments to come.
And we talked about it in the draft as well, kind of thinking about how these comps work, and especially for IG. I mean, their big focus is on top side. The fact that they are pretty even with their bot lane is just, whipped cream on the cake at this point, because you're really focused on what these solo lanes can do. This Rookie gonna dodge back into the Realm Warp, get out, get some minions out too. And now there's a reposition coming in from IG up towards topside to see if they can capitalize on some of these plays from Weibo.
We're seeing right now, there's pings over to the bottom side. Everybody knows that Saburo is waiting in the dot brush right now. All Saburo needs to do is keep Zika underneath this turret and not able to teleport towards this play. Seems like neither top laner is really going to be able to join, and if one does, guess what? That's Meganar, no longer available here for Weibo. They have very little damage if Elk is not here for this Herald. So IG right now, all you need to do is kind of play around this timer, buy yourself time. They know Weibo have zero ability to burst down objectives.
How are we feeling about the convergence here going in for JDG as his first item on the Malphite? I know we've been seeing a little bit of that, but I'm very curious if it's going to be effective against the Heartsteel that's continuously going to be stacking up, and a lot of the stacking factors here for IG.
The Zeke's is cheap. I think it's good. I don't like Electrocute. I've been a pretty staunch defender that PTA is kind of the rune for Malphite. I will also note that he doesn't have a lot of runes in general, so maybe he's just a champion that has to take Spellbook. But I think it's fine, especially if he can hit level 11 soon, but that's a big question. I don't know what Weibo are able to do against this champion.
Wade's just going to walk away. He's got a business call, but he's about to get off that call and hang it up and try to go back onto Weibo. Weibo try to collapse onto Rookie. They do end up getting a big pick there. Nobody around from IG besides these bot laners.
Oh
and
my
now
God.
they will end up getting Dway, but the double CC comes in. They get the Scatter of the Week back, and that won't be enough damage. Saburo goes in, pops Dominus, goes for the flash play, goes for the CC chain, tries to get him. It's going to spin to win here, but can't get the damage down. One goes down, a big Scatter of the Week comes back. Elk steps back up. This is a lot of damage that Elk has to deal with. One more briefcase, not going to come through. Photic maybe waiting here. Saburo, slice and dice, going to dodge away. Can't get away from the Scatter of the Week. And that is a lot of dust up for a Weibo win.
A lot of summoner spells being used here, and some gold going over to Weibo in places that they were hoping. Kills going over to Elk, that's what we wanted to see. Lennon, more objectives still here for IG. A Herald now, and 45 seconds before a Dragon. Now you're not going to have a lot of summoner spells. It's a bit worrisome for me. Let's see if IG are even going to be able to contest for this Dragon now. I mean, they're the ones that are also missing a ton of sums.
Yeah, they are indeed. And I think that's really tough to handle when you just do have so much mobility, so much CC chaining, at least. As we're going to take a look back at this one.
Perfect, right? Let's get the shield away from him. I like the engage immediately onto Rookie. Dway's nowhere near this fight. Senna's nowhere near this fight. This is as good as it's going to get here for Weibo this early on. And we're seeing that damage is starting to come true, but once they kind of make a few mistakes, like this flash from JJ ends up rooting Xiaohu, ends up being that they can kind of chase them for a really long time. Interesting to me that Zika doesn't opt to go for teleport. Maybe he doesn't have access. I'm assuming he had just went Mininar after going Mega, so he doesn't have too much influence in that fight compared to a Renekton with Dominus. Still, I'm happy enough with how Weibo were able to get out of that play. It's just a lot of stacks going over to Photic in the meanwhile.
You can just see the damage potential that they have. If they can stack their CC on a one target, all burst them down, they will die extremely quickly. You still see another dragon going over at least. This will be to Weibo. This will be their second dragon. Rift Herald did get popped in mid lane by IG though.
They'll grab gold. This will be good, you know, in terms of resources, decent. It won't be the full turret, however. And they're completely controlling its top side. Maybe they're going to look for a Realm War play onto Gnar. Gnar immediately backs off. More plays going to Saburo. And again, 3 grubs as well. Pretty dangerous.
Oh my God,
We're talking
he's
about
just burning that.
Yeah, and remember, they had already completed, he completed his quest first before anybody else in the game. He's already level 14 at 19 and a half minutes.
That's insane. As it's going to be crazy what this Renekton can do as time goes on. We are looking at those item completions and second item completion, especially for Wei, as that Spirit Visage, as he backed away from going for the boots completion. It looks like Weibo looking to try to make a play in mid lane. Not going to pull the trigger on that one. There was the Realm Warp used by Rookie to get down towards bot side and stop some of the side lane pushing from Xiaohu. Wei's going to try to get his own jungle back.
See if he can steal this red for JDG. Gonna burst this out. There's a smite. Okay, decent enough.
Oh, Killer Instinct on the Photic. Photic is just gone. And here comes the unstoppable force. Becomes stoppable because he doesn't hit anybody. But Elk is hitting everybody now. They do end up getting back off damage. A Rookie trying to look for Elk now, but leaving Wei by himself. He can't choose which side he wants to go on. We see the re-engage here potentially coming through. Wei is healing a decent amount. Rookie trying to get an angle here with some of the bouncing coming through. They do end up finding Elk, but they can't get him down with the Rune Prison. Here comes Wei. Going for the engage. Misses a decent chunk of him. Just gets blown up by Elk. Now Rookie overextended. Power Unleash going to be used. Wei's getting a little bit lower. He's trying to get some of this AoE down, but they can't do enough. And double kill comes in for Elk yet again.
All right, IG biting off a little more than they can chew in that moment, and Weibo, they'll take the punish. They'll get more kills. 6-0 for Kai'Sa here. And Elk, he's getting paid deeply here. His pockets are going to be huge in this game. Maybe even they get themselves the mid-tier 1 as a good enough offering. 2-item Kai'Sa, 21 minutes. Decent enough one there. Like, for IG, you are going to scale, but we put a lot of focus into the top side of this map. If we're not going to be playing with Saburo, I don't think we can take that kind of fight as IG.
Yeah. And what I think you can take is Elk popping the hell off. I mean, there was all these questions from this guy. It's like, is it just a symptom of being on the BLG squad? Is it a symptom of being with your duo on for so long? This man has that killer instinct, and we've seen it on the international stage, in the domestic sphere. He is a monster, and he showed it just now.
That play is entirely set up by Arha, though. Like, he's sitting in the brush. Photic walks into blind vision and ends up getting punished. So it was a really good find because for the entirety of this fight, there's no Dawning Shadow. There's none of that consistent DPS. And even Rookie really can't find anything. That was the flash coming out from Elk, but I think a worthwhile trade as Weibo continued to find mids.
Anybody that still complains, okay, Killer Instinct going to be used to save his life. Saburo could not find purchase and will not go down, but Wei will pay for his own sins. As now the minion wave is not there. IG still threatening a siege here, threatening the resets of Weibo, and they should be able to get a tier 2.
How is Elk up 2,500 gold and no shutdown? What is this? Like, he doesn't die in that fight, and that's a Hail Mary play for IG. They force a lot out of him. He no longer has cleanse. They'll grab a mid-tier 1 and a tier 2 at the meanwhile. So IG are still kind of nickel and diming this Weibo team. This is, I mean, really well-played macro coming in from IG, especially early on into the season. Oh my god, Saburo gets out at the very last moment. I think if Weibo end up dying, or if they find Elk there, that could have been a big turning point here in this game, 50 seconds before the Dragon.
Yeah, the Dragon's going to be a big tick-off of what can happen in the next few minutes. Flash comes out from JDG. He can't run away. He just flashed for nothing. He has no exit. The slows from Photic, and JDG is down. Rookie finds his first kill. Now the TP coming in. Saburo trying to get a little bit of antsiness going to Weibo's side, and they might just pull back. They are pinging it already out. They might just burn this one.
23-minute Baron here, and this is 20 seconds before the Dragon. This is really risky. There's still a lot of ways that Weibo can enter back into this pit. I mean, still 3-item Kai'Sa in this moment, and Xiaohu with this Syndra.
JJ had the smite fight, but he needs to find a way in. Now he's not there, and that's going to be all wave. He can get the smite, and there you go. Arha is down 2. Sapporo immediately flashing over here. Get the CC on a Zika. Getting low. Zika going down. Elk on the back line. Elk going killer, bro, as he's taking down Rookie too close, but can't get away. Triple kill already coming through for the new ADC of Weibo. He's looking for a 4th. He does end up getting a little bit more damage on the way. Wei tries to chase him down, but that'll be 4 kills to Elk. And welcome to Weibo, the standout star.
Elk has had so many fights that have gone just barely the way of his opponents in multiple series now that we've seen early on for this Weibo team. But finally, he gets one where he can really show off how powerful he is. A 3-item Kaisa, and he got a lot more kills in that fight. So guess what? He might even be closer to a 4th one than we're expecting here. Weibo able to turn it around with their superstar AD carry.
10-0-2, a redemption game for Elk from that game number 1. Even throwing up his little Poro emote he used to use with On all the time. You'll love to see it. He's feeling himself, and he knows these team fights are all about him.
Get back into this replay. This was very dangerous. I mean, Arha tries to go in with the grand entrance. It gives the plasma procs so that Elk can fly right into the backline. And then Zika. This right here is the game-winning play for me in this moment. It was the Baron, but all of them getting aced. You wasted all of this gold and local experience, and now there's no threat. Triple kill going over to this Kaisa.
You see the rest of this fight. I mean, he does end up picking up a 4th. Wei does try to chase down as much as he can. He is just a Mundo. And Elk picking up a ton of gold there. You see that damage. 7,000 damage done.
Sapporo, I remember at the beginning of that fight, we're like, oh, Sapporo goes in, he like tries to flash forward, he hits nobody. That's when you know the fight is over at that point. Turret does go over. Arha and the rest of Weibo are going to look to slow chase Jue on the bottom side of the map.
Oh, no. And Realm Warp came out from Mookie to just get him to safety, and that will unfortunately be it for Jue. Had a couple overextensions this time around, and not as proficient with those aggressive engages, and that is some of the kind of double-edged sword of Jue in the story he's written last year.
Derek sad. IG minus 725 gold for the Baron. All right. It's a good Baron power play coming in from them. Weibo back, by the way, and got Elk a 4th item. That's exactly what we want to see. IG, we need to refocus. We need to think about what our team composition is doing. We are playing around the beefier players on our team. Let's play around our Mundo, play around our Renekton, and we need to figure out ways of killing this Kaisa, because she is the big damage dealer and the biggest threat to our composition just from draft alone.
I just think it's so tough. I mean, we talked about their scaling and some of the options coming up for them, and they are 3 items there for Photic as well, but when Elk has this much say in who dies when they get the CC chaining, when they have that kind of point-and-click damage coming through that Weibo drafted for, it's just so difficult to be able to navigate these, because at any moment you could be the one that gets singled out.
He has a 5,000 gold difference between him and Photic. I mean,
Insane.
Photic will scale, but you need to actually reach this point of the game to be relevant. So, Weibo now, full court press. Let's go into mid lane. Let's try to push our top lane as well. Rookie is on the opposite side of the map. This turret is completely gone.
It will be gone. And they're actually going to find an engage on the back end, too. It goes into, look at the CC chaining. I told you, it was disgusting. And they show it off right then and there. That was a lot of tools down. They're going to look for a re-engage. Arha could not find the grand entrance. Will end up backing off with the rest of the team. IG going to hold around their tier 2 while Rookie takes his own tier 2.
All in all, though, I will say, we talk about the push and pull of minion waves, the fact that there are more turrets now on the bottom side that are taken. IG at least able to trade on the other side of the map. Sapporo dying, not great, but all in all, I don't think all that much was lost. And for Photic, it's all about can he get to 100 stacks. They're already at 90, and he has the Infinity Edge here. So with Flash up and available, a GA finished for Elk. This is almost near impossible status for IG. How do they problem solve themselves from this situation with Soul? It's going to be Chemtech Soul as well.
And he can afford another. He can get another item.
Yeah.
because you know, ADCs. He does. He finally has a shutdown, by the way, and it's a big one. But there is something else that's big that's coming up, and it's got wings, and it screams a lot. It's a dragon. Would be Soul for Weibo on a Chemtech Soul. You know IG aren't going to want to give that one over.
IG are first to the side. So yes, Xiaohu is kind of skulking in the bottom side near that dot brush on bot lane.
Oh, way.
Exhaust.
I mean, he's going to get so much thrown his way, and Elk is just shredding him. You cannot be that overextended against a Kaisa like that. And now TP's coming in way too late, and Saboro gonna slice and dice his way away. Elk goes straight into him. Elk says, I'm the absolute killer of this croc, and he's going to chase him down with the help of Arha. Now they are losing bodies left and right. The saving grace could be a realm warp out, but Photic did not take it. Photic will die to the boomerang of Zika, and Zika coming to clean up house, but it's truly the Elk show this time around. He finds another kill, and Weibo looking to even up this series.
Can they end from this position? I mean, 35-second death timers. They're just going to take their dragon and call it a day at this point. A free win coming off the back of Elk. 15-0-2. I think he's getting pretty close to the kill record here at LPL.
Yeah, it's getting close. And the thing is they get, like, the Kaisa was open. I don't know. Is it a new year, so we need to hammer in the lessons of not giving certain players Kaisa, and does it need to be reiterated
this is the LPL.
that Elk probably
we can't give an entire league this champion, guys. Like, this is just not that's not reasonable or feasible.
It's disgusting because every time we see it come through, it feels like every time we see it completely destroy the other side. And it's just the decision-making power that this champion has when you are ahead. You've seen him delete people left and right that maybe didn't think they could be deleted, and that's just the power that Elk brings. This is the power that this ADC for BLG for so many years that brought that organization its first championships is now bringing to Weibo.
Oh boy. See what else we can get from them, because this is a very straightforward composition to play from here on out. I mean, Elk is so far ahead at this point, he can make a few mistakes and it will not matter here. Sapporo waiting for a flank. Maybe they find Xiaohu.
They do find Xiaohu. Is this the saving grace? They do take him down. Congratulations. They get one. It's going to be immediately traded back, and IG need to commit. They need to do something here, but they've lost their front line. They're losing people again, and it's just not looking like a pretty show for IG. Now they're just going to take turns running down the remaining members' way. Should get hopped on. Is going to dodge out of the grand entrance with that flash, so he should be fine. Does have the ultimate cooking, so he will be healing up a decent amount, but that is just two. And that is all that's left to defend for IG.
Well, if it's any saving grace, thankfully IG have pushed out all the waves, so the game doesn't immediately end, but it is functionally over. 7,000 gold lead, and you're going to have access to a 7th item here as Elk. Baron's going to be on the cards here. Just IG know what was in range there. Elk can actually just straight up go up on this guy and kill Photic if he really wanted to, but I mean, Weibo just get a freebie to end this one out.
Does Wei try to steal this one away from JDG. He's had the better smites on him in the 50-50s so far. Gotta be careful not to get caught out here, though, because, again, Elk will just absolutely melt you. They're just going to go straight onto him. All those plasma stacks starting to stack up, and he has no healing, no ultimate to try to get the healing back. The Baron goes over, and now he has just baited his entire team into Elk's mouth, as that'll be a couple kills going back over to Weibo again. 16-0, and Xiaohu will end up getting the kill after missing the flash scout of the week, but it doesn't matter. It's all for show. As 32 minutes in, Weibo are now pouncing towards the nexus of IG.
I like the idea that Xiaohu is showing Wei who just really hurt himself. Right, you know, just making sure he's putting him in his place after a very disappointing game number 1. But this game was not about Xiaohu. This game was not about Zika, JJ, or Arha. It was about Elk. Elk and Arha together. They won the 2v2 very early on, and then they just completely ran over this game.
They did indeed, and that game is slowly going to be over. And that means our first series of the LPL 2026 is going to be a full 3 games, as we have been promised, as needed to be delivered. And Weibo show that they just needed a little bit of time to wake up from that game number 1. The Elk Kaisa comes to fruition, and Weibo even us up 1-1 after making sure to take down Wei one more time.
I don't think 19 is close. 19. I'm pretty sure the highest is still Knight. He had a Lucian game, I think, a couple years ago.
Was it 22 or something like that?
I think, but it was a Lucian game where I feel like it was a little sooner than 2022. We'll get back to this.
No, 22 kills. Sorry.
Oh, yes, maybe that is the case.
But crazy stuff nonetheless. And night and day performance from Weibo across game 1 and game 2. If that's not the most Weibo way to go, I don't know what is.
This is just reminding me of their series in Demacia Cup, where they have just these dismally looking games where they can't set up around objectives properly. They don't look like they can team fight. And then we go into a game 2 or like a game 3, and suddenly this Weibo team wakes up and they have a single game that looks really good. It's all about the flash in the pan. Can we get that consistently, though, is the problem.
That is always the question with Weibo, isn't it? Even with this new iteration, even with this new roster, still able to find the win here. And the Malphite, it worked. It worked out. It didn't look that bad. But now
didn't look that great.
Didn't look great, but didn't look that bad. And now I'm really curious what this game 3 is going to have to offer us, because we've kind of still haven't seen Xiaohu necessarily step up to the plate and knock out a home run, but it really was the team surrounding him, and that bot lane, like you were saying, got the better of him. But it's also something to think about where Dway did not, he looked more like his 2025 self in a lot of ways, where you have some games that aggressive style is so potent, so strong, and other games where it just leads you to shooting yourself in the foot.
I feel like that's basically the Jway way every time. Jway is going to find and engage, and whether you're going to follow up or I'm going to die. That's just how it goes. I did take a quick look. It was 21 kills. It was 24 Summer. BLG, it was Knight versus Care. We won't be seeing Care for a little bit of time here on the LPL.
Wow.
But yeah, 21 kills. Still, 19 is pretty good.
Not too bad. Very close. Yeah. And that just puts another feather into the Elk Kaisa cap. I don't know how many more times this guy is going to be able to get. Next, you're going to tell me that Gala in the next series is going to get Kaisa.
Maybe. Maybe.
If it happens, then maybe it takes a refreshing memory every year. Just gets smacked on the head by a giant Kaisa-shaped stick and see what happens. But it's nice to see a third game. I think I really want to see the breadth that these teams bring to the table, and the fact that they both on paper have very similar styles of kind of roaming mids, playing those side lanes and trying to capitalize on that. We did see Weibo kind of center around a team aspect, right? Like just roaming around as a death squad, and you see that represented with 62,000 damage for Elk.
That's what you got to do. You're playing Malphite, you're playing Kaisa, you're playing Rakan, snap their heads off and just take them anywhere you can. If you can find a fight, that's what we're looking for. This IG team, I feel like this composition, if they would have won this game, it would have been a low and slow down to the ground. Like, hey, we're going to just like slow roll you over on this top side. We made a few too many aggressive plays that ended up kind of costing us the game. But I think in theory, you had a really strong 2v2. You don't mess up the early game. We saw that still Xiaohu was not all that great in lane. I feel like this still could have been a really convincing IG win, but they ended up stumbling over themselves in a lot of instances.
41% of teams damage done. That's a lot, even in the new age of ADC. And we're going to take a look back at some of these plays. And again, it didn't feel like IG were necessarily out of the fights until it seemed dire. And we still really loved some of the functioning around their top trio, but this play from Zika setting up Elk really was a bit of the nail in the coffin, because it just started getting worse and worse from here.
I just want to see Elk right-click as a Mundo. There's nothing more fun.
You asked who kills the Mundo. Well, Elk answered.
Yeah, Kaisa. Turns out Kaisa does. I should have known that, but I was also really banking on the fact that the rest of this team would have got it together. I also wasn't expecting my Rel to die level 1. So
yeah, that was tough.
That's my fault. I should have known. I should have just known we were going to mess up the 2v2.
This is the word. Don't let any ADC naysayers see this clip here. ADC still sucks. Please buff it, Riot.
Please don't buff this role. We don't need buffs. We don't need buffs.
Yes, we do.
There's more gold in the game. We get more items. Look, ADC, maybe in the past, sure. The past couple years, sure. Not this season. We can't get away with this. I won't allow for this propaganda.
Now, I'm really starting to wonder here, who could possibly get the MVP for this game? I'm really struggling.
I think we should give it to Xiaohu. I think we should give Xiaohu an MVP.
For being an unk. He showed up to the shindig.
He plucked Elk away from BLG. He said, come here. I'm going to... You're gonna come to my team. We're gonna win the league.
Come to the Tigers' den. Come.
And I'm gonna prove to you that I've always been better than Knight.
Ooh.
I've won more MSIs than Knight.
Oh, really?
Has.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Look.
Who broke the record for domestic titles?
It took Knight a year early. It took Knight one more year to reach a World Finals.
Oh my God!
Than
How
he did for
dare
Xiaohu.
he? How dare he?
That's all I'm saying.
Ripping
guys.
off your shirt won't do anything now, Wei. Unfortunately, I still go down as Mundo. I do expect this MVP to go to Elk, just for the sheer
Just give it to
numbers
him,
that were able to be
please.
put up. The only other iteration I would say Arha I think deserves, or Zika for some of those big Meganar plays, but those would be like the only potential other options.
There is no other option. There's just
There's
Elk.
no other option.
There
Can we
is
get
no
those Riftbound packs though? Like, can we just?
I mean, they just got rid of reflexive triggers, so maybe the game's a little bit easier to play. There we go. There he is.
There he is. 19-0, 90% KP, 41% damage done. Elk
Damn.
on a new team for the first time in years. And didn't show up in game number 1, showed up big time in game number 2. You know, if he's got comfort, he can lead the way.
That's going to be a big kind of trend for this team, is not just for Elk, but entirely for Weibo, is can we have multiple big games in a row, and can we recapture some former glory? A lot of these guys might be chasing some shadows behind them in terms of their careers. So all in all, kind of hoping for some stronger performances. And look, game 1, game 2, we're here to game 3 in our first series of the season.
I love to see it. It's the only LPL way, and I couldn't be more excited to get a game 3 for the first series. That is it for our second game, though. It is tied up 1-1. We'll see who ends up taking the side selection and the first pick selection after this for game number 3. Welcome back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. We are back with the kickoff of the 2026 season. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk. We've got Kai on production behind us, and we've got a tied series, 1-1, between Weibo Gaming and Invictus Gaming. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, it's just been really impressive the way these two teams have won. I think IG have generally so far opened up the season with better macro, but it seems like Weibo are kind of tapping into some of that highs that we're expecting from this team. I just don't know if we're going to consistently get it. I won't lie to our audience here, Lennon. I'm scared about this game 3 because I'm ready for Weibo to really just show me the lows of the lows. Really just mudslinging here for game 3 and give us the Demacia Cup version of these two teams.
I'm here for it. I want all the chaos. I want all the craziness. It's the first game. It's the first series at least. It is double round robin, so you got a lot more games to go at least.
Sure.
But, it's gonna be interesting what version of these teams we get. Again, we've seen control of the map be extremely important. We've seen Weibo control dragons actually for 2 games in a row now, but really try to dictate that pressure from mid lane. Pushing out of mid lane, getting to those side lanes, getting proactive has been the name of the game for both teams so far, and I kind of want to see that at least continue in the draft, because we've seen very particular drafts in combining different skills, especially the mid-jungle duos, but especially for Weibo in that game number 2, just the point-and-click you die buttons they had across the entire team.
That's why Malphite has been so coveted. I feel like Malphite is the next evolution of like every professional player's like ideal jungler. You don't have to farm very much. You just press R, and it's like a slightly less potent Vi, right? Like if Vi is not going to be strong, we might as well just pick her second best option here. And guess what? You also have a much cheaper build path. I'm always looking at these two junglers. Like I think JJ was unceremoniously taken off this IG after being the better performing player on the lineup in Split 1. And then we're looking at Wei. Like, I mean, Wei was he's always been a bit of a greedier player in my mind. Whether that be with early jungle pathing or taking some of these farming champs.
And I do, the differing leadership styles, all the info that came out about, not want to be a part of 6-man roster for JD and stuff like that was really interesting, because you see some of that control, some of that general feel from JJ on the Rift right now with Weibo, where he is trying to pull a lot of the team around with certain decisions. And I think it's really nice to see them continue to kind of play into that court. But the biggest show out, game number 2, has to be Elk, and he showed so many similarities in the way that he played that to some of his highest highs on BLG, and they just need to play around this guy. Get the lane states, get the waves, get the map state to let this guy get to late game carry potential and let him loose. He tried to do it in game number 1 of Unara, did not work out because they never got there. But you see what happens when he does.
He's going to have a lot of growing pains. We saw it early on with him and Arha. It'll take a little bit of time for them to really start to click, especially I think Arha came into last year's Weibo, or this year's Weibo, 2025's Weibo, as a player who has to try to mix up a team with a lot of just bad energy. They're already losing. They're already kind of in a pretty bad spot. And you have a lot of vocal leaders. Tien, Breathe, Light, Xiaohu obviously. And now he's coming into another team where you have a lot of predefined expectations of how they're going to play. JJ is going to be a big leader. Xiaohu's always a big leader on every single team he's on. So him and Elk really kind of have to find their footing and find it very quickly here in the season.
Okay, so IG will end up getting that first pick at least coming through here. And we'll see similar bans from before. Weibo going to ban away the Jace this time, though. And we will see that Vi Poppy ban from IG.
Vi Poppy. I mean, we're just going for Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao's kind of the last, like, excruciatingly painful jungler to watch, especially as an AD bruiser. If you're not going for that, then maybe you're looking at mid pools right now. I'm still looking at Azir. I know Azir is a little bit less high on the tier list right now, but you have no Malphite. You have a lot of his other counters, like this Ahri and the Syndragon, so they're not all that bad.
We do get another Aphelios ban here.
Wow,
this time,
earlier this time around.
before going into the second phase here. So really want to take that away from Elk. Another big team fight centered pick for him, and also something that's been tearing up solo queue.
It's broken right now.
Pick.
Like,
it's ridiculous.
I'm looking at like pick rate data, at least in Chinese solo queue, 36% pick rate.
Absolutely.
Or 36% ban rate. This champion is ridiculous right now.
Yep. He works so well with the items. He also just does a ridiculous amount of damage. We do see the LeBlanc ban yet again, so really trying to take away some of those mobile mids that are left on the table. The Ambessa going to be the first pick for Saburo here.
Ooh.
For IG's side.
Nico finally makes it on through. And even though Nico has been toned down a lot, especially for her laning phase, she is still a very potent laner and an incredible engaged champion if you can get that Pop Blossom off. Saw that Ambessa really made her transition into the jungle, especially with how healthy she can be. I personally don't like seeing her in the jungle just because you have no setup for your abilities, but she's an incredible duelist, and Wei was an MVP of all of Demacia Cup off this champion. So if he gets the pass, I think it's okay.
That or Arha is going to be rocking that one. I know something also that Dway was very comfortable with. I'm curious, though, just little caveat side section. There's less minions. How will anybody ever do the math when they need to know the time that they're at in the game? They need to know how many minions are going to be spawning. That they'll never know. They can't do the Nico math. Nico always
they can't
has
press
the
tab.
advantage.
They can't press tab.
No, they can't. Yeah.
What's the second pick here? Taking Sion. Okay, so almost basically confirming immediately that this is going to be Ambessa jungle. Sion, great for frontline. What other tank busters are left? Instead, we're going to move
Sivir.
immediately into the Sivir. We could still opt for that matchup if we really want to. I'm just trying to think of supports that you would want alongside the Sivir that's going to deal well versus the Nico. You can go for Leona, that's fine, but
We'll see what they end up rocking with here. I do really like the jungle matchups right now because it just means a lot of skirmishing if it does end up staying Ambessa for away. We still have some options available. Something that was banned away last game. The Leona going to be picked up in the first phase.
Okay. I was wondering if maybe we were going to see Thresh. We saw a lot of him in Demacia Cup, and Jway, an excellent engaged player, as we've noted multiple times here on the show. Weibo now, they get their last pick before we go into the second phase of draft. And you could look to pick up your AD carry here. I think if you are kind of worried about the mid pull right now, I do think Azir is still perfectly fine into what they're showing.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I do appreciate that we have another team fight centered carry, something that can really pop off in those big 5-on-5s, but a little bit more consistency in that regard as well for Photic this time. The Senna kind of took a back foot last time around. I think this time much more centered around both ADCs for both sides.
Zeri's looking very good right now. There's a Hex Optic build that's going around with First Strike. I don't think we're going to be seeing that from Elk, but I know that this is a rank 1 Zeri player in North America who's been playing it. It's a pretty insane win rate. Let's take a look at what the second phase of bans are. Now, I see a Kennen, and Kennen was immediately one of the biggest winners on the patch. What are we preparing for? Are we trying to think of like Jax counters? Are we thinking about Aatrox, another champion that we haven't seen here tonight?
Could see that. I know you were talking about that with me beforehand. Aatrox is still in the meta. The Galio is going to be banned away in the second phase. We're getting real funky with the bans here. They were consistently ADC bans across both other games this time around. Since ADCs have been picked so early, we are trying to get the rest of the tools out of the bag.
What else do we got here? Because a lot of the mid lane mages are already gone. Yone starts to come to mind. We got rid of a Kali here on 5. We're going to have to start squeezing for some more unique mid lane champions that we haven't seen in a while here. That's what I'm wondering. Like, what do we got in store? I went over
Victor Corky.
Vladimir. Don't say that.
Oh,
Victor was a good shout. I didn't think about that. Is now banned. Aurora, although this champion has been getting nerfed a lot, that's a champion that I would be thinking about.
I could see that. The Jax does end up coming through for Zika. This is something he's very comfortable with.
Very
also
good.
just gives you so much side lane pressure, especially with the newer items as well. IG going to have a tough task of it. They will still be giving over counter pick to Weibo, but they'll be able to double lock in here, try to figure out what they want to take into the Jax. But that also means that we're saving this mid lane counter for Xiaohu in R5.
Gragas top.
B5.
Yeah, B5. B5 now. All right, Gragas. I like it. You do really well into the Jax. Now, my wonder is, what are we getting in terms of magic damage? We saw the Azir get hovered earlier. I still think Aurora is fine for what they're showing. They're a very low-range composition coming in from Weibo, and IG want a lot of ways of stopping a fight. I wonder if we'll get some dis-synergy, though, between this Gragas and this Mbessa.
Yeah, I mean, both of these guys were pretty epic on the Aurora last year. Still have my ifs, ands, and buts about the champion itself and how it functions on the map. Cassio going to come through for Xiaohu, trying to lock down any mobility that's coming through from this squad of IG.
Unless Weibo are winning, I think this Cassio is terrible here. This is awful.
Yeah?
How am I meant to play Cassio? There's a Leona ult. I have no boots. I cannot flash. There is a...
Hey, can't you get boots now?
You can get boots. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's true. Give her boots.
Snake with boots. What are you going to do about that?
But regardless, if I am Cassiopeia, how do I outplay a Leona ult and a Gragas ult?
Agreed.
Like,
so the case still stands.
This is not good. Like, I feel like Weibo are being a bit greedy, and this comes down to the man in the mid lane, the franchise man of Weibo Gaming. How are we picking Cassio in this situation? You're already a very low-range team with Nico and Jax and Xin Zhao. I think you're asking a lot of this champion.
If he gets ahead, I can see it. I think from behind, it's going to be very tough. Luckily, they have a couple other things that they can really rely on. We really focused on that Jax for Zika, as well as the Zeri there for Elk, and a continuation of what was a very strong performance in game number 2 from both of those players. Trying to crest that over into this game number 3 are going to be swapped sides this time around, so it's going to be a little bit of a different take for both teams. But I do really find that a lot of this still centers around the tempo and the control that is going to come out of the jungle. And when we go back to that narrative, obviously it's JDG versus Wei. We've talked about it so much about the history between these two, but now it all comes down to the line. Who won the offseason? Wei sticking with IG or JDG finding a new home on Weibo? Game 3 kicks off now in our first best of 3 of 2026.
Double grass procs in top lane, so a lot of talking about survival when we're looking at this lane. And I think if we get into late game skirmishes, IG are going to feel really confident. They've got a lot of good bursts, especially from the mid jungle. See what this 2v2. This is a much stronger 2v2, especially for the Sivir and Leona.
We've seen the 2v2s kind of kick off early in both prior games as well, both back and forth in each game respectively. The Arha Nico, though, very terrifying. He gets so much damage down early. Ray's going to try to look for it. Oh, doesn't find the Zenith Blade on the tip of it. And now it's all about focusing on clearing the minions and getting that level 2.
Should be fine. We hit level 2 first. That is Zeri and them trying to move forward there. Alright, I mean, jungler's pathing down bot. I'm worried here, Lennon, and I need to see whether or not we can actually get anything out of this mid lane matchup. We have kind of talked a lot about the Cassiopeia by itself, but the theoretical value of this champion does grow if we can see Weibo get an early lead, which has been very tough for them so far here in this series.
That's an understatement at this point. I feel like IG have had the better end of the early game each time. But Wei, he's going to be on this Mbessa. So there you're going to have a bit of proactivity there. I'm really excited to see what the Mbessa can do in jungle at this level of play as well. With the speed and the engage potential you have with that public execution. Gonna go ahead and go for the double clear now as well.
He's already done. We're 2 for it's gonna be 240 and he's gonna be done with blue buff. Like this is
crazy.
By the way, and this champion has been like this for almost the entire year. I want to put that out, by the way.
It's just crazy. You know how many world records are gonna be broken now this season? For passes clear.
True.
It's crazy.
Can't wait.
No context needed.
Well, he's going to get bottom side scuttle. And with the wave bouncing back on top side and already Aurora getting pushed, I imagine that this could be an angle for Wei to go for a little bit more. Instead, he's going to take his recall, just get right back into those camps. You can blitz level 6 on this champion incredibly quick, especially with all the new jungle changes. That's exactly what we're going to be seeing.
Nice little double tango barb there, but fortunately Elk was not around to be able to capitalize on it. He will end up going for the cull, so he's going to be stacking up with that one. Yeah, it is going to be the redeploy from Wei up towards his top side. He might look for a stop-off gank with this push coming through right now from Zika. Ooh. He does get spotted out.
This is tough, though. Like, the wave is pushing away from Zika, and you don't have any crowd control. This is one of the reasons why I hate this Ambessa champion in jungle. You have no setup, and that'll be a reoccurring theme here in this game. The only relevant crowd control that this IG team has is Leona. So you are going to be hard-pressed to find good angles to land public executions on moving targets.
Xiaohu's actually going to get a press on a rookie with those boots completed. By the way, can we just like take a moment and play the Titanic theme song for the fact that a snake can wear boots now? It's been years. It's been
is that
a long
Titanic
time.
Reference?
No, I just the the like epic, really emotional music. Just need to pour one out for the bootless Cassiopeias.
I always felt like they should have just kept the boots for Cassiopeia because it would have been like a cute Toy Story reference. But
that's still one of the best scenes in all of Toy Story. You know. We'll see if those boots pay off, though. It did already in a little bit of trading against Rookie there, but in the long term, we'll see as plate goes over to Zika. A small advantage there. And unfortunately, the wave states are just kind of completely pressed right now, except for this top lane as of yet for Weibo. JJ going to find Rookie. Rookie on the wrong side of town. Snake comes out of the bushes. He tries to go to the other side. He makes it out alive.
Dijin thought about it. He wanted to use the flash there. Here's a fight. Okay.
You get the double CC chain with the boomerang blade on top of Elk. I'm pretty sure he'll be fine. They will end up burning the heal. That'll be 2 summoner spells actually with the barrier burn by Photic.
A laning phase that I really feel like IG are kind of coming out clutch on right now. They're doing well enough in the bottom lane. You're down 10, but I don't think this matters when you're playing Sivir. You're going to just hoover up minion waves like a machine later on in the game. And even with all of that investment around this mid lane play, it means that Rookie's first back out of the map, and he gets to move into River here.
He's also going to move right into JJ's waiting arms. Not level 6 just yet for JJ, but the dragon has been started. Rookie preemptive fight. They will get a little bit of vision play here. They find Elk. Elk tries to go. He does get away with the hop over the wall. That was so close to being devastating early for Weibo. Besides that, they'll just lose the dragon.
Round drag early. What else can JJ get? Because there are some camp spawning on the top side. He'll take enemy red buff. If he can get enemy raptors, that's great, but I think it's just going to be a red buff into some scuttle crab in the river. This is a problematic matchup. I mean, Aurora's whole kind of kit is based around her being able to deal a lot of extra damage around her passive. And Cassiopeia is going to be building a lot of mana, a lot of HP thanks to Rod of Ages and having that Seraph shielding. So if we can't see an early enough lead here from this champion from Rookie, I think that Cassio is going to be scaling quite nicely here in this game, despite some of my concerns.
Yeah, Rookie was maybe looking for a trade angle there, but ends up taking a brunt of damage. You do have Dway coming down the wave here. See if they want to try to get something pulled off, but it's going to look a little bit troublesome right now from IG's side of things in this mid lane. Xiaohu has a pretty decent advantage, at least in health as of now. Both junglers going to be repathing back down through their jungle, back down towards bot side. We'll have Dragon for a little while, but I do expect them to turn back around to go for this Rift Herald in about 40 seconds.
I like this from Weibo, especially from Arhab with this Nico, just getting tons of information. As Weibo, he just went in the top side, he stole his red buff. You know that he doesn't have anything on top side, so get early vision, and they have essentially perfect information on Wei. They have a lot of his timers for his jungle camps, and they have an idea that he should be on the bottom side of the map here.
And it's calm, which hasn't necessarily been the case all series. As long as we just take a minute to accept this moment. As both teams really feeling a lot of respect for each other in this last game, at least not trying to push the tempo, not trying to push the mold not making too many risky decisions. But speaking of, we have full engage, 100-0. Down goes Arha, and that is a big pick. Gets the flash of Elk too, just preemptively to make sure that Wei wasn't going to publicly execute it.
Well, that is one of the ways you can punish. Usually, you know, when you're playing against Nico, you can try to poke her out because she doesn't have a lot of tank stats as a mage. And usually that's in the form of a Karma lane in the support role, but they're just doing it with this Leona, and they get a bonus on top of it. They get the flash out from Elk as well.
That's just crazy. He died 100-0 right there. Publicly executed is Xiaohu's going to try to flash away. Does try to get away. Does actually successfully do so with Arha's help. That's going to be his flash burn. You would have loved to save that for a potential flash ult play, but that's not going to be the case now. Grubs should go the way of IG.
I don't know, because they just use a lot of buttons. Rookie's going to have to recall and teleport back in, and Arha just got level 6 off of that mid lane wave that he was able to soak. So this turns into Weibo picking up the Grubs on the top side, and that's pretty good. You have a Jax. Cassio now is going to be even more incentivized to be a strong side lane menace. I don't know who's going to deal with her later in the game at this point. This early game that I was hoping from IG is not really panned out in the same way that I think they were expecting. And we'll get a look at what happened for Arha.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a tough angle. I mean, you're just not super tanky, and they have so much CC there.
Good layering from Jue. And again, the E over the wall, flash, maybe recognizing that there's going to be an Ambessa in his lane sooner rather than later. Okay.
Oh, they got the slowdown on Xiaohu. I don't know if it's enough. The Weirdning was not enough damage, and JJ was there to back him up just in case. Goes straight for the fight on the way. Be a little bit scared about that one. Elk's going to go ahead and pop the lightning crash, try to get Photic down. Does get the slow with the Ultra Shock laser. Doesn't get much damage on the back end of that one. That will be his lightning crash down. You did also get the on the hunt pop as well from Photic.
For me, I'm just trying to get waves right now. I'm just trying to push these into the enemy turret 45 seconds before the dragon. Arha's getting vision down on the bottom side. You saw that Jue, he had moved over, but he doesn't have very many wards right now. This means that Weibo get to work with so much more info. This vision toggle from our observers can just show how empty it is. There's some pretty expeditionary wards coming in from IG, but nothing that gives them, I think, meaningful information on this upcoming objective.
Random minion comes from the bushes. You know something's up. And there will be a lot of farm that Photic is missing out on. Not able to have any support in that lane, but he will have Wei and Jue, the tag team duo, coming down towards bot side to relieve him just a bit. Going to get some of this vision back down ahead of this dragon spawning.
So no flash from Cassio coming into this play. Can we punish? That is the perspective of IG. It is more likely that they're probably not going to be able to touch this dragon, but they know that there's no flash on Elk or on Xiaohu. These are targets that I'm going to be looking for them to punish. Otherwise, now we're moving into a territory where, I mean, do we actually get to finish some of our quests a little bit sooner? Do we even potentially get to finish some of our items, right? Like, this Cassio is scaling this entire time. It's, I mean, so is Sivir, but I would rather have a Cassio in this moment.
Yeah. I think there's just a lot more consistency from the side of Weibo's draft. The flash play from Zika, trying to get the kill on the Sabora, but doesn't end up getting it. There'll be both their flashes burned, both their ultimates burned. But it's just a lot more execution based for IG in these fights, whereas you continue scaling, some of these pieces for Weibo are just going to be too strong. Xiaohu maybe caught out here, but does have JJ there. Is stuck in place. Rookie gets knocked up by the 3-talon strike. Arha going to go for the flash play. Does lock down Rookie, but is it enough? They don't have enough damage. The Twin Fangs, it's not going to be it. JJ is the one that cleans up the kill. Gets another one, and a little bit of recompense to his old team, IG.
Excellently played there from Weibo, and Xiaohu with the miasma completely stops Wei from making anything happen in that mid lane. So they'll get 2 kills. They'll even get the flash from Rookie and grab a dragon on top of that. Hey, let's throw in some mid lane plates for that as well. Weibo playing really, really cleanly around this mid jungle duo, and I mean, we haven't seen too much of Arha in this game, but I will say JJ is really making the Sins Out pop. Let's take a look back at this one. I mean, again, Miasma perfect. Rookie has no damage. He has so few items this early on in the game that the early game damage we expect from an Aurora is just not there. And Arha with a flash, follow up with Pop Loss, and that's it. That's all your damage, and that's the fight going their way.
And it's just some of the capitalization, like the 3-talon strike there right in the middle of it, just locking them down, and some of that direction coming from JDG that we know and love. Also, shout out to Xiaohu, bring out the Cassiopeia. I called it for the draft. I think like the mobility defying moments with the Miasma are so big against this squad, and it comes up paying dividends there. And now he's going to be closer and closer to his first item, still scaling on this Cassio, and see how much he can do to try to lead from the front like we asked for from the beginning. Him and JDG are going to be extremely important as this game goes on. About 1:20 for the next Rift Herald.
A lot about Porching. I expect that this Weibo team is just going to be a organization that scales throughout this year. We talked about it at the very top of show, but we got to see the cam of the coaches. That was Coach Selin, who has been with the org for a couple of years now. They did bring in Coach Shine from HLE, and Coach Kim from this most recent Gen G run, hoping that they can kind of right the ship that has been a kind of floundering Xiaohu in the mid lane. So far, I think that they've been able to at least right what's gone wrong here in this series. That game 1 was abysmal, and since then it's been all peaches and rainbows here.
Yeah, apparently. That's all. You just need to wake up. It's like a slap to the face or a cold bucket of water. And then you just needed Elk to go 19 kills on a Kaisa. You're like, oh, yeah, wait, we have a carry? Holy
that's
hell.
LPL. It's the LPL Kaisa. You know, maybe some of these Korean coaches, they weren't ready for that. But they, brought them over. They're now getting to experience it very firsthand and not at an international event, which is probably a little bit nicer.
There you go.
So,
a little bit of vision contest coming out here in the top side jungle. Again, that Rift Herald is the next point of prize for both teams. A little bit of an advantage for Weibo, but how do you want to see this next fight play out?
Moving into Grubs right now. There are now flashes back up here for Weibo. What is Saburo doing? Saburo's just dead. Oh my god, he has to use the ult.
But now Wei has to run away too because he knows he doesn't have his support from the top lane.
Well, now we just lost the entire objective. All right, well, IG just completely...
Oh, the 3-talon strike comes in as he goes through the dash. He's going to go down. That's a big pick from Arha. Now they're going to turn back on the JJ, though, and try to take him down. Ways locking him out. Rookie goes in, tries to get one, gets the Between Worlds kill onto him. He got the flash out as well. Meanwhile, the re-entrance from Weibo. They're going to find a kill on the Sapporo. Now Elk is starting to pop off that lightning, shooting from his fingers while a double kill comes through for Zika.
Let's just get a free objective at this point. Maybe we even just fix our waves as Weibo Gaming. IG making a fair few mistakes here. Saburo especially, someone that is a bit of a newer prospect when we talk about playing in Tier 1 here in the LPL. Had a little bit of time on Fear X, but kind of having some more of those questionable games that we were looking at it from him. Oh, what exactly? Oh, it's his Sunfire.
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Buddy. And then from here, like you mentioned, 3-talon strike in the middle of the knockup. Perfect. Also, look at the healing here from JJ. Goes down to about 600. Boom, gets Triumph healing. 3-talon strike plus his passive. And the damage from Rookie is great, but at this point, I think you have just wasted way too much to make good on this play. And talk about scaling. That Cassiopeia is picking up gold.
Left and right. And what's so crazy about this is we talked so much about their differing stories. These organizations in Demacia Cup, IG won the whole damn thing. They looked, Wei was running that team through the finish line. He's the MVP. And he was absolutely the MVP. And Weibo was struggling. They did not have a lot of series. Yet here, they showed the grit that you need. They showed that the LPL regular season is a different beast, and they are ready to roll. 2.5K up. It's been a little bit dicey. It's been back and forth a bit this series for Weibo, but they are still in control.
Fotek, I think that is evil to use the Faker Penku emote. I think that's evil after what our boys just had to go through last year, okay? And the year before. And the year before.
Oh no, this Ambessa jungle just cannot catch a break. Elk finds his kill. And now that's right ahead of the dragon. That'll be second dragon for Weibo if they want it.
That's a free dragon, and they don't even have control of other lanes to even bother contesting for a topside Herald. Everything's just going from bad to worse, and for Weibo, I mean, you'll take these free wins at this point, but these were my reservations with this Ambessa jungle champion, and more of the way that we came to know for a large portion of the year in 2025.
Okay.
What the?
What
Brother,
the hell? He just lost his mind, bro. All right, well, a cask will serve you well. Saburo gets a redemption kill there. And what I was going to go into next was talking about how isn't this just like what happens to these junglers all the time? If they are so aggressive and sometimes aggressive to a fault, they want to make plays, they want to be proactive, they want to do things. And unfortunately for Wei, he's not allowed to.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're 0-2 beforehand. You just don't have the damage, and we don't have the crowd control. We don't have the setup. Large portion of what we talk about, especially at pro play, is how you approach a fight and how you're able to create conditions that are successful for your team. A lot of movement on the mini-map we're seeing from Weibo as they go towards the top side here.
The poison.
Okay, this was just well played from Saburo. Like, I get this from Xiaohu. Like, you should be trying to squeeze the lemon that is this Gragas, but it's probably another reason why you shouldn't be playing into that champion. It's just the matchup you don't want to be in as Casio. Let's not even be in that spot. Gonna make this dive out of Rookie Shine. It is just Arha.
It's fine for now. Tway will come support him there. Do want to check in on the item completions, and we are on 2.5 items almost, with no full boot completed there for Photic. He'll be looking for his 3rd item before he completes that. And the Rift Herald taken by Weibo here uncontested. We're going to be getting close to 2nd items for them. You got the AP Baus build coming through from Zika.
There we go. Dusk and Dawn. Okay, actually, this has some legs. I think this has some legs to stand on. You know, on hit, passive. It has attack speed. It's basically like New Age Nashor's Tooth, even though that item is still in the game, with obviously a Spellblade passive. Okay. And you get to actually build Zonias, which has been a very important item for Jax's in the kind of new age of this champion. So, okay, I can kind of see it. How much is this going to really be worth it? Because as Saburo, you're stacking a lot of HP, and there's not really a true tank on this team outside of the Leona. Obviously, supports are not going to have access to the same amount of resources as some of the laners.
It'll be a curious question as we come upon it. As really do want to see how this maybe changes the meta of this top lane, especially with the Jax variability that you have. Elk trying to get away is going to be in some trouble. Has no other exit tools but his flash, but gets publicly executed right on the other edge of it. The cast came through from Saburo as well. A little bit of overkill. Now they want to try to find a re-engage on the JJ. JJ's going to pop the Crescent Guard. Gets a little bit of damage help from Arha, but JJ tries to get over with the flash. Saburo will just follow him. 3 Talon Strike will go through though. Can they get him? He's got a lot of healing, but it's not going to be enough. Big man coming around, but it's going to be Wei smiting and taking him down for the kill.
Thankfully, if you are IG, you're saying, well, there's no dragon that we can take. We got a lot of kills in that instance, but Zika is just ruining this turret right now.
Dude,
that Spellblade crack, look at how much attack speed he has.
What the hell, bro? Please bring back my good turrets, please. We've seen turrets in Tier 2 melt. I do not.
I think he wins this, and Arha's on his way. He's as a minion right now.
He has flash. He's going to be the bait of a century. There's the Pop Blossom, and he's got all the time to take the Dusk and Dawn, doing so much damage. Wei doesn't hit the Zenith Blade, and now he's got the improved Blast Cone. My God, that's the greatest escape, and it's only Series 1. Zick is going to back in the bush with the ward, too, because why not?
And Xiaohu gets all of this top wave. He's going to be able to hit this turret if he really wants at this point. Really big win here for Weibo now. It was IG finding some of their members, and that could have been even worse with this Weibo play that followed. Zika making true on one of his iconic champions. This champion was one of the reasons why we were so hyped about him as a rookie going back to 2023.
Yeah, I mean, it was insane what he's able to do on this, and just the power it gives the teams that he plays on, LNG mostly, obviously. But when he can have that strength from topside, when he can have that Jax pressure that, oh, they're doing something across map, I'm going to go ahead and take all this gold in the side lane. And now we have about 30 seconds for the next dragon. This would be Weibo's sole point, and they're going to use the Rift Herald right ahead of it to take down this outer tower in mid.
good planning here from Weibo. Let's just put ourselves in good spots. Again, create conditions that are going to be positive for our team here. They do have to contend with the fact that they have pushing lanes in every single one of them right now, so it's going to feel really good. This will be Weibo going on to Soul Point here, as long as IG don't contest, but Sivir's not clearing those waves fast enough, even on 3 items. Photic hit 3 before Elk did, and still doesn't have that same level of efficacy.
Saburo getting ran down here. Actually, JJ is the one that decides to pull up, and he probably just left Arhad to be in some trouble. Zika is here to mock him up. Now Pop Blossom is here. Who is locked in the cage with who? Because I can't tell right now, but I think it's IG is locked in with Weibo, and Weibo is swinging fists left and right. Even Fangs, I don't know how they got that in there, but it's going to be a lot of damage going the way of IG. They do end up rebuffing Weibo just a bit. I do think they're going to collapse around this dragon and just take the objective.
Do IG look to punish? Because they are missing a ton of abilities at this point, but they don't have any waves to play around. They are still no turrets here at 24 minutes. The Phaelites are really doing a lot of work here for Saburo. You force out the ultimate from Xiaohu, but I don't think it matters. Elk is going to pop the Lightning Crash. Look to try to chase down Photic.
Elk is feeling spicy. I think he might go down for it. Does end up getting a trade kill back on the rookie, though, and now JJ will falter as well.
What are we doing?
IG do get a couple kills back. Now Zika's by himself, goes for the flash play. Oh my god, he got the delay on the spell shield. Takes out the AD carry, but will give his life.
Finally, turret's going to go down. This is the first turret of the game here for IG. If they can find Xiaohu, this is a huge win.
This is such a big momentum swing. Xiaohu not going to go down just yet. Saburo was locked up on the other side. But still a nice little shift from IG. They should be able to clean up a little bit more gold on the exit route here through the top lane of Weibo.
They'll grab jungle camps. That was also Photic going down. If Photic had lived, I imagine that could have been at least this mid-tier 2 or even the Baron. You can see that Elk is feeling really empowered because he has those Fiend Hunter bolts. Once he pops the Lightning Crash, those next 3 autos, if they are crits, they give him bonus true damage. He's trying to rip apart Photic here. He feels super empowered, but there's just no setup at this point. Urha doesn't have the Pop Blossom. They don't have too many plays. This is Weibo slowing down the game, which I'm not a huge fan of, I won't lie, but the fact that Zika is able to kind of get some on the back end of this play, and for me anyway, mostly just slow down the game and take away IG from going towards an objective or even pushing out some of these side lanes, which continue to be a reoccurring issue for this team.
Yeah, it really does. It's about just kind of cleaning house, if you will. Making sure you do all the chores needed. But we are reaching the crest of 3 items now for our AD carries. A little bit more ahead of the ball is Elk, but very close behind him is Photic. We'll be getting those 3rd items as well for the solo lanes coming up quick. And I think that's going to be another big precipice to fight off of. You still have a while till the next objective comes through, and a lot of reservation in these next few moments from both sides, realizing that this series relies on this game in the next few moments.
Thankfully, even regardless of the series result, there's a double round robin here for all of our groups, so we will see this matchup again. But, yeah, you know, you always want to set the tone, right? Getting the first win of the season, the first win of your season, I think especially kind of helps them. For IG, they're coming off of a pretty big win. I think they could take it. I think if Weibo were to lose this series, it does call into question kind of some of the expectations we have for this roster. And I say that with them having a 2,000 gold lead and Soul Point. It would take a miracle, but
it was higher before.
We have literally seen this iteration of the lineup lose with a soul. I think they lost with Ocean Soul in one of those Masia Cup games. So I put nothing past them.
All right, Saburo going to take the Twin Fangs. Petrifying Gaze misses while he's in midair. Kind of a weird setup from Xiaohu trying to get that stun down. The rest of Weibo were here to back IG off. Some threatening around the Baron now, but I think it's just going to be a little bit of a dance for this vision around the pit here. You remember when that was illegal to do? You remember when we literally, I think it was Xiaohu, we had to pause the game because he was backing in a bush with the Nico clone? You remember that?
True.
I think that was the year before LPL died. I think it was 2020, 2024. Pretty sure. Maybe?
Wow.
Yeah, I think it was. It's hilarious, though.
Yeah, 2024 was definitely when it was Nico mid. Yagao was the GOAT on this champion, right? So I remember that. That Nico bug is still in the game, by the way.
It's great. It's
you're just not allowed to use it. It is actually something that the referees are very much like, you're not allowed to use this because it is an unintended mechanic. So you can use it at home. I keep trying to do it. I need to
keep trying.
Yeah, I mean, there's no league refs when you're in solo queue.
True.
So
not wrong. All right, we got about 35 seconds for the next dragon. This is Seoul. This is the big dog fight for Weibo if they want it, but they don't have to take it.
I think you do. I think you do. If you're Weibo, I think
you don't want to
need
scale
to take
some more.
this fight. Why? Who cares? I'm gonna get a Hosh. Either I get Chemtech Soul, or like I get another 5 minutes in this game. Like, hey, I'm okay with that. If I'm being honest, I think the burden of scaling and the burden to try and win this game right now is on Invictus Game. They're the ones that need to prove to us that Photic is going to be that guy in this game. That even Rookie, who has had a quieter Aurora game, is going to actually be able to put out that damage that we were expecting.
Yeah, we got 4 items now completed for Elk. This is his time to shine. The item completion over the other side of things with Photic. A little bit of contestation going over the entrance to this dragon pit here. It's all going to be about how things get added up together. Right now, Weibo going to take primal position around the dragon. Could look to start this one up. Does give some room for the engage of IG. Late TP coming in from Saburo.
It's a very kind of lackadaisical TP here from Saburo. Again, the upgrade that you get, 30% max HP for 30 seconds, is nuts and should be used as a way to kind of move you forward and be a frontline tank. These are time ticking down. Rookie's on a flank.
Weibo's not in the pit. It goes over. It's actually going to go away. He denies the soul. He'll die instantly. And Arha going for the big pop blossom finds 2. Rookie's still looking for his entrance on the back line, but can't find it. And now they have been scattered to the winds. Weibo Gaming take a 3,000 gold lead. They lose the dragon, but they're going straight to the Baron.
Well, you asked, like, shouldn't Weibo want to be able to scale a little bit more? It's like, oh, well, we have 5 minutes in this game, but yeah, we'll just get a Baron and we'll kill 3 members of their team. I think that's a pretty good win in my mind, even if you don't get the Baron, or you don't get the Dragon anyway. So, no soul, but still a very commanding lead that Weibo find themselves here in game number 3 of the series. And this Weibo is going to be, this Baron is going to be completely uncontested. Can IG grab a second turret? No, they're not going to be able to grab this mid-tier 2. Jax is going to completely cut that off.
It just feels so bad because it just feels like IG are not finding the angles they need for these fights. The composition itself has some good individual pieces, but it has not come together as a cohesive unit.
It's just coming at it from different angles. Like once Saburo's on
like
the other
Rookie's
side,
not
he's
doing anything.
Nothing. Sure, Rookie's not doing anything, Saburo's not doing anything, and what Photic and Wei want is a fight that is long and drawn out. You want to be able to plant your feet as Sivir and throw out your spells. You want as Mbessa to publicly execute someone in the game and use your spells and use this Endless Hunger. This Endless Hunger item I think is a little unexplored. Actually, there's a video that LPL posted on their Weibo where it is Xiaohu and TES going over some of the new items. They place Endless Hunger as the worst item of the new batch. And this item is, you get ability haste based on how much raw AD you have, and if you kill someone, you get flat Omnivamp, which is pretty damn good, but it is very much a feast or famine kind of item.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping we can kind of see that because it allows Wei to have more of these carry performances that we got from him in Demacia Cup.
Just can't do that if your solo lanes are not in the fight. They literally just ripped out the heart of IG there by taking down the damage dealers and really just unable to do much. Now Weibo with this Baron buff are going to keep pushing, keep extending this lead. And now their eyes are set on this top side with the Baron buff minions up here. Double cannons as well.
Baron's going to make this so tough. Sivir does make it easier, but I can only lean on the Sivir talking point so many times before it becomes like a null at that point. So Photic will sit in top lane. He'll pick up this wave, and that's about it. Saburo's going to move himself down onto this inhibitor line right now. you can see that IG are kind of on their last legs in this game. They're one dragon away. That dragon bought them 5 minutes here in this one. They're going to need to do it again, and then potentially again if they want any hope. See in that picture-in-picture that Rookie did some pretty decent damage on Elk.
Not too shabby, but not anywhere near one-shotting potential there. Still have about a quarter of his health left. Ultra Shock Laser is going to be used. They're going to clear out this topside jungle of IG, steal away even more resources, and take down the top tier 2 turret. Rookie is a bit caught out here. He needs to be careful. JDG was looking for an angle, not going to capitalize on it. They do have the grubs, which makes the ease of turret taking that much more smooth. And they still do also have Zika pushing in the sideline. He's going to actually cheese away for some potential extra farm in the jungle if he wants to. And should just be the back off from Weibo on the top side, which will mean that Zika needs to be a little bit more careful.
I don't care about Zika right now. I care about putting vision. Like, Zika is the last thing that I'm concerned about. You can see that Jway got 2 wards immediately here. They need to do more because all of Weibo, they put all of their vision on this top side of the map, and now they need to transfer this over. It's going to take time for them to do that, and this would be IG's perfect window to hopefully get themselves a good enough spot, something that they can play off of. Maybe it's this mid-wave. This incoming mid-wave is maybe going to be what they're going to use to springboard themselves into this fight in 40 seconds.
That's the important one. IG did buy themselves a lot of time, though, I gotta say, by stealing away that last dragon so they could give themselves this fight, and it's not over an Elder Dragon to potentially end the game. We did end up getting that 4th item completed there with the GA ready to go for both 80 carries. So got to think about that moving forward into these fights and how they might be looking to play a little bit more aggressive.
Sorry, brother. One of these champions has a completed LDR, and the other one is Sivir. Level 18 reached by our 80 carry on IG. Teleports means that we're just swapping around the roles here. Zico is coming over through one side. Can IG get another steal and still hold on here in this game?
Oh, they know they're getting flanked. They got to be careful. They just left Photic out to dry here, and they jump on him completely. Nobody's there to save him. The whole team is getting turned into mincemeat. Elk goes golden, and with that GA, we'll buy some time. Photic gets jumped on by Zika, and this is exactly where Zika thrives, cleaning up the scraps, heaving all of IG into his gullet. They're going to get the improved Blasco to give Rookie away, but that will be the dragon. That's sold to Weibo, and that's still a 6,000 plus gold lead for Weibo Gaming over IG in their first series.
Not only is Zika a great Jax player, but you look at what he's playing against right now, and even outside the counter lane matchup in this Gragas, which didn't end up doing all that much in the lane. Who is dealing with him, and how do you get around this champion? Because Sivir does not want to play against this champion. You can see it right here. You got a spell shield, that's nice. Here you go, knock up 3 Talon Strike, and you get Arha with this Pop Blossom. This is about as perfect as you can get as an engage, and the fight is just immaculate for Weibo Gaming.
I'm just wondering, is Saburo, because they both have the Sterix Gauge shield from the TP. Saburo put himself up in the dragon fight to maybe try to utilize that, but then they just did not man-mark Zika. They literally saw him coming, but Saburo was so far up into the fight that he was not able to body block, and that's just tough timing for IG in that fight, and beautiful execution from Weibo. Now Baron's coming up here.
Baron with a Chemtech Soul, like, who is ever killing this Jax, man? This Jax and this Cassiopeia, they are going to be hard marks to find here. IG backs against the wall, 7,000 gold deficit at 36 minutes here. We're thinking maybe these games will be a little bit faster. We have seen a little bit less action in between the jungles, but it's basically it.
Just a caveat, ADC players, feel free to look away. There's a level 20 Jax in the game right now. I understand how much PTSD there is there. Dway is going to get fully engaged on after he tried to go for his own engage. That's going to be an immediate pick on one of the pillars of IG's composition. Baron is up, and looks like actually a little bit of pinging going over there from JDG, but they're going to try to play around the vision here in the mid lane.
We are never contesting this Baron, just hard force down mid lane. Let's take this turret. Let's try to do something with this. the best way you can counteract the
they're gonna
Baron is push
contest.
the waves. We're going to go for the Baron. Wait, just steal it. Just do it. Come on.
There's no Atacon. We got to find a way to throw somewhere. There's going to be the cast, the public execution, everything used from IG. Will it be enough gas in the tank? Unfortunately, Elk is an ADC and he dies. The Baron will end up going over to JDG, and that will just be the final gas tank used by IG. They did get a couple big picks. Zika is still a level 20 Jax. Again, ADC players, look away. He might actually end up going down here. Does still have the GA, by the way. He has Zanya's and GA because he's cool like that. Has his empowered back as well. And I think this is not going to end well for Photic. Does he find a way out? Okay, he's not spotted. Will he make it? It's not fast enough. It's not fast enough. Photic. Oh, he's dead.
I mean, this game's over. Like, Zika can push if he wants. It's a 60-second death timer here for Photic. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
All right.
And
All right.
Zika's
Well,
just untouchable, man. Like, he still has his G. He's still just pumping damage.
well, they're bringing in the bottom lane wave here. They're going to have double cannons with Baron buff. They're even having a mid lane wave escorted. Oh my God, Lennon, are we going to see an Elder? Are we actually going to see an Elder in our first series of LPL?
That'd be pretty
can't
sick.
believe it.
Okay, there's TP coming in. Xiaohu showing up against Rookie. Maybe they try to collapse onto Xiaohu early, but I think it's just tough. They're going to just wait for this mid push. And the crystalline growth has already started to wrap around the turrets here. I feel like those maybe should be tied into catch-up mechanics a little bit because they just take the turret like that easy with the buffs.
There's a Demolish proc as well. Oh, all right. Okay. 3 lanes pushing. There's a super minion starting to spawn on bottom lane. Inhibitors are being taken. This is the last gasp, as we talked about. Weibo, way too strong.
He goes golden. A little bit of pick on the Elk, but it doesn't matter if Elk goes down because the real powerhouse has been Zika the whole time. Level 20 Jax. He's going in 8-1 right now. He's looking for even more. And 4 members, rather, still up for the side of Weibo. And unfortunately, that's going to mean not many more left for IG. They had a triumphant game, number 1. They are the Demacia Cup champions, but Weibo say this is the real deal. This is the LPL regular season, and they will come away with their first win.
And for JJ, we talked about, being formally on this IG roster. Was it revenge or is it confirmation that they did better? IG made it to Worlds, and it's going to be up to JJ and the rest of this Weibo team to kind of right the wrongs of a bad 2025.
And what a comeback, man. Game number 1 looked so damn good from IG, and it wasn't even one person from Weibo popping off for the rest of the series. You had Elk doing his job, going in immaculate 19-kill game in that game number 2, and yet Zika in this game number 3, he was just completely unanswerable. Just nobody can touch him, and you saw it coming from a mile away with the way that Weibo drafted.
Hey, he got his iconic champion. I think we got a lot of points to kind of go through once we, have some tape a little bit later on this week to see how Weibo are doing. It feels like they got some of their iconic champions, but can they replicate this against some of the other top teams? Because IG, I think they're expected to do very well, at least in Split 1. We'll see how this looks with Mako potentially joining back later on. But what do they look like versus an Anyone's Legend? What do they look like versus a BLG? Maybe even a JDG, depending on how they look as well. What does this team look like against a top-level LPL roster? That's going to be my kind of real test for them to see whether or not this has the mettle and the gumption that we're going to be expecting.
And I'm very curious at the stats from this one. I'm very excited to kind of look through what we think, not only for MVPs, player of the series, all that good stuff, but I got to see Zika's stats, man. I feel like he was doing disgusting things. I wish we could see tower damage, because how quickly he took that tier 2 in bot side is disgusting.
It's not just him, by the way. All Sheen champions do this, by the way.
Yes,
if you
they
play
do.
Trundle, he deletes these turrets. There are a lot of different champions that can get away with this right now.
It's bad times to be a turret. I guess maybe it's always been, but it's worse now. I don't think turrets have ever come out the winning side.
Turrets were a lot stronger, mostly because
the laser beams?
The laser beams are very annoying. I hated
They
those.
were so annoying.
But Turrets have been through a lot. You know, Turrets, they had to survive through the Akali Shrouds. They had to survive versus the Fioras that we had for a very long time. Fiora, Akali, Aurelia. These
They
kinds
keep
of
getting
things.
remade into different versions of themselves. They
I
can never
think that
be them
these
to their
are
true
probably the
selves.
most awkward-looking turrets we've had in a long time,
Agreed.
visually speaking.
But you know it's not awkward, or maybe it is more awkward, the fact that Weibo won this first series, because it just
it's
puts
definitely awkward.
a complete weird spin on what this Weibo team can do. Like, what is the possibility? You could be the best of the best. You could go to Worlds. You could go to the finals again somehow.
Pause. We are in January. We are not talking about Worlds right now.
Dude, first game Andes. That's what they call me. I don't know.
So I'm looking at Weibo's schedule. They're playing BLG next, which, if I remember correctly, is going to be tomorrow. So immediately, we talked about getting tests. It's an express shipment to hell right there. They're getting top esports in week 2, AL and JDG. So all in all, I think they will be going up against the top of the table here, and that'll kind of be, I mean, that's BLG's first game going into the season. So I don't know. I'm also really interested for kind of teeing up our next series, Top Esports. What is their team going to look like, right? Like, they got a lot of new pieces, very unsure about what's going to be going on for this lineup going into 2026, what their aspirations versus reality is going to look like.
I'm very curious at what that second series is going to be looking like as well. Just to see what these iterations of these teams look like in the regular season, at least. That's going to be very curious. I know we're still like looking for stats and stuff like that. If you kind of had to give a Game 3 MVP, does it just go to Zika?
I think it does. And maybe instead of looking at specifically Game 3 as like a singular game, let's open it up to like a MVP of the series.
Okay.
Because there was a lot of discussion around certain players. Like Game 1, we were really down on Xiaohu. Game 2, we're talking about Elk, obviously, as a big performer. I think Elk across all 3 games was probably the most solid generally.
Yeah, I could say that. I think a lot of those smites, even in the losing games, were super, super interesting. And especially the way they kind of controlled the game itself. And I don't think that Wei had necessarily like the worst series, but it's interesting nonetheless to think about what these junglers, like what that next matchup is going to look like after a little bit of time with these teams. And I do believe that they have just gone straight to an interview with Elk, which is absolutely hilarious. Which means we don't get any of the post graphics, who the MVP is. Hopefully we'll be able to post that later on. But I do believe, do you have any last thoughts on this series between Weibo and their first win of the season?
I'm really happy for them because it would have been really disappointing to see this Weibo team end the year on a disappointment, failing the regional finals versus Invictus Gaming, and now coming back into the year, starting off with a win, beating that IG team. I think it's a good note for them to start on. IG will obviously bounce back, or at least we're hoping so, but I'm really glad because this could have been the start of a very tragic year for some Weibro fans.
It definitely could have been. I think it's a tragic year for IG fans, unfortunately. But hey, we're trying out something new here on LPL English for our 2 series days. We're actually going to be swapping out the casters to get a little bit more breadth of room with our wonderfully new signed talent. So after this little break that's coming up, we'll have Top Esports versus JDG with Slayer and Melvin for Melvin's first cast of the regular season of LPL. Should be an exciting one, and Alkit has been a pleasure. Make sure you give shout outs to Kai, leading production for the whole day, and we'll see you on the other side of this for what is a banger matchup.
LPL English faithful, how I have missed you. Yes, it is I, Slayer, back for the LPL in 2026. But most importantly, my co-caster for today. And a very warm welcome I hope everyone gives in chat. It's Melvin Izzle, Melvin Callum. Most importantly, my co-caster for today. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second series of the first day of the LPL in 2026. Top Esports, JD Gaming. But I want to give you a second here, Melvin. Welcome to the LPL English crew, my friend. How excited are you for the year ahead?
I don't think I could be more excited, especially given the season and the changes we've just had. This feels like peak LPL hours right now.
Yeah, well, you know, for my clock, right? Because I know me and you have got a lot of hours separating us, right? It's definitely peak LPL hours on my clock for sure, and it's definitely peak LPL gameplay that we have coming when we have these two teams set in front of us. No matter what year you're talking about, Top Esports, JD Gaming, whatever players on the Rift, whatever season, it's going to be awesome. And that is what we have in store today, coming in from Beijing. Home game here, technically, for JDG in this one. But as we have to quickly get through things before the series gets set here, Melvin, let's start talking about those rosters, because both of these teams are much different looking than they were in 2025. We'll start, obviously, with the Top Esports side and introduce their new look roster for, I don't want to say the whole year, but at least split one. We'll get to that in a bit here. 369, though, is the mainstay in the top side. Nayo fills in the big shoes as Kanavi departs the LPL. Cream still stays in the mid lane to round out the same solo lanes. And then it's Jachi stepping in for Jackie Love for now, and Fengwei in the support role. So a lot of new names there, and like I kind of alluded to there, Melvin, a lot of big shoes to fill.
Absolutely. We didn't get to see either 369 or Cream play during the Demacia Cup. We got to see the rest of this roster, though, play exactly one series before getting knocked out by IG. So, not exactly got a lot of good footage on how this team is going to really show up today. So it's a really big statement series to open up the year for them.
Yeah, I really want to hone in a bit more, not just for Nayo, but we could also talk a bit about the jungler on the other side when we talk about JDG in this series. And that's kind of just going to be the expectations that are going to be put in front of us for these two junglers in particular, playing on teams where, I mean, just look at it, right? Like, you all at home know what Kanavi brought to the table last year. I'm sure many of you know what Shun has done, not just for JD Gaming, but thinking about his time with Billy Gaming in the past. Obviously back over there now for the 2026 season. As awesome as Junjia was in Worlds, right? As amazing as Nayo looked at points for NIP in Split 3 of last year, these are huge spots to fill for any players, and this is, you know, like the classic moon landing, one small step for man. This is one big leap for both of these junglers on these two teams.
Absolute legends that you're taking the place of at this point. And so, especially when we take a look at all the big changes, we'll get into them as we get closer and closer to the game. But I think the most relevant one for now is junglers kind of got not a lot, really, on the scale of things. You got a better smite, and a lot of the power got really injected into the laners, the solo laners and the bot laner in particular. So it's going to be even harder for these two to come in and take the spots of such massive players, and then try and show what you've got to actually offer when your role has been kind of muted slightly this year.
And then you talk about, like, team dynamic on top of that stuff, right, Callum, where it's like, if you're Nayo, like, Kanavi was the loudest voice for Top Esports last year. Shun, a huge driving engine of JD Gaming last year as well. So these young guys, these new faces having to fill in for those voices in the comms. It's going to be very interesting to see how they develop throughout the year. Let's stop dancing around the JD Gaming roster, though. I know this is a very hyped roster for a lot of reasons. One, we have a ton of JDG fans as always, but there's real thing as Worlds hype, even if we are in January. I'm talking about Worlds in the past, not Mazel already talking about Worlds 2026 in January. It's Worlds 2025, and that was headlined by those two guys you see in the jungle and mid scenarios. Junja and Hongkyu coming over from the Flying Oysters, teaming up to come to JD Gaming. They've got the one remaining player from 2025 JD Gaming, Xiaosu, in the top lane. Gala now comes over from IG as a big-time AD carry, and one of the most polarizing supports in the league here, Melvin. Vampire to pair up with them. So much variance I could see in this team. So much glory, so much shaky. I don't know how to gauge this team so early on into the split.
And even though we got a fair bit more footage of them throughout the Demacia Cup, I think that even now, it's kind of hard to say exactly where the team is going to come out. We've got a bit of Honkyu B-roll going on in the background. This was such a high-quality pickup for JDG, and somebody that kind of was running the off-season a little bit, deciding where they would go, getting to pair up with their jungler of a year in Junjia is even more important as well, to add a bit of stability. Thing is, though, on that CFO roster you've got in the background right now, there is Doggo, who we did see have similar incredible performances, come over to the LPL, and then not really show up in the same way we expected him to, the way he had shown on International. And so now, kind of similar expectations on both Honkyu and Junjia, because if they end up having a similar performance to their former ADC, it's going to really throw this JDG roster through a loop, because if you don't have a winning mid-jungle, which this team is expected to have in most scenarios, the team just kind of falls apart.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you brought up Doggo, because a comparable AD carry, I feel like, with everything you've talked about with Doggo, I do feel like Gala kind of fits that bill sometimes, right? Like, where if he's playing with it's like a confidence guy, right? When Gala's confident, disgusting things he does on the Rift. He is like, he puts in case for best AD carry in the region. But there's that inconsistency, right? There's that shakiness. So Gala here next to, like you talked about, two former Flying Oysters. There are going to be games where Gala fully takes over. There are going to be games that disappear. This is where I talk about, right? There's a lot of variance with JD Gaming, and that's why I'm curious to see, as you talked about, Callum, off of Demacia Cup, where I felt like they looked a decent bit rusty. How hard of a swing are they going to come out with against Top Esports? Again, a marquee matchup. They will play twice, like you heard Mazel and all talking about before, but you want to start out with a statement for either one of these rosters with a bunch of new players. It's taking down a Titan organization in a series. Either JD Gaming or Top Esports, whoever comes out on top.
And one of the names we haven't touched on yet, because it wasn't on any of those screens, is somebody you don't often think about, the coaching staff. JDG picking up Tabe, who had took AL to such high highs last year. What can they do constructing this roster? How can they really bring those interesting drafts that we saw kind of just signify AL above the rest in a lot of scenarios? I want to see how they cook with this new season. There's a lot of stuff unlocked and a lot of funkiness you can bring into the game that kind of can come from every role, especially with how many individual powerhouses this JD Gaming roster should have. Xiaoshu in the top lane, carry player, looked very good on Zehen throughout the Demacia Cup. I'm curious to see what they end up prioritizing as we start to really look towards the drafts, and the fact that now we have first selection instead of just side select.
Yeah, and it does feel like, at least early on, we expect to see, first selection kind of dominate. I wouldn't be shocked to see that come around here. But I'm glad you brought up Xiaosu, because I do think, you talk about the Zahen, but we just saw Zika have a disgusting Jax game. This guy's a pretty big Jax player, I would say, in a lot of regards. And going back to talking about all these, champion changes, it's funny to me. I'm glad you're here to talk about, Cam, because I feel like in some capacities, top lane, for one, is maybe one of the most overpowered roles in the sense of how it's been buffed, but I feel like there are capabilities to be such a great carry top lane player, but also some of those tanks I know you think are still pretty disgusting.
I mean, all I'm saying, Ornn exists in the game right now. With accelerated leveling, he can chuck a lot of gold on his team for really not much. On top of that as well, kind of a tank, kind of a bruiser. Listen, I know I'm speaking early. Xiaoshu's played one game of Volibear, and I'm pretty sure he is absolutely disgustingly broken on this patch right now. So, maybe it's a bit of an early call-out shooting your shot, but when we start to think about the big tanks that we know have been existing, like the Sion, the Cassante, then there is a natural answer that comes to that in the form of Gwen, something we know 369 can pilot and want to see if Xiaoshu can match with, as I would be really surprised if we don't see any of those big tanks show up in the first games of this Fearless draft.
All right, I'm keeping notes for you over there, Mel. We'll see which one of those end up showing up as we are getting set here for the first player introductions for these teams as they make their walkouts into the Beijing arena. It's interesting, right? Because these aren't actually. I want to play a fun game with you, Melvin, for these walkouts. We saw, every year we get new look jerseys. We're actually not going to see them just yet. Okay, we get to see one of them because they're wearing the nice, I guess windbreakers, I would call them. Yeah. I want to hear your grades on these two teams' jerseys because I put out a video grading every single one of their jerseys, and I know we're just starting this caster bond that we hopefully will be building on across the year, but I want to see how aligned we are. And as I say that, Top Esports are wearing their jumpers, so you don't even get a look at the jerseys that I want you to grade. That doesn't really help us.
I mean, we could go off of the windbreaker hoodie kind of things going on right now.
Sure, let's do it. Yeah.
I think you're talking to the lowest quality fashion expert that you could have on the broadcast right now. I'm going to say I'm currently leaning, if we're judging it based on windbreaker quality, I have to go with JDG here. I feel like, especially when you want to be wearing a jacket, that feels like it's a bit more appropriate to me.
Okay, so Nayo is wearing the jersey. So that's the jersey over there. So I'll give you my takes. I'm
zooming and enhancing.
Okay, yeah, you can try and enhance. I'm sure we'll get a player get. Oh, there they are. All right, soak it in. There you go.
Okay.
Thoughts?
I'm still leaning JDG personally.
Okay. So I'm leaning Top Esports. I do. You're curious if this bothers anybody else though. The word top being indented further than esports, that's what throws me off a little bit. I don't get what the appeal of doing that is. All right, you know what? Let's not go down that rabbit hole, right? It's the first broadcast. Let's set up for talk to me more about side selection and the power that first pick brings you, especially even if you now can get that on red side, Melvin.
Yeah, so one of the big changes that have come in, we had Fearless introduced last year. Everybody's had a bit of time to get used to that. Now, we have first selection replacing side selection. What it basically means is now you can have first pick, but be on the red side. One team, whoever would have previously had side selection, gets to choose either which map side they're on, or if they get first versus last pick. And then the other team gets to pick the other one. So theoretically, you could still see red side with last pick, but it's been far more common that we've had a lot of teams picking first pick and then being shuffled over to red side. So I'm imagining that's probably what we're going to get. We're still very early on into the process with some time to iterate. I think there's a lot of potential. You were talking to me about Misfortune champions like Ziggs as well, who really prefer red side. If you're planning on drafting them, it is something that could become relevant, especially because if there was a team I thought that could bring out some deep level thinking on this early, it would be JDG. They have two Ziggs players in Honkyu and Gala. They have Tabe. Maybe they've cooked. It might be a bit too early, but we'll have to see what's in the oven.
There's always the prevailing theory too of right, don't necessarily show the whole deck of cards you've got available to you. So it might be kind of bland and boring. Maybe we were talking about it a bit that first Weibo IG draft, you could have convinced me that was a 2025 LPL draft because of how stock standard it was to last year. Maybe that's what was going on. Who cares now? Here we go. Game 1 draft, everybody. JD Gaming, Top Esports, and we'll get to see that first selection go into play here. But we'll get through the bands first here. Callum, anything standing out to you that really screams? I see the Jace for the Jace jungle, yes. I would say. All right, there we go.
I was waiting for that one. Malphite's another big one that's been getting a lot of early priority. But if you want to early pick Malphite, you need to ban Silas. We have two melee mid players, so I doubt, unless we see JDG ban the Silas and then hand over the first pick Malphite, I don't think we're seeing it in the first rotation just yet. It could obviously come up on third pick for JDG if that's the direction we want to go down. If they want to pick up that Malphite, it is something we've seen Junjia play a little bit of throughout the Demacia Cup. But Akali, another big one. We've got Gunblade back in the game. Some of these mid lane assassins could go a bit crazy. The Ambessa, this is a mega flex between top and jungle right now. It's 100%. Been a bit hit or miss in the jungle, but when it can get to level 20 in the top lane, yeah, it's a bit silly. Bit silly, actually.
I'd love to see them throw the fake out, right? you picking this early with the first pick red side. It's like, all right, probably jungle. But 3-6-9, I feel like, can throw down such a good Ambessa. Hopefully we'll see them kind of fake out that jungle swap. Holy team fight oriented swing here from Tabe, though. Even people are a little bit lower on Nico in this new season. Pop Blossom Shockwave combo, scary, Melvin.
If I don't see a Nocturne on 3 from JDG, I feel like something's gone awry here, and I think this is a very reasonable hover for Cream. Be able to push away a lot of the mega engage that will ultimately be flying at you, regardless of which champion you pick up here. So now, with the Nico locked in, you're kind of inclined to want to pick up a support here to avoid getting double banned on the second rotation. Thinking about what could be a decent option here, Blind, maybe something like the Bard. Might not be going down that chain of thought though, just deciding to show its Ambessa jungle, confirm the entire top side of top esports. Don't know if I'm super happy with that, but it is the top lane champion, you know, one of those big tanks we were expecting to see of the day.
And before we get one of the most hyped, I would say the most hyped import into the LPL in 2026 is, you know, lock-in of a champion here to round out the first phase JG. I really want to emphasize one more time, look at how many new names are on these two staple orgs. Watch out for who wants to make a name for themselves very early on, especially knowing how tumultuous and turnover heavy some rosters can get at the top for the LPL. So seeing that Malphite get slammed, put in the jungle, man, you thought Nico Oriana was scary. Just throwing down the Malphite too. Ball delivery system expedited. That's what I've got to say.
And added benefit, unless we see Fergie pick up the Silas support, you don't need to ban that anymore, because you've already shown all of your top side, so no potential. Silas got to go on in any of those roles relatively happily, but not going to have to worry about it. We do see the Kai'Sa banned away. We know that crit marksmen have really been running the patch at the moment. Zeri, a really big threat. Outside that, Caitlyn doing quite well. When we look at how we're going to play with this Nico, I think that we're probably just going to see another trade of bans, potentially something like the Brom taken out of the waters by JDG, matched with another... trying to think of what other dive ADC. You might see the Zeri knocked out of here by TES.
I have to see Alistar going to be...
Don't mind that.
Yeah. Smart ban to throw down here. We'll see if... I would like to see a Zeri respect ban given away. I think, you know, Yunara is also still obviously a sneaky pick. LPL, it seems early, LPL marksmen are a little bit more favoring of really either. Both of them just so good with that new ultimate ability haste. Marksman item makes your first 3 autos disgusting. Zahen, though, is going to be the ban here. So what do JDG... I know it's still going to be a little funny to look out on blue side, but what do they want to pick now to guarantee that blue side B5 counter pick? God, Callum, it's gonna be weird for me to get that lingo back down.
Theoretically, you just want to slam a top laner here, but instead they are leaning towards just taking the Yunara off the table.
This guy got the first Yunara pentakill ever in the world, by the way. Just saying, if this gets locked in.
Yeah, no, it's Gala. He had a bit of an here and there. I felt like his form during the Demacia Cup was not as consistent as we would expect from Gala. Still had plenty of highs, but had far more lows than I was ready for. I'm hoping that was just, it's Demacia Cup, guys. Let's see what happens when we get into the season proper. Interestingly enough, Aphelios has kind of slipped through the bans right now, not really being valued as high as he is in the solo queue tier lists. Jhin, it's an option. It works nicely when you have the Ambessa for the chain up. You get the public execution into that Jhin route, and one target just isn't allowed to play the game. Going for the Rel, a lot more conventional, enables you to go for that engage, but I'm here or there on what TES put together. It's cohesive, it works, but now with last pick over to JDG, I'm curious where they want to take this one. Please don't just be basic Renekton.
You know, let's see here, right? Because we talked about it. Xiaosu knows he's got a pretty decent matchup into a tank. All right, gonna throw the Renekton down. Listen, it is boring. It is boring, Callum, but it does kind of fit this like all-in team fight style of this comp, right? That like Tabe is saying top esports, Baron Pit, Dragon Pit, mid lane, first turret. We're throwing hands, all right? You do not get to take things on this map for free, and if we're rocking up together, good luck beating this comp.
And it is one of the things we kind of... One part of the identity that both of these rosters showed at Demacia Cup was if there is an objective, we are going there. Yep. It was something that CFO had a lot in their identity that we've seen both Honkyu and Junjia bring over pretty much immediately. TES, even with limited games and without their solo laners playing in Demacia Cup, showed that they loved running at objectives and trying to sneak them, try right-click them on cooldown. And with tankier objectives, Baron back at 20 minutes has that resistance shred now. He got it back from Atakan, it was on loan. There's a lot of potential for some mega chaos here, so that's probably, like you were saying, where the logic in a Renekton comes in. We just need to get the snowball going and then trust these players to roll it all the way to the finish line.
Well, we are certainly trying to build a snowball to turn into an avalanche for glory if you talk about these two organizations in their new eras. Top Esports, approaching a year ago now, it's hard to believe, split one champion organization, representative at first stand, would like to repeat that once more, and JD Gaming really just looking to kind of usher in a new era after a very disappointing year here. But talking a bit more about the compositions, I want to pick your brain on the Jhin pick, because I feel like Jhin is such a polarizing pick. It's like, it's got to really fit the scenario to pick it in a game like this, but that's what Jachi's rocking as we get onto the Rift.
It was something that we saw him play, and it was not the best performance in Demacia Cup, but again, it was a 4-game sample size, one Jhin game. Thing is, we have seen now, one of the most important parts of the patch is that crit damage went up back from 175% of your damage dealt to 200%. So crit carries, quite happy. Jhin, renowned for having quite large critical strikes. So I think if there was a time for Jhin to be doing a bit more damage than expected, to be able to get through some of the tankier champions, this is it. There is a Malphite, which obviously problematic. So you're hoping that we can have Cream cover up for that and really be the AP DPS. So if there was a Jhin game, this is it. It's fine. I'm not a big lover of Jhin in pro play, but we've seen players like Ruler get it done both in the LPL and the LCK. You can do a lot of damage if you get to late game. And now with 6 item slots, once you complete the ADC quest, yeah, you can restack that AD quite high, actually.
Yeah, I like that point, right? It felt like into this JDG comp, Chachi, no matter what he picked, it was going to be a hard time outside of lane, so the Jhin, a good little number, especially the way he's been able to kind of punish Vampire and Gala, force him to trade a lot of his health econ to contend in this wave, as Top Esports will also have the support of Nayo coming down towards this bot side, so definitely going to keep the pressure up here to the max, and we heard our two casters on the first series talk about it a bit here, Gallum, but the speed that these junglers can just fly through these camps, it really opens up a lot of caution for a lot of these lanes. I wasn't really going to talk about the mid lane, but all right, Hongq, already forcing Cream out of lane early, going to have to expend that teleport.
Not bad. We did get to see in one of the B-roll Hongq clips him bullying TES last year, with Cream being one of the recipients of that damage, so it is something that these players have actually played against each other a handful of times, with Hongq having pretty good performance thus far. It's just the basic starter lane phase, though. At the end of the day, there's 2 level 6 demons in the jungle, as we see Nayo showing himself.
Yeah, what about level 4 demons fighting over Scuttle Crab? Callum, this is the LPL right here. We fight over Scuttle Crabs. We need to crash down, engage. Flash War for Chachi. Chunja is cut down. First blood secured by Nayo as he tries to make his statement into the jungle first in our big Titan matchup. Top Esports on the board.
Okay, we do see
maybe a bit
Gala
more.
Vampire.
Tangle Barb. There we go. I think Gala should have enough damage and will be able. Vampire picks up that kill. Van Gwen cannot find the trade. And just like that, we're starting the seesaw of our matchup. It's JDG's bottom lane to answer the first blood.
Head in my hands at the end of that one. Yeah, Top Esports had a lead and decided, let's go hard mode. A nice initial play that we got to see coming out there. Nayo really flexing on this Ambessa. I was saying level 6 threats because the Malphite doesn't do a lot until then. He's just a guy. He's not stacked armor.
He's just a rock.
Yeah, like, what do you want him to do here? He can slow some attack speed. Ambessa only needs to get one hit at a time to keep the passive rolling, so it is what it is. And then, let's see what actually happened here to keep this fight elongated. Just the tag from the... Yeah, alright. Just the barbs tagged, and then a pretty tragic flash at the end here.
Yeah,
Oof.
that. Oh,
Yeah, it was worse the second time. It was worse the second time.
Yeah, I was like, I thought you were talking about the Gala flash into the crash down. Hold on, there's a crash down. All right, Gala, there's a good, nice dodge. Get away from that engage. Remember everybody's first series of the. Oh my God, honk you. All right, listen. I saw this at Worlds against BDD, and it did not end well. So let's. Oh my God, guys. Let's suspend the heart attacks at 5 minutes. It is the first game you're playing on stage, and neither of them are willing to back down at 50 HP. And we're back to the bottom lane immediately. All right, I think things are settling down, but Melvin, you're starting to get the picture of what to expect in the LPL, huh?
Most definitely. And part of the reason that I was saying I'm so excited to be here for this season in particular is because it's such a volatile time to play League of Legends. There's going to be a lot of trading like this. That's standard issue, but
oh my God, the junglers are back. They're not level 6, they're level 5, and they still want to throw down. And there you see exactly what Melvin was talking about, how little impact Malphite can have. Oh, we have top laners. I forgot.
oh my God, they exist!
We haven't panned up here all game, so I forgot they were here.
Wow, good job, guys. We do have Xiaoshu coming up with a pretty decent CS lead at the start. It's Renekton hours. Kind of what we want to see. We need to see a bit of a lead coming out before the Cassandre hits mega late game, as there is a dive set up here, but there's no minions, so I don't love it.
Yeah, also, it's just a level 5 at best. I feel like this is a really forced issue. Now, Nayo, we get a little bit cornered. Junja is, like, hanging around just to make sure his bottom lane doesn't get dove. I feel like there's a decent amount of time being wasted by both these junglers who we talked about kind of have accelerated clears in the new game.
Well, that's the thing. It's not exactly wasted because all the camps were down. And so normally, because everything got sped up by 30 seconds except for the objectives, you finish your second clear, assuming you do 2 basic full clears, standing in front of the Dragon Pit at about 5 minutes. Now, when both bot lanes are alive, a bit of trading in mid, when both bot lanes are alive, you kind of want to influence that to then be safe to go up to the Dragon. So I think we're seeing what will be a trend throughout the year of both junglers kind of just trying to overforce a play bot lane, because they know, I can't start Dragon, it's a Malphite, but you could still walk at me and hit me on the thing. It's an Ambessa, I can't walk at theirs, Junjia, so it's like, what do? You kind of just sat around with not much to force, especially if you're a level 6 jungler who now, we have both of them online. A lot of engage potential has just appeared in pretty much anywhere that we see them walk. So I think this first dragon fight, as we see expected, Nayo immediately right-clicking in that direction.
Yep. I like this, though, too. I don't know how much info they have on where Junja went with his clear, but he has a lot of camps clear top down. So nice little window found for Nayo. Again, really want to emphasize how a year ago today, Nayo was not a starting jungler in the LPL, and now he's commanding a lot of the leadership duty on this top esports roster, a much younger roster than it ever was last year, with no Jackie Love, no Kanavi. It's a much fresher bottom lane, and Nayo already shown in little spurts that he's willing to step up and make the calls, gets that dragon for free. That's a nice feeling for top esports.
And it's always easier to take a player who wants to force the ticket and wind them back in to get some level of responsibility, some level of kind of respect, than go the other way. So I'm glad that we're seeing Nayo actually trying to get the tempo going, because one of the things we've seen pretty much from the limited sample size of the season so far is you accelerate so quickly as these quests go through, as you accumulate those wins.
Here we go, that teamfight threat. Vampire gets the flash out of Jachi. That's a nice trade you'll take if you're Vampire.
Yep, I think Junjia would like to know your location, Mr. Jin, and
yep.
It's really just going to be a case of now having to play super respectfully. So we do actually have both junglers hovering around mid. This crystalline overgrowth, Honky really wants to proc
Cream gets hit by the shockwave. Junja, Soppel force, he's gonna chase over the wall. He sees Nayo, flashes on top of Cream's head and deletes him. He's not a rock anymore, he's a boulder throwing down. Poking execution from Nayo gets him back under turret. Handy use of that Ambessa ult, but man, Junja, what a statement for his first kill in the LPL.
Much better than the Malphite ults I saw from him in the Marcia Cup. That is encouraging that he has got the hang of flying like a lunatic. And it should pretty reasonably convert into a grub start. We do have Just checking. Yeah, that is Vampire. Always got to verify when you see an icon on the minimap which person it actually is when Nico's in the game. Currently just the one secured by the looks of it. There's no more feats of warfare, so while grubs are quite important just because of how much gold you can drain from hitting towers, it's not one of those super high priority things, especially with wanting to be in lane to accumulate those stacks. I'll be honest, we could just let this play in the background because it was just good use of ultimates. Honky winning out the lane phase again, and Junjib. Perfect, lockdown, easy peasy. And I think that the fact that you have to burn the Ambessa ult there really does mean that TES can't force something proactively in the meantime. You would want to go hunting for Junjia knowing that there's no Malphite ult, no flash available, and potentially pick up a kill on him, speed up your Ambessa's scaling, get her to that level 6 or that level 11 mark even, and increase the percentage pen that she gets once she levels up the ult a few more times to match the amount of armor that we're going to see stacked for this Malphite.
Right. Great thing to call out and track going forward. I'm glad that Vampire has allowed me to talk about the fact that counting minions for Nico is going to be a lot funnier now. If you're not aware, when a cannon wave comes out, you lose a melee minion now. So you do have to do a little bit more extra math on the Nico check. Don't need to do any math on this. There is the unstoppable shockwave, as we'll call it. That's the Flying Oyster combo now in the LPL, folks. 2 ults, 1 dead mid laner, but it's Fungway looking for the turn back and a double crash down into the public execution. Vampire is dead, and Junja doesn't have any damage left to trade that out, so both these teams finding ways to kind of scrap back after losing a member.
Much better for TES than last time. At least they managed to get a return kill, and it was off the back of the Ambessa, getting more gold into that pocket. Already picked up the Eclipse, specifically in these early team fights where we would expect JDG to be a bit stronger. Got the Inara, got the Orianna, and particularly this Renekton when it comes to the full-on team fights. JDG should be favored in these early fights. So if you can snowball Naya, if you can continue to pour gold into that Zambessa, it could give a chance for this person sitting in Kanavi's chair now to kind of make it their own.
He's going to have to, because mid lane is kind of a travesty. I know a lot of hype fan. Oh yeah, give me the cinematic replay. World stage now to Beijing. Hongq and Junja, same old duo. Gotta love it. My point being here is the fans are definitely loving it. Look at that gold difference in the mid lane we got going on here, Callum.
Yes, pretty good. And with only, what is that, 2 plates collected thus far from Hongq, none knocked down from Cream. I think now's probably a good time to talk about this pseudo comeback mechanic of the Crystalline Overgrowth. If there's a kill that comes out of this, I'll be very surprised. The Malphite's up in 2, but yes, okay. Do I have a moment?
Oh, Gala. No, you don't. Transcended Gala, flashing forward after Jachi. One more auto should do it, and that's the Gala we know and love here around the LPL. You give him an inch, he takes a mile.
Very solid stuff, building up a lead, and is now... Excellent transition for me, Gala. Go collect some of that Crystalline Overgrowth. It's one of the ways that you can snowball ahead, complete your quest quicker. Go on, take it
Vampire.
away.
Yeah, Pop Blossom on a Fengwei. Hongq should easily pick up that kill. To make, to finish your point there for you, Melvin, it's a lot easier to snowball and run away with the game, and you've seen JDG do that in the last 3 minutes.
Most definitely, and it does mean that now this dragon has a lot more priority.
Oh, there it is again.
He's gone. He's just gone.
Didn't even need the shockwave this time. Just the unstoppable force.
Yeah, we see why teams are valuing this Malphite so highly. It's kind of like Nautilus of... If you could just press R on somebody, it doesn't matter how good they are. If the depth charge hits, the depth charge hits. Like, what can you do? If there's a Malphite in the game, unless you have Flash, and as we saw from Cream, even if you have Flash, if they aim the Malphite ult right, you're gone. There's not much to be done about it. Maybe get a spell shield, but the problem is, when it's a jungler, it kind of ends up being like Vi, if they could just smite away a potential spell shield, as we do get to see this pretty solid, just 2v2 outplay from Gala.
Oh, it's so beautiful. That's what I like to call the business as an AD carry player myself. 2 words to remember. All you need is good clicks. And those were some pretty good clicks.
Got the job done pretty handedly, as we do see now, taking a look up at the top. All of the
5K.
quests completed, bar Cream and Fengwei, which is,
Yeah.
difficult situation to be in at this point, with no dragon up at the moment to take, just losing even more tower gold. Just to make it a bit easier for people to understand, the towers basically are the same as last year, minus the fact they now have plates. The reason they're distributed in this weird way is it's the exact same, give or take, of how much damage you have to deal to the tower. They just made it health scaling rather than resistance scaling, because normally when you would take a plate last time, it would increase the resistances of the tower, making it harder to take the rest of them. Now, Riot's just made it a lot more visually clear. It looks a bit weird, but when you realize this is just how it actually works.
Great catch, Nayo, but the cleanse is perfect. Gala gets out of the Jid W. Now they catch Nayo forward, and Vampire finds a two-man Pop Blossom on the backside. Gala transcended, trying to step up, get a couple more of these autos down. But JDG, even when they get jumped on now, find a way to turn the tides.
That's what we want to see from a team with a 5.7k gold lead at 15 minutes. Damn, it's crazy. Damn, it's crazy. And a majority of that on the back of Gala and Hongyu. And I will say, credit to Vampire there. Really good counter engage to continue the ticket there. Keep forcing the issue. And this is something that I want to harp on. If you get a lead, you need to keep the snowball going. Because...
that was a Cassante. Yeah, that was a simple Orianna combo. And that Cassante, where's the copy-paste Cassante I need? That... you know what? You're making the point. 6k gold lead. Oh, boy. Yep, 369. Tangle Barb. Junja does not need his big ultimate to throw down onto 369. Oh, man. He goes into all out just to lose some more resistances. Vampire's looking for more. Gets another Tangle Barb down. Shockwave from Hongyu through. Does he have enough gross damage for Nayo? No, he doesn't. But, man, are they leaving an everlasting image towards Top Esports? This game is slipping out of their hands. Cream having to TP back in just to cover a turret, but that means Gala. Oh my god, that was one empowered Q. This game is getting out of hand rapidly. Quay knows that he's trying to make a snap engage with Cream, but he gets interrupted in the middle of his dash, trying to go after the back line of Hongyu, but he flashed himself back over the flat wall. Xiaosu joins the party with Dominus popped, and Feng Wei is tarnished and thrown back to the base. This game is going off the rails rapidly, and if you're a JDG fan, this is exactly what you wanted to see out of this new roster.
I think it's so encouraging for JDG fans who, honestly, were probably feeling pretty good after Demacia Cup, but with a middling finals performance, I was not 100% what kind of form we would see them come into the season with. So far, kicking it off in great fashion, but let's temper expectations after we watch this kind of super force from TES. When you're this far behind, it makes sense that you want to keep forcing the ticket, but as we see there, it was Junjia using the ultimate, stopping Cream, get the Emperor's Divide onto 3, forced to use it defensively in the end. Really the turning point of that play. If there was hope for TES to get anything done, it was entirely stopped by a big rock to the face.
That's going to happen all game long. One thing, we touched on how much of a team fight threat this composition is, but when you're playing a team fight comp, a snap engage comp like this with a gold accelerated, I mean, how much is every brush, every, piece of fog on the map, Callum, just so scary for a top esports team like this?
Tell you what, they're really glad that the Phaelites got introduced, because the two that's just outside the base that gives you preliminary vision into your jungle, pretty much the only way you get to play from this point onwards. As, okay, there was a TP off on the side. Very nice, thank you for the replay. As we do get the Cloud Dragon started up. And look at this, even with this far behind, as predicted, TES right-clicking towards this objective like their lives depend on it. And in the game, it currently does.
Oh boy, 369 is completely ganked wherever he was trying to come from. Flashes away with the all-out. He's used everything he desperately can to escape, but all he finds himself is a black and white screen. Second death of the game, and no more clicking towards that objective. It is easily picked up here by Junja. They might even look here for Cream. Cream, you knew this dragon was going down, and now you're going to feel the new import power of JD Gaming. They're daring him to flash an Emperor's Divide. There's the shimmy shake to get himself out. Junja goes after him with the Vampire. Pop Blossom onto 3. My lord, it's a massacre for JD Gaming, and somehow Nayo's able to escape it. But again, it's just foreshadowing for what the rest of this game should be for JD Gaming.
Oh, the people's elbow straight onto Cream there. Nothing to be done with this Malphite Nico Orianna. It's just too much. This was the first 3 picks from JDG, and they are executing on it swimmingly. As now we see ridiculous amount of shutdowns across the board available for TES to pray they can pick up. I don't see how they're going to do it this far. It's not exactly like if you take a look at the inventories, they are completely filled with damage. We have a Cassante with 2 items. That's, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, we
It's
have
something.
a full crit building. Jin needs time. Azir needs mega time. At best, I mean, I don't really. There's not really much of a way to sugarcoat this, right? Like, what? Do we, how many run over fights? Oh yeah, Baron. Okay, so how
That's
many
it.
run over fights do we need before you feel like this game's over, Melvin?
Honestly, I need an ace and a Baron steal here, and then TES are back on the menu. But
Okay.
I don't
All right.
think that's going to happen, because the thing about having this Malphite in the jungle is even if he gets his resisted shredded, tanking up the Baron, he could still just go over the wall and press R. Like, you know,
At any
what do you
point.
do about that? Yeah, like, I don't think TES have a good angle back into the game. It needs to be JDG making pretty colossal mistakes. We did see throughout last year, oh, nothing there. Is this a fight or is this just posturing?
Let's pretend which one's the real rock. Yeah, that's the even scarier part, right? Is you don't know which one's the one that can fly over a wall, taking all that space up towards the Bear Pit. That mid-tier 2 turret is soon to fall down. Oh, top lane skirmish. We're throwing down hands, and I would figure Xiaosu is pretty favored in this one, but 369's making it close. The flash stun just to secure it. Xiaosu picks himself up the solo kill to keep the JD train running.
Really nice, considering that was a fight at an item disadvantage for the Renekton, only having the 1 completed item. Really promising, and it's something that, again, top lane hasn't really been the focus of this game, to use a bit of an understatement, but coming into the series, seeing how Xiaoshu performs against 369, who was, to our expectation, the most important member of TES. We didn't get to see them at the Master Cup, but 369 is such a big name, such an important factor for this team's success. And let's actually see the full fight of what happened here, because the part that we really clocked onto was that flash outplay at the very end from Xiaoshu. But it's just complete confidence on this Crocodile, one of their signature picks. We saw a lot of success on the Zehen, but behind the Jax as well. Renekton is sitting there ominously waiting for Crocodile to come out. I wasn't happy to see it in draft, but I'm a lot happier seeing it in game.
Depending on what fan base you're here watching our series, you're about to be a lot happier with this next ultimate combo with some of the items you got coming through here for JDG as they try and set up for this Baron. Top Esports, you got to give up some of this real estate, or you were asking for a whooping coming from Junja and Hongq. Junja's so tanky with this build, maximize ultimate damage, but there's Dio flying on the background. Hongq has to go into the stasis. Fengwei finds a good angle. The shockwave from Hongq gets him out, and oh my god, Gala just deletes Scream. Yep, it's Gala here to the rescue with tons of damage, and the look to try and chase down a Nio that is way out of his comfort zone, trying to steal camps away. Hongq will just zone him. JD Gaming onto the Baron for now. Top Esports, desperation is the name of their game, to try and find some way into this pit, try and find some way to stem the bleeding, and maybe it's going after Hongq, who's casually going for the 1v1 against Nio, but Nio looking to throw hands back. It doesn't matter. Hongq is just better. JD Gaming secure the Baron. Chachi is jumped on by a Crocodile looking to chase him down. Vampire doesn't even expire. It's only 369 who limps away to tell the tale of the Mad Titans, JD Gaming, in this game 1.
That is the Hongq we wanted to see it coming into the LPL. Fancy feating, and the respect, by the way, to be ahead and pick up the Zhonyas. Something I didn't get to set up before the fight, but it was really the reason that went completely in JDG's favor. TES have the Ambessa to try and force anything. And guess what? They hit onto the Orianna. Should be best case scenario. Nah, stasis. How can play? Gala gets to just right-click everybody down. And then Hongq opting in to take the fight in the 1v1, executing on it brilliantly. As we see a desperation play. Double TP coming in from the solo lane as a TES on the flank.
Well, they know all those great defensive spells are down for Hongq for now, but he gets right back towards his team, and Top Esports have to very awkwardly walk back up their own lane. Junja, the big tank for JDG, just holding the front line. Vampire poking and prodding with some Tangle Barbs. Cream is getting a lot of time, though, with that lethal tempo stacked up, and Junja's going to respect Flash away here for now. bringing up that Baron wave. Good call out there, Melvin. They have, oh, yep, Xiaosu just slamming on inhibitor turrets. Well, that really shuts down any possibility of a fight.
Yeah, when you're stuck in this state of wanting to force a play, but hold on.
Oh, Hongq first, Junja second, Gala third, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. JDG are eating good in this game one. Gala's got himself the triple. He's picked himself up the quadra. Gala, pentakill debut on JDG, just like that.
This is LPL, everybody. You came, you saw, Gala got you, and now that is going to be a clean first game for JDG. We talked about the high expectations. We talked about what we wanted to see from these players. This is it. Everybody playing at the maximum for JDG, and TES, terrifying state to be put into for the first series of the year.
Gala, welcome to the LPL. What the heck? That's just like, if we talked about it, right? It's like, you know, like JDG, this is a whole new roster. These are two LCP guys coming into the LPL. Like, it could be shaky. They looked a bit rusty. No. Like, all the things we were worried about with this team, at least for one game. Oh my God, did I just have to chuck them out the window?
Yeah, I mean, we'll keep the series alive in saying that we just had IG win their first game and then lose the series. This is something that can happen.
That's a good
At
point.
the end of the day, it's a fearless system. We know there's no more Malphite coming. This is something that TES can look to the game to and hopefully free for them and go, all right, we can just, you know, do something a bit differently and come out on top. But JDG, absolutely just phenomenal performances across the board. Very minimal, if no notes, honestly. They just played well. They didn't drop leads. They outperformed in lanes. Like, what do you want from them? That was just great.
Yeah.
That was exactly it.
Like, everything that was positively envisioned about the pieces of this team in that game played out right. You know, the CFO duo, mid-jungle, Hongq and Junja, terrorizing Green that whole game. That same synergy from that Worlds performance was still there. The hype of a Gala Vampire bottom lane, the main sell, was the fact that if they're feeling confident, they're going to throw hands anywhere, anytime. What had just happened in that game? Everything that was propped up as a positive for JDG to be a contender in the LPL just happened in their first debut game. The only negative I could say here is, like, how do you go from the high of that debut game from a roster with how many hundreds of games we have left?
It's going to be difficult, but at the end of the day, we talked about this being a game and a series of expectations. Well, if this is a series of precedent for JDG to start off the split, start off this group ascend on a high note, at the end of the day, you're competing to get into playoffs. And, you know, we're not going to project all the way to first stand. This is the first game you've played. TES could look completely different in a week, let alone in game 2. So now we need to figure out what is going to go on in the drawing board. Does JDG have other stuff that they are going to look this good on? Because you're making it really understandably high level that we got to see from JDG. Can they replicate that on a less relatively cookie-cutter draft? Like, at the end of the day, they had a Malphite Orianna and a Nico. Like, you said it in the first 3 picks. Guys, what do we think we're going to do? We're going to run at them, and we're going to press all the R buttons, and 2 people minimum will die. And guess what happened? That every time. Is there that many more simple ways they can keep this rolling? Will we see stuff like Vi have to come out now?
Well, we get to see some of the, usually, like, you know, you can find some very fun, like, post-game stats to, like, emphasize certain point. Nah, man. It's just what do we emphasize here? The JDG ran over this game. You know what's an interesting talking point is we roll through some of these stats here, Melvin, is it interesting to say the advantage of maybe playing your full roster in the Demacia Cup, right? Like, JDG, this 5, they got a lot of reps together. Top Esports look like a team that didn't play with their 2 solo laners until, well, on stage at least, right now.
I mean, even just talking about the highlights of having Hongq and Junji, like that duo, we expected that synergy, and it wasn't there as much as I would have liked to see in Demacia Cup, but now working fully with the team, we saw several plays where Vampire was there as well to make it into a 3v2, something that we rarely saw happen on the other side for TES. And this bot lane looked very solid together, nothing really to be problematic. There was a whoopsie-daisy flash or 2 here or there, but that was mainly on the end of TES at the end of the day, so...
Right.
Yeah, happy days.
Yeah, and again, back to what we really emphasize at the top of show, right? there's so many guys on both of these rosters that are stepping in for LPL legends, right? Junja is playing for Shun's spot. Like, this is Scout's mid lane spot from Honkyu. Jachi in particular, like, having to step in with this Jin for Jackie Love. Top Esports, it's always going to be the back of the mind of the fans, right? It's always going to be back of the mind of some of these players too. The stakes that they're stepping into, and again, it's just one game. You don't need to take a lot away from it, but that is always going to be a big point of emphasis when we talk about who really shined in these games going forward for both these teams. And right now, as you mentioned, it's everybody on JDG.
Yeah, and I mean, looking over to TES, particularly for Jachi, like you're saying, with having Jackie Love, unlike the other ones, not a full replacement. We know that Jackie Love is projected to come back in Split 2, just taking a break off for this one.
Even
so
more
it's
pressure,
arguably
right?
the most important for Jachi to get himself onto another team after this is all said and done. We want to see some strong performances that can really solidify him in that middle of the pack of the ADCs. And, you know, listen, I'm new here. If there is one role that I associate with being the highest skill level in the LPL, I mean, Gala kind of showed it off today, didn't he? Like, it's that bot lane. You need to be doing it. You need to be having these peak performances, especially this season, giving you an extra item slot, accelerated gold. Basically, everything coming up Millhouse for the bot lane. Like, it looks a great position to be in, and it means that there's so much more pressure to perform. And Gala really showed off that he has been under that pressure. He has performed. And you know what? He knew exactly how to get a Yunara pentakill. That was some great foreshadowing from you.
Yeah, right. Sometimes it pays. It pays to recognize the Yunara pentakill king. I guess we'll call Gala. I'll give you an easy slam dunk here. Callum, who's the player of the game? Wait, what? It's not Gala? I mean, he got a pentakill.
Yeah, but you know, rock solid.
That's top tier analysis. All right. That's all we need. I don't think you need to follow anything up. All right. That's cool, though. If there was ever a time to give a team player of the game award, as much of a cop-out as it is, Melvin, it would be this game, right? Like, could you could have made an argument for what? Everybody but maybe, like, Xiaosu?
I mean, but then
Xiaosu,
he did
like,
everything correct, like, in isolation on the Renekton. No problems with him. So, yeah, like, everybody did exactly what they needed to. Like, Tabe going to be sitting very happy after that game.
Yeah, I mean, Tabe, such a divisive decision. Okay, wow, so we get a little breakdown of how close it was. All right, you know what? Team Caster had at least some Caster's Observer. Refs? What are we watching? I don't understand how we don't at least have somebody vote for bottom lane.
I mean, that's the thing though. Honkyu was just stomping Cream in lane,
Yeah,
with or without his jungler.
You're so right. You're so right. It's a good problem to have when we're arguing over who should win player of the game. Let's say that. What a start to the journey of two of our staple LPL orgs. Top Esports come out the gate looking flat, and JD Gaming. I think it's a serious question that how do you attain a single game peak higher than that one? Well, you play in bigger stakes games, but that's a long road away. The stakes here for Game 2 will be JD Gaming can take away a sweep to start their season. It's up to Top Esports to kind of bring everything together and find some way to fight back in our series. We had a 3-game start to our entire year. Can we have a back-to-back 3-game series in store for day 1 of the LPL Split 1? We'll have to see, because Game 2 is coming your guys' way after a short break. All right, fresh off the Gala JDG Penta debut. We have to somehow get set for a second game here, as this is a series of 3. And I guess we could start with, I'll ask you the tough question here, Melvin Izzle.
Okay.
If you're top esports, what is step 1 in bouncing back from a loss like that?
Well, step 0 would be to not let Malphite in, but Fearless has got you covered on that front. So I would
start
say
then.
Probably the actual step 1 is get yourself some more early game team fighting.
Okay.
I didn't like the Renekton pickup for Xiaoshu last game. He played very well on it, but it looks like TES need a bit more to kind of hold them together in that early game, particularly to loop up Nio with Cream in the mid lane. One of the big changes that we've seen with this season is that laners, particularly supports, aren't roaming as much because you want to stay in lane to get those bonus passive points to complete your role quests.
Yep.
And that means if you are getting outlaned, as Honkyu was doing to Cream last game, you get exposed a little bit. And, you know, winning matchup or not, it was quite decisive. Whenever we saw Junjia show up, it was just over. Cream didn't get to play the game on the Azir, and maybe we could have Vampire sack some points to just add to that snowball, but we didn't really get much promising stuff from Jachi or Fengye bot lane, so let's see if we can get something a bit more promising, a bit more early game skirmish power, something to get TES the lead and avoid JDG building up such a ridiculous snowball again.
Well, you know, I like all that, and a good way to start that ball rolling is to very, very likely secure yourself that first pick. Not B1, I gotta get that out of my head. First selection, and we expect that to come across here for top esports. You know, before we get set for this draft, you talked to me about the support players. I found it a fascinating conversation we were having before while the first series was going on. I don't think you'll show up in this draft in particular, but you did feel pretty strongly, Callum, that there are a lot more spots for, you know, some enchanter expression, especially knowing that you've got to stay in that lane too, right? I feel like that's such a pivotal part of it, that where enchanters can come around.
Because one of the weaknesses of having an enchanter in your draft is you need to have proper engage typically in the jungle and the top lane. But if we are already saying that we want TES to have more aggression, more early game playmaking, more things that they can use proactively, having an enchanter support isn't that bad. And with a lot of these new items that if we do see an enchanter, we'll definitely harp on about, the power of these just abilities to make deathball comps pretty much unbreakable regardless of what you pair these items with is so strong. The bans, we've got them rolling out. We do have TES on the red side with the first pick. Right. So just to clarify for everybody watching, that's what we're preparing for this game. Does mean JDG do have that all-important last counter, right? Have I get this right? I'm just trying to check who's banning first.
You're nailing
it.
Keep rolling.
Or am I backwards? Or am I backwards? Because I'm looking now. Who's banning first? I think JDG is actually blue side first pick, aren't they? Oh. Because they banned first.
Yeah, that's true. So interesting, right? Because everybody was
we
screaming
need more
out like
for this.
everyone was screaming out like first. Okay, TS is the first pick.
Okay.
So I guess it must not just change the ban order, which would make sense.
Sure. It's confusing.
We're learning as we go here, all right? It's January in the LPL, right? We have the grace period, all right?
I don't have the excuse for being like, what time is it for you? For me, I've got the sun right there.
5:20 in the morning. I can hear the garbage people coming around outside.
Oh, bless you.
That's where we're at. So we can use the grace period together, all right? First pick was actually JDG, so it was.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's what we heard, right? Okay. Rumble B1. Boys, we're familiar with that one. No matter what.
This is all very standard issues so far, and the Vi, it's not early game, but it's kind of what we're hoping to see. Bit more standardized play. Taking it away from Junjie is also very important because holding somebody on top of the equalizer is, well, it's devastating. It is what it is. It looks like in that case, we're going to just continue down with the draft. Presumably, TES have actually opted to take the red side here, but we'll find out and let you know. We do, at least going off of the draft, have Varus pretty strong pick. Poke Varus has been the prevalent one. Not really seen much of the on-hit or even the crit necessarily, but here we go. Hot pot combo looks like it will be just the Jarvan and the Rumble. JDG already shaping up to have a very similar level of impact in the team fights. Question is now, what will they be finishing off this first rotation with?
Oh my god. This is hilarious. Melvin Izzle, you came off of game 1 and you were like, hey, at least Top Esports, you know, like, you don't have to run it. Maybe you don't run another cookie cutter draft, right? You don't have to run into another death ball team fight. Especially, it's deja vu. Anybody with new champions? Fearless can't even keep JDG's strategy down. Toppa just wants to team fight.
And you know what? When you're starting off a split when nobody really knows what's correct, pretty happy with it. Pretty happy with it. We do have the Yorick actually coming out for a side lane threat on TES. Does give an alternate win condition, plates, and this crystalline overgrowth has a lot of gold in it now. It's the same net gold as just taking the tower, but the fact that you can chip away and get that gold bit by bit means that, generally speaking, everybody's a little bit richer than they otherwise would be. And that adds to the snowball, and then we get faster games, so on, so on, so on.
So, when it comes to the first selection debacle, there's two realities here. It's either Top Esports selected red side, or they decided, or they selected counterpick. So, one of the two of those went down. I'm sure as the year goes on, we'll find ways to have that better clarified. But those are scenarios we are running into as we move on into that second phase of bans. Double support ban. You expect that coming through here. I'm actually surprised. Yeah, that's a good shout.
There's a Misfortune. This is pretty much like every time somebody picks Misfortune, there is a very natural Brom ban. I mean, it's a bit more abstract, but
like
Cream is a
Leona,
melee
right?
mid player, does like the Yasuo, so there's a very real world we see a Yasuo 5th pick coming out for TES right now.
All right, our awesome producer Kai has confirmed to us that Top Esports selected counterpick. Yeah, that makes sense. There's no way they gave first pick and blue. Like, you don't give both of those. So you had to have selected.
It would be a flex if he did it in one though.
Okay,
That's a way to
that's
rebuild
true.
confidence. Gala
There you go.
Pentakill, winning on regular red side. Which do you value higher? As
do you value?
actually, one of the typically lower priority answers to Misfortune. Brom blocks all of the bullet time. Leona very much second or first, depending on how you all look at it, because she can just ultimate. The MF does again require you to have the ult available and be in range, not having that freedom of a basic ability. I'm just going to stop talking about hovers because everybody's been a bit over the place right now.
Yeah.
As
Don't buy
right
it.
now, JDG have got a very, very solid team fight comp put together, and finalizing with that Alistar in the bottom lane. Now it is just a question of what do you take mid. It's all about that middle pool. Yeah, that is an option. That, you know.
More circles. Hey, you know, Honkyu, if you asked somebody who watched all of Worlds what champions, you know, was Honkyu really shining on, I think the first answer you'd probably get is Azir. Aurora's probably the second one, I would think.
She's definitely up there. Gotta be
yeah,
up there.
right? Yeah. Some seriously awesome Aurora performances. So Honkyu's bringing it on over to the LPL. It was only a matter of time. But R5 for Cream, who was super quiet, got far behind early in this game up against Honkyu. What does the answer look like? Never bad to lock Silas with an Alistar.
Okay. Alistar, a Misfortune. I mean, listen, we have 5 super ultimates realistically for JDG this game, so yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Cream has easy pickings, always going to have something that he will want available for the team fight. Thing is, though, let's kind of reframe it back to what we expected and what we wanted to see from TES. Have they managed to put together some of that early game ability to skirmish and build up a lead? The Varus and Leona very good at going off and fighting. The thing is, though, Gala can choose to just only play the lane from max range and just trade Qs for Varus Qs. And
Yeah.
there are options right now for JDG to play in a safer manner and kind of get to that level 6 point and then turn on the go buttons. TES, they have a bit more tools pre-level 6, but pretty much equally, in the case of Cream on the Silas, exactly equally, also has a lot of pretty solid level 6 tools, so I think I'm okay with what TES have put together here.
I think this is a very intriguing spot. On top of everything you're saying here, Callum, the fact that Top Esports, a good way to try to deny like a super team fight comp, the harder way to deny it is by spreading the map, right? Playing super macro conscious. And with a Yorick, you have that capability. You have the pick potential of this Vivarus. You have a Yorick that can side lane. If you play this right, and few teams are able to accomplish this in any region, you can kind of force a team fight comp to never truly get the team fight they want. And when teams are able to accomplish that, I really admire it, because so many times does it fall flat. So many times does this not go on, especially early in a season, right?
Pretty much. And I think realistically, since the Dragon Soul was introduced as an objective, we've kind of seen 1-3-1 and 4-1 fall off as an objective, but as we hit the Rift going into our Game 2, I think TES have what it takes here to put together that kind of comp.
We just need some direction, some confidence coming through for some of those. Even the mainstay ones, especially, Cream, very silent in that game. One. Now on the Silas, like you mentioned, Melee Maestro. Junja gonna get spotted on this vertical jungle force, so good ward there. Both junglers are gonna recognize these starts, and this is gonna really shake up our early game, right? We haven't seen too many vertical jungle scenarios in Season 16 yet.
Nothing as of current, but this is really solid because it means that with a split map, the bot lane is just left in isolation, and TES have to play on the back foot, because at any point a Jarvan, from now, he's level 2, you know he's level 2, you saw it, could appear out of the blue and just completely ruin your lane. There is the silver lining that we do have Judgy taking the teleport on the Varus for the poke build, so even if something super aggro happens here, they should be able to get back to lane, actually roaming up to contest the Gromp, but Junja does not actually have Smite. It looks like he's going to require his support to come up and pocket the Jarvan to keep him safe there on the Gromp.
Man, these mid laners, though, I mean, we were so antsy last game because now they're trading so low. Now we've got a melee. Cream throw down on Honky, who's going to flash away. Cream definitely showing that frustration and turning into a positive here against Honkyu. Not going to let the new guy push him around in the whole series.
And I'm really glad to see it because...
Oh, boy.
Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah, this is maybe a play, but only if Cream forces the ticket again. The thing is with this Silas, as we have now seen from level 3, he can just go constantly onto Honkyu and force that Aurora to have to use the abilities to run away. Mitigates a lot of that damage and gives a lot more breathing room, particularly to enable his jungler to right now continue the split map, and because we have Junja going mid and trying to hover for Honkyu, it means that there is a slightly accelerated clear for Naya, who really does not want to do anything on this Vi until level 6, unless it is absolutely the freest gank of their life. Maybe that might show up top lane here, but unlikely.
Oh, Vampire, he's going in for the alley sec right there, and Judgy's going to have to flash himself back out. The stun comes across. Oh my god, they still nearly picked up the kill there. Oh, Scott of Duck Cream goes under turn onto Honkyu, gets first blood easily. Junja going to be here, flash for flash, and Nayo's here to cover. Flashes right on top of Junja, doesn't have his flash anymore. Cream, don't think he can dash himself back in, but good cover to make sure there's no trade there. Just like game 1, Top Esports strike first.
And the question is, will they immediately drop that lead like we saw in game 1? It appears to not be the case. Going to back off, nice. That is what we want to see. Because last year, if there is one thing I, as the newbie to the broadcast, was made very aware, Top Esports was a terrifying team in the early game. They would be able to build up leads against the best of the best, and Cream was no small part of that, particularly rocking these melee mids and being able to flex that early aggressive play.
Just what the doctor ordered after that game 1. Get the bad taste out of the mouth for Top Esports. We also had some fighting over Scuttle Crabs. Smite secure there for Nayo, so nothing to be had on that end. And we enter that awkward stage where both junglers try and see if they can wrestle back their normal clear cycles, but Junja still want to get that one back up. I mean, it's just a revolving door with these trades here. Cream into Honkyu. Still kind of brash, willing to trade back and forth. Junja, man, this is not your Gromp. This is not your... Okay, it's your Gromp. It's your Gromp. Yep, flag and drag smite. But is it your life that you have to pay with it? Absolutely. I can't... He's a madman. You take that flag and drag knowing you have no flash?
No flash and only one of your laners nearby. Listen, as a jungler, Grump does something to a man. That's all I'm saying. Like, you have the smite button, and you can see, like, there's something that is just not correct in junglers' brains, that when you see a Grump about 700 HP and you know you can do an ability and secure it with smite, you just kind of have to do it, you know? Like, it's a thing.
Just get
I
possessed,
don't know.
huh? It's just a
Yeah,
possession thing, yeah.
it is the ghost of Grump possesses you and forces you to go in under all and utter logic being disregarded. Yes.
You know, if there were like one monster camp that consistently has people flashing or like giving their life to sacrifice, Riot should add like a passive that does nothing. It'd be like Ghost of Grom forces enemy jungle to die for the gold. That'd be so funny. Maybe they should do that on April Fools. That'd be a good way. Or
Can we replace
April
Baron
Fools.
with Grump? Because that is truly the ultimate objective for pro play. Teams will throw leads at all costs at Grump.
Oh my god, that's a hilarious idea. That's exactly... Cal, we gotta get this to Riot ASAP. They should swap... they should swap all the objectives around on April Fools. Like, imagine imagine Raptors is all elemental dragons, but they're like tiny. That'd be so
Well,
funny.
on the side of the larger dragons, we do have a pre-6 engagement around this dragon. There's a Varus for the steal or the secure potential. As I use the keywords, just a straight smite fight.
Way, he's gonna flash right on top of Guja, trying to get out of the pit. Secure goes over to Cream here. Honku does have ultimate. There's the hijack ultimate back from Cream. He's gonna dash right on top of Vampire's very low. Gala trying to find the trade, gonna cleanse the first stun. Jachi trying to get some of these autos down, but Honku has more than enough in the tank to find that kill. Boy, do we get skirmish scrappy. It's the Drake secured for top esports. And we trade, I believe, even 2-2 on kills. Maybe a slight win for JDG in that department.
I'm pretty sure that it's I would say it's even, honestly, looking at like TES with the Infernal Dragon and so many damage threats on the team. I think if you'd lost an extra member, then definitely JDG favored. I would say that you could argue both teams are happy with that in net, particularly because in this season we've seen how important it is to get ahead on the Dragons, because these objectives, I mean, there were a lot of objective fights last game despite how far behind TES were. Oh, hold on, this should be a freebie.
Jachi, yeah. Flash, Cataclysm follow. There's the team fight ultimates. They're up, and JDG feeling a lot more brash with their engages.
I'm pretty sure that Jiachi's flash was exactly up and then exactly burnt off cooldown, as we do get to see this actual secure here from Cream, of all people, comboing to just auto-attack the smite, auto-attack after the jungler's smite to secure it. And I love this little Aurora steal to get to complete safety on the other side, forces Vampire out. Unfortunately for TES, as mentioned, ADC sacrificed, but at the end of the day, securing that first dragon and being able to get back into lanes, it could be worse. Does mean, however, that you're going to be quite stifled on the quest department. Remember that the kills and assistant takedowns and that kind of thing feed into your quest progress. So not only missing out on the CS, the fact that there's not been a plate secured right now, it's just going to be really troublesome for Jiachi to get back into this against Vampire and Gala, who are forcing a fight.
No cleanse. Gala oversteps, flashes. Get enough distance away from Jachi, who doesn't have enough damage to find that kill, but gotta pay a little bit more respect if you're Gala. We've seen this time and time again that he can overextend for some of these trades that doesn't really need to be over-indexing for.
This sleeper might be the most important objective of the game currently being taken by TES. You have a Yorick in the game. You have a Silas, who is going to be a side lane monster. If they get all three grubs, which it looks like they will.
Honku dashing forward, Cream wanted that, but doesn't look to re-engage. The big win here, right? I don't even care about those ults dropped. Eloquently pointed out by you, Callum. Grubs secured for Yorick. That is huge for this, again, style that top esports are going to go for, where we're just going to make sure that the team fight comp can never really feel comfortable ever 5v5ing, because there are no 5v5s.
And that is definitely a winning strategy if it can be pulled off. Unfortunately, the most important part when you're doing a 4-1 split push comp, or even a 1-3-1, is that 3 or 4 members, the bot laner, the support, the jungler, don't get picked off. And so it is going to be really a counter statement from the TES bot lane to try and come back into this game after being put at a bit of a deficit, not the largest one, but it is just going to be so important to see if they can drag their way back in as the game continues.
369 though, doing a really good job winning some of these positive trades into the Rumble matchup. Get some good push, can't get rid of those crystalline markings to grab himself some more gold, but still up at CS over Siasu, forcing him to ult waves constantly. We're still waiting for JDG to kind of heat up his playmaking. Another comp where all the ultimates matter. We might see one of them now. Junja holding on to it. Cream steals away the Unbreakable Will. That is a very hard Silas to deal with. Cream still has flash over the wall. Oh, Junja, that flash. Yep, that's a welcome to the LPL moment if I've ever seen one. Ooh, slow into the bullet time. Not enough damage from Jachi to drop. He does have to trade his own ultimate back. We're fighting all over the map right now.
A lot of skirmishing as we do have the TP coming out from Cream to rejoin. Chex notes this is a Scuttle Crab team fight that we just had because no Rift Herald up right now, Dragon not up for 30 seconds. It does mean though, and this is something that I think the LPL was way ahead of the schedule for. No, not gonna die. Nice, I have a few more seconds. By forcing fights before objectives and blowing important cooldowns like Varus Ultimate, like Silas Flash and TP, now JDG are in a more favourable position to start the fight from the get-go. They have managed to use that pressure, build Pryo, kill Jachi.
He knew that they were waiting for him, and he's still gonna die right next to his tier 2 turret. The life of an AD carry.
And convert beautifully into a dragon. There we go. Nice little example in
right
practice.
into your point.
You know, I love it when a plan comes together, as I think JDG are very much following that philosophy right now. Nio, though, wants to get in here and wants to try and steal away to keep the dragon stacking going.
Okay, I mean, there's the hijack between worlds. Junja's going to have to bail out of the pit here. A lot of respect from JDG. I like to see that sort of resolve, though. Without the Cataclysm, this Jarvan is very bare bones. So that dragon stacking for top esports is going to be apparent. And back to the point we made about the split push, the 4-1. Getting these early dragons is huge because those are less big objectives that you're going to have to bring all 5 members to now.
Exactly. That was the reason that bringing in the soul as a mechanic kind of killed split pushing, really, in pro play, because you needed to have as many people there around those Dragon Soul point team fights. If you don't feel that pressure, which TES cannot lose soul in the next 20 minutes, because, you know, that's just how long dragons take to spawn. So, feeling quite good about getting 369 this time to scale, get some extra damage in the kit. Already got the Maw. Want to see what happens at Hexdrinker going into the Maw even. Considering you're against double AP solo laners, it means quite easy itemization for this Yorick to win the side lane.
Hijack between worlds. Got him ducked. Full engage on the Hong Q. As Nio engages Vampire off the side. Bigway joins the party, but Zeke played his lane. He's going to flash get the stun into the solar flare. Blakeway looking to make the plays, and with a cease and desist, it's more than enough. Love that snap engage from the rookie top esports support.
Exactly what we wanted from them. More aggression, more of that top esports signature, the identity that they had throughout last year of being able to get this early lead and give Cream more of those resources. Completed the mid lane quest as we pan on up now to the top lane. No Vi ult, no Leona ult, but Xiaoxu still in a pretty dire situation.
Goodbye, sweet Xiaoxu. Someone's going to TP to cover your wave, brother. Hopefully he just has to cover your... Oh, good trade there. Anyway, takes up too much of the turret there, and that gives Gala... I mean, this is the real win, right? On the other side of the map, Gala has been chilling in this bottom lane. So accelerated. Look at the quest too, right? Way ahead on that one, because Jachi's been forced way out of bottom lane. And this is a big thing to talk about for not just split pushing, but lane swapping, Callum. How those quests really are supposed to hold you in lane. I wonder how far Jachi's actually behind. He's been out of bottom lane for so long.
And the thing is, Riot removed the lane swap detective mechanic that came in last year as kind of a really ham-fisted solution to teams constantly lane swapping, deciding to change from the using the stick to the honey this time around, and it has worked pretty elegantly so far, with teams wanting to stick in lanes because of the extra resources. And bot lane, probably the worst one to not have completed the quest because it is multiplicative. When you finish this bot lane quest, it's 2 extra gold on every single minion, extra gold for doing basically everything you would normally be doing kill-wise, and you just get a 300 gold payout upon doing so, along with that extra item slot for boots, which when you're Lethality Varus and could just stack long swords into oblivion, it's really important. We have junglers posturing around bot. Don't know if anything's going to happen here, but let's see.
Ballbreaker's cancel from Nayo. You have to try and get back out. Knows he's re-engaging Junja, but he brings Cataclysm down. Takeaways here. Solar Flare's going to land. There's the Velvet Carpet coming across, but Nayo gets out of it. Xiaosu's damage does not hit the primary target, so Junja has to flag and drag himself, sacrifice himself to take out the enemy jungler. He's going to flash away from Chachi's piercing arrow, force the chains of corruption. He flag and drags further. We're just playing the stall game here, Junja. This is mental warfare right here in the LPL, folks. Chachi, you better hit your Q. All right, he does. But it took a lot more effort than I think Chachi thought he'd have to give.
There was a very slim angle where if that Q doesn't hit, then Jarvan's over the wall and suddenly can walk away to safety, but not going to get away with it. Pretty even trades all in all. A lot of ultimates once again. Flashes as well being blown. Look at the timer. We got Dragon in a minute. Both of these teams want to get this next one. If TES secures Soul Point this early on, not only do they have the Yorick split push win condition, but they have the inevitability of if you ever sack a dragon to try and shut down 369 on the side lane, you just lose Ocean Soul, and I think at that point, it's curtains. If we expect long, drawn-out team fights because the burst on both of these teams is a bit here or there, Ocean Soul kind of seals the deal, as this was just really nicely initiated from JDG, but we see the flash out of the Cataclysm that bought a lot of extra time and allowed for the TP to come in and allowed for that return kill to happen in the first place.
Yeah, you know, Feng Gui, really good job kind of covering with that Solar Flare, right? To buffer just long enough to get the Vi out. As you spoke on, Callum, how is this going to impact this big objective fight? Let's take stock of any items that show up that are kind of big and ultimates that are finally going to come online. Is the Dragon is here, and Top Esports have the inside track towards.
Just trading right now. Nothing super severe, but we do have Cryo in the mid lane. Gala secured that one.
All right, so we're looking at that Cataclysm. Bullet time combo. Vampire's going in. There's the bullet time. Nayo is eviscerated. Great catch for Vampire. Fengui is going to be caught as well. Just like that, JDG stack up as 5, as strong as they can be. They make a clutch couple of kills.
Very important. This will pretty much bring the tempo back into JDG's favor. And the thing is, Xiaoshu, once again, doing a very good job quietly in the side lane. The fact that Yorick hasn't killed a tower yet is crazy. 3 grubs in the pocket as well, and he is just being denied every single chance to right-click a tower. As soon as he's left alone with it, just the crystalline overgrowth on its own is going to be enough to take out the tower, regardless of who it is. So, I will say JDG doing a pretty solid job to keep themselves alive in this game.
Okay, hijacks between worlds. Hongq has the turret to try and help him out, but Cream feels healthy enough to just dive under it. How many turret shots he's going to take? Eats about 3 of them. Flashes out with style. Oh, and the BM as well. Cream 5-0, and there's Xiaosu losing access to his turret as well. The push and pull this game too is prevalent. Top Esports will not go quietly to the broom of JDG in this series.
Very happy to see the life in TES off the get-go, and that is actually one of the instances where having the Baron recall, part of the mid lane quest, you get a 5-minute cooldown. Baron recall goes down by 1 minute each time you get a takedown, makes the difference. Green quite snowballed ahead now, already at 2 full items, upgraded shoes, and 9 Dark Seal stacks, as we pan all the way back to this dragon. And yeah, it's just another really quick engage coming out from JDG, leveraging that bullet time. Gala, not as loud as he was last game with the pentakilling Yanara, but at the end of the day, getting plenty done. Cream, however, a nice contrast from, I mean, politely getting blasted by Hongq all of last game. Now we get to see him on something that he is I'm not going to say more comfortable on, but definitely more his signature.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And with the Riftmaker involved with the Unbreakable Will Steal, Cream plays such a, like, pseudo-tank role in all these fights going forward.
And that's really important, because when you're fighting, often 4v4, you do need somebody who can stand in the front, because now it looks like one of those frontliners is getting jumped on.
Well, Nayo didn't get the Rift Herald because Baron spawned. Fengway's going to re-engage with a bullet time from Gala. Forces one flash out of Nayo. Cream takes all the Unbreakable Will, but they get rid of the support. Top Esports down a man as they have TPs coming in, but it's just JDG that stack up 5 strong here. Again, when they are all together, JD Gaming will not be broken. This may be a little audacious, though, trying to roll this into a Baron. I mean, I know they don't have Nayo. Junja is very low. Jachi, if he can make some of these piercing arrows work, he's a real big threat. And all the while they're doing this, turrets are dropping in the name of 369. Their health bars just can't afford to make this Baron dance work with those resistances back and their resistance shred that you talked about with the new Baron, Callum.
It's something you gotta keep in mind, and with the hijack about to come up for Cream and unlimitedly delicious choice for him, opting for JDG to back off. It was a really solid initial play, but one of those things that we kind of saw was a bit of an overstay. I'm not 100% that's what Fengway wanted to do, but it is what happened. I truly don't know, but regardless, it ended up playing out quite nicely for JDG Gala with a cool little cleanse at the end there. The Baron Force was something, but not a lot done in return, as now, let's take stock of the game. 369 currently being collapsed on.
Okay, Xiaosu along with the carpet out, into the Cataclysm, flashes into the Death Arena that Junja has set up, and they do get rid of 369. I was a bit wary if they had enough damage to get rid of that Yorick health bar, but the pick has been made.
And I think that they did that at such a time where both Equalizer and Cataclysm should be back up before the Dragon, so yeah, finding a very narrow window for JDG to actually snowball ahead, and are going to be greatly rewarded picking up 2 plates for Xiaoxu in this bottom lane. As now, it is set up. TES are definitely considering looking to force a Baron when JDG go towards this next Dragon. So, it is currently a battle of the supports, a battle of using these Fey-like vision zones to try and give yourself as much time as possible to know when you are forced to rotate all the way to the other side of the map.
We've seen the problem, how the rubber band loses its elasticity when you drop 369. You don't have that side lane threat in order, and that kind of doesn't allow them to do those Baron dances. It's the, you know, the good and bad of trying to play this style is that without that Yorick split push threat, Top Esports really struggle to find anywhere to get footing on the map. So that's why those picks are so valuable on the timers you've talked about. But the timer to look at now, Melvin, is this Dragon spawning as we speak. Junja poking and prodding on a Fengway, or they're just going to look to take out the Leona's health bar in entirety. And guess what? They don't have to expend any of those 5 key ultimates to find that kill.
You can't fight this anymore as TES. Your best situation is fish for a steal, but then you are going to lose the Baron 99% of the time. 369 is going to be able to at least get some damage done. Curious if they're going to shut the Maiden out anytime soon, as Honku is looking to try and minimize some of this split pushing, but at the end of the day, there's not a lot Honku can really do to the Yorick. You have the MR shoes. If you ever do get caught in a cage, you have to use abilities to get the hell out of there, because otherwise 369 is going to pummel you to death.
Let's get some valuable time, some valuable gold. That top lane quest, just trying to stack these levels. And yeah, I'd like his odds with the main up against Honku, but 369, can you just take that reset? No.
I think the Ghouls aggroed onto him there.
The Ghouls are still going to chase Honku down. Who's here first to support? Of course, it's his flying oyster former buddy, Junja, here to make it a 1v2. 1v3, Vampire's here as well. 369 may have actually been the one that got caught in the trap here. It's going to be another kill to Gala. Perfect, exactly where you want the gold. JDG, they are finding their way back into the lead of this game, 1 pick at a time.
And this is exactly where you want to find a kill, forcing Cream to TP in. The threat of a Baron is always there when somebody dies on this half of the map. Onkyu knocking down a bit of this tower. One situation, but the other way around now, because somebody just died in front of Baron. It looks like TES don't have that confidence to force it right now with Gala doing so much damage.
I mean, he's got 3 items, he's got armor pen on him, but he doesn't expect Cream to jump on top of him. Good cleanse to get out of the Solar Flare.
Oh my.
What a cataclysm in turn there from Junjun Vampire. Gala has been rescued. Cream can't even find the desperation trade. Boom goes the dynamite, and JDG finally break open this game too. It was topsy-turvy. TES had response after response. But this JDG roster has come to play in their LPL debut.
We show up with Teamfight champions, and guess what we're gonna do? Tabe once again sitting comfy in his chair right now, looking at this draft with pride. Expertly executed with so many resources getting chucked onto Gala, but it is not enough to take out the Misfortune, posturing so respectfully against the dive that TES has, but also not far enough away to be useless. Like, this only started because Gala went for the play, using the fancy feat and knowing, guys, Vi doesn't have flash or ult. We just watched that happen to Honkyu. And so it gives the extra window. Vampire covering his escape perfectly with that knock-up, only for the red carpet to go down. And just an expertly executed team fight from JDG. You know that the mid-jungle has synergy, but you would think that this team had played a whole tournament together. Oh wait, they did.
Hey, you asked for it. He's sitting comfy in the chair. Are you a mind reader over there, Cal? I mean, he was poised up in there.
He's chilling.
He is chilling. Definitely after that team fight, JDG explode in the gold department, have all the control of those side waves that are so scary for them to kind of deal with. 369. When you got a York hurting under his own towers, you're doing pretty good in the game.
Yeah. It's something that just goes to say that TES, they're going to struggle to pull this one back out, because team fight with the Yorick, not exactly what you want to be doing, but it is a necessity now as we're throwing out abilities just to clear the way.
Yeah, let's just...
I mean, Cream's getting something. He is hitting tower.
I'm shocked that we haven't gotten a full reset through here. It's finally South Sudan's going to come around. So it's a 4v4 for the time being. Jude just got to be a bit careful. He is getting collapsed on alongside Vampire. Juju might just have to cut loose, let support go, or if Gala has the boomstick, he looks for the turn. It's Juju on a 1 versus 2 in the Cataclysm. The TP is going to come through in time. Soundsus is first. Cream arrives too little, too late, and the burn of the molten lava. Soundsu, you said he was biding his time, holding down the side lane. Now he's even ready to scrap. And that might just be the red bow on a beautiful start to the season for JD Gaming. It's desperate plays for Cream to try and stall this game out, but just like the last fight, I don't even know if he'll find Gala. Goes golden, but it's inevitable what's gonna happen here. Bengui gonna be the last one to fall. JD Gaming with the perfect statement start. Their first series of the LPL, they're gonna sweep out Top Esports.
In convincing fashion in game 1. Game 2, a lot more close, a bit more punch for punch. We saw the life in TES, but JDG playing like a unit. Really getting to see the extra reps that they got to put in as a 5-stack throughout the Marcia Cup. Come in and reward the squad with such good team fighting. Like, the cohesion we saw in that is stuff you would expect to see near playoffs, near the end of a year. Just no notes once again.
And the headline to me, Callum, the hype of the imports, the big names coming into the LPL. What a beautiful start.
Gotta be happy. Gotta be happy for JDG. You went out on what was simultaneously both highly sought after talent, but also a gamble. Because, you know, I don't want to bag on him. I love Doggo. He plays amazing at internationals, but his time in the LPL was not it. And there was always that risk. I mean, we're only one series in, but at least Honkyu and Junjia are starting off on the right foot. The whole of this JDG team comes together, and we start to see the vision that what this squad is meant to do. Excellent team fighters, actually love to play around objectives. Perfect for this season. I think they rolled really lucky on the preseason changes for what they've put together as a roster. And we got to see they can still be resilient as well. They didn't just fall apart. There were instances with Honkyu getting caught off on the side lane, Cream coming up on the Silas and having a very powerful performance throughout, leveraging that Silas pretty heavily, really, especially in the 1v1. But even then, not enough.
And back to that point you made, like kind of the recipe to success, right? You kind of saw it in vision in those 2 games. Again, put the asterisk next to it. We are 2 games into the entire year for JDG. We are 1 series in, right? But this sort of concept of Xiaosu holding down the fort on the top side, whoever he's going into, he's not going to give up a lead, right? He's not going to die. He's going to be reliable.
369.
Yeah, it was against 369, one of the premier top laners. Then you've got the Junja, Hong Q synergy. They're always going to make plays together. It looks awesome. Gala and Vampire. If they're playing like that, I can only think of one bottom lane I don't expect them to be able to kind of run over. That's a consistent recipe for success with a top 8 coaching draft if this is what JD Gaming fans were so hyped about when this roster was announced.
It's been a hot minute since JDG have had such a big reason to smile, but guess what? You can take your day 1 and feel very, very happy with it right now. TES, on the other hand, though, got to give some flowers for at least coming back into that second game, but generally speaking, just outclassed, really. Across the board, Cream had his punchbacks in this one. We had a few instances of Naya and Fengwei actually managing to get a bit done aggressively, and I think one thing that does make me feel a bit better about this game and about TES's hopes is they recognize their problem from game 1. They picked more tools to go forward, and while the 3-6-9 split push strategy didn't get off the ground, it's something you can adapt. It's something you can learn from, try and figure out where it went wrong and dissect that in the post game. At least they have something to talk about now, because after that game 1, the only advice he really had was just don't lose like that again, really.
Yeah, that's a tough, a tough pill to swallow here. But what a debut for JD Gaming, and it's hard to kind of just not sound like a broken record. And what a start here, Melvin, for your time in the LPL. How do you grade the introduction? Because I know you had like a couple of checklist points. You talked about how. I think you nailed a couple of them. I want to give you props, right? Okay, we got some stats to go through first. We'll get to that in a second here. Again, Gala topping the charts. Man, that jungle damage gap, I did not expect that one.
Whew. That's yeah. As a Vi player, this is something that could just happen. If your team falls onto the back foot, you are not there to do anything really. After a point, you're there to press R and pray that whoever is your most fed member, in this case Cream, can leverage the fact that he finished the game with 88% kill participation. But when you look over to the other side, Junja, 96%. He was involved in basically everything that went right for JDG. A few of the things that went wrong, but basically everything that went right, and there was a whole lot more of that than the prior.
All right, so to keep helping you with your debut checklist, I kind of robbed you last time. Walk me through. I want you to call your shot because I think we're gonna go player of the game here. We're still a little funky on the format with them, but what's your thoughts?
I'm gonna say it's probably a 2-0 sweep for Junja. I think he's getting another player of the game.
Okay. So would you dub him player of the series then? I would assume, right?
I think by sheer fact that there's 2 games and you get 2 player of the games, you're gonna have to be. If you, I don't know precisely the conditions of how it is awarded. Maybe you give Gala player of the series to go on the side of that one. But I would personally say, as a complete jungle bias, really solid stuff from the... Yeah, all right. You got me to say it. Yeah, well done. Well done.
No, I want you to do that. Listen, I am pro pushing, to an extent, pushing agendas, pushing biases of roles like that. So yeah, definitely do that. You will hear me say 80 carry bias. I guarantee it. We didn't get it today, but you will definitely hear it. So let's go. We can go back to that checklist though. Like how many of the things you expected to see in the LPL on your cast did we already knock out? Because I feel like we got a couple already covered.
Well, I mean, a Gala pentakill wasn't a day 1 prediction, but that was something that I think I actually have had Gala as my player to get a pentakill at Worlds every time he has been at Worlds.
Great bet.
So, I got pretty happy I got that one today. On top of that, we got a lot of objective team fights, which when I saw these 2 rosters, particularly watching back their Demacia Cup footage, I expected a lot of very bloody team fights around these objectives. I got a few of them. I would say arguably less than I was expecting. I thought it was going to be off cooldown 5 minutes fight to the death. As it looks like we do have an interview going on in the background.
Okay, so that's Gala. So we're interviewing Gala again. It looks like the main LPL feed likes it. They're doing these interviews at the end of series before they give away player of the game or series of the game. So I don't know if we're going to hang out long enough to get through this whole interview. I mean, we could definitely chat and see how long it goes for. If I'm not mistaken, the player of the series was the one interviewed in our last series. So this makes me start to think it could be Gala. Again, I don't know. There's a lot of
memory checked.
Oh yeah, okay, right. So yeah, it was okay. So they interviewed. Right, it was Erha. Never mind.
Okay,
so
okay.
I've lied. But
No, that's fine. I was about to say, I thought I was getting memory checked by the guy who is currently casting like a trooper at, what, 6 a.m. now? Something like that?
Listen, I appreciate the praise. This is just going to be my life. And listen, I wouldn't trade it for anything else, all right?
No, and I can see
promise.
why. After one humble series, I can see why. It is unenviable fun getting to watch this utter chaos, and I can't wait to see where it continues to evolve as the season goes on, because again, I think that this is looking like a pretty good season to be an LPL fan.
Yeah, I agree with you.
The team shakeups, everything looks so chaotic in positive brackets. Everything kind of built up in such a way that we can really snowball this game into oblivion. And one of the areas that we didn't really see happen in our series, but it was something that we were talking about in the green room after watching the first series. It's a lot easier to build up a lead now, but it's also a lot easier to throw a lead because of how much more gold is in the game, how much more acceleration is in the game, and now with Baron having the Atacon factor of shredding resistances, the throws that are potential there. If you do not push the ticket, if you do not force things, if you are not aggressive and confident to play with a lead, you are going to lose games. You can get ahead early, but if you don't execute, that means nothing. And if there is a region who knows how to play with a lead and will force the ticket arguably with or without a lead, I think I'm in the right place.
Yep. I was going to say, your rookie or your debut checklist, the one thing that this series didn't give us was a classic LPL game throw. You will get one of those soon, I am sure, Callum. So we'll keep that one. We'll keep that one checked off. Gall, the guy getting interviewed. A shout out. Alk Battery gave us the tweet, but Gala with that pentakill is now tied Pays and Holy Phoenix at 12 pentakills for the most pentakills all time. So
wow,
at this rate, yeah, right. So I think the Gala is going to take the record pretty soon here. The question is, will Pays take it back? That's going to be a fun little fight now that that's LCK versus LPL now. But
listen, there was one player we didn't talk about taking over big shoes because Gala's got big feet, but you know, same story down there, taking over the Pays spot now, and we got to see exactly what I was hoping we'd get from Gala. That go forward, but also play just perfectly on the edge of a team fight. In fact, that was the one thing not on the list. I may have wanted a Gala pentakill, but I need in my life to cast a Gala Kai'Sa. That's what I need. I'm a simple man. It's something that is just elegant to behold when he's playing on form and just perfectly spacing. It's that chef's kiss prime Uzi material right there.
You're talking like an 80 carry man out here, man. I don't know. That's how I like to sound. All right, let's talk a little bit. Let's start to wrap things up, wind things down, because I think this interview is going to go for a while with Gala. Obviously, cool to hear him chat, but I want to say here, next matchups to look forward to for these two teams. JDG takes on IG 2 days from now. Time zones are weird. That's their next matchup. And the top esports, not an easy assignment. They got to play BLG next. So two of the contenders for Split 1 champions are top esports' foes for week 1 of the LPL. But that kind of is going to wrap things up here. The one thing we got to do is we got to give out a very important thank you, all right? If you were here earlier, coffee is the awesome way that you can support us here at the LPL English, as we are all fan running this, but we have some specific coffee supporters, some elite coffee supporters I want to give a shout out to. So thank you very much to our elite coffee supporters, that being Aaron Soup and Mong. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew. Hey, that's all of us here who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. All right, Melvin, that is day 1 in the books for you as we get a look at the highlights. Final thoughts before we wrap up day one of many of the LPL in 2026.
Can't wait for the next one. Yeah, that's... Keep it succinct. It's the LPL. I know now I'm not going to have a lot of time to speak in between plays, so I'm going to do my absolute best to try and shrink every sentence down to as few words as possible.
All right. Well, you know what I figured out is season 16 is the year of the play-by-play. I guess.
Oh,
maybe
yes.
Maybe that will
Yes.
maybe that will be what it is. But hey, that means we're gonna have some chaotic fights and so much more. If you remember our stats from last year, over 800-ish games on LPL English. We have now made it through just 5, and there are so many awesome moments to come. So many more pentakills, clutch smites, anything and all and more. And we'll be right back here once again tomorrow. LPL English, twitch.tv/LPL English. We'll see you guys then for more LPL action. Take care.